The conference shortly is requesting breakfast this morning. We have an exciting day planned for everyone present here, and we want each and everybody to participate in this conference wholeheartedly by networking and meeting each other, exchanging those business cards, and of course, gaining more knowledge as time flies with latest technology that is out there for us, because science is always evolving, am I right? Welcoming you all to the conference. Before we begin, few announcements. We have something called as a mobile phone, which technology has blessed us with. So requesting all of you all to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. As we progress with this exciting day that is planned for us, we hope everybody networks well and meets with each other and exchange their business cards and knowledge of the ongoing progress that's happening in the technology world and in the world of technology in terms of science. Yes, friends? Brilliant, okay. Start. Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, compere and anchor, Leah Narona, welcoming you all to Pharma L&D Summit, growing in the era of immersive L&D, which is brought to you by Vani and powered by SoftCell in association with our gold partners, Sales Trip and Smart Winner. Well, friends, we will begin by giving respect to our Mother Earth, our Mother Nation. We will be saying the national anthem, rather reciting it, so requesting everybody to please stand in their places. As we will recite the national anthem in respect of our Mother Nation. Can we have the national anthem, please? Thank you.
हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Your seats. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Ashish Chauhan, Director, Bluetech Media, who has organized this wonderful conference for all you wonderful doctors and delegates present here. Kindly get your hands together in welcoming Mr. Ashish Chauhan, Director, Bluetech Media, to welcome us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the inaugural edition of Pharma Learning and Development Summit, where we will delve into how learning leaders are innovatively implementing strategies to transform their organizations. We would like to express our gratitude to Vani Coach, who is the presenting partner for today's event, and SoftCell Technologies Global Private Limited, our powered by partner. I would also like to thank our gold partners, Sales Trip and Smart Winner. Their invaluable support has helped bring this industry platform to life. The time to reskill employees to address talent gaps is now, and for it can help a company empower them to take advantage of a new world and equip them with the tools and knowledge needed to navigate it. Today at Pharma Learning and Development Summit, we shine a spotlight on how companies must go beyond status quo, training programs by implementing innovative approaches to managing its workers' transitions to new skills. A cross-section of early leaders have moved quickly to address talent gaps by creating tailored cross-functional centers of excellence to reskill workers. and we will hear from many of these industry experts and veterans on ways to create a win-win situation for all stakeholders. We hope and believe that the discussion today that we have lined up will offer both delight and insight and illuminate pathways to maintaining competitive advantage while fulfilling obligations to current and future employees. I encourage you all to freely interact in order to make this most of the unique platform. And once again, thank you for being here. And with this, our request, let us begin the conference. Thank you.
That was Director Bluetech Media, Ashish Chauhan. Thank you so much, Ashish. Well, I would like to invite on stage a very important gentleman present here amongst us. He will be giving us the keynote address. Well, a few words about this particular gentleman. He heads the India business at Biocon Biologics. He is responsible for driving short and long-term plans for existing portfolio and building brands to drive sustainable growth in India. He manages domestic business size of 1,000 crore by leading the team of more than 1,000 people in sales and marketing. He is well regarded, a high-performing, result-oriented senior pharma leader who brings with him rich experience in sales and marketing, having worked in the leading global pharmaceutical organizations like Sanofi and Roche. During his 27 years long career, he has led large teams and successfully built profitable businesses in India across acute and chronic care therapy segments. He is proficient in business management, people management, strategic marketing, and P&L management. He has expertise across several therapy areas and has managed both mass specialty and niche specialty businesses at different stages. He is a science graduate with MBA and Advanced Marketing Management from IIM Kolkata. Ladies and gentlemen, doctors, delegates, everybody present here, please give our keynote addressee a huge round of applause. We have Mr. Ajit Pal Singh, Head India Business, Biocon Biologics. Good morning to you, sir, and welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. First of all, let me congratulate organizers for hosting a full-day event on an important topic like L&D, which is in the heart of the very existence of mankind and every business entity. I cannot imagine existence without learning and development, whether it is for mankind or whether it is for business. Why is that? Because evolution is natural. There are changes in the dynamics. And when changes happen, you need to learn and develop yourself. And therefore, L&D is very, very important aspect. When Ashish approached me to share my perspective, I was both nervous and confused at the same time. Nervous because I am told that best of the talent when it comes to L&D leaders and experts will be here. So I was confused that what is that I'm going to share with them in terms of technical aspect. But then I thought that let me bring my perspective that how business leaders, they look at this function as enabler, and more importantly, an critical piece in the entire growth strategy if any organization is thinking of sustainable growth, which people talk about. When I joined this started my career almost 27 years ago, business dynamics were fairly simple. And life was very, very easy because competition was also not very intense. Doctors were having very straightforward, preferences. Decision-making was quite simple. And the value proposition of medicines were based upon the intrinsic value and how you communicate the features and benefit of the molecule, and that was accepted by the doctors. Patients did not have the kind of say today they have. They were quietly accepting whatever is given to them. And business models were also fairly simple. Technological revolution and evolution was not as rapid as we witness today. And therefore, the life of the skills and knowledge that we acquired used to be much longer than what it is today. So, what has changed? In my observation, in last 10 years, the kind of technological adoption, revolution and evolution I have seen is collectively more than what I have observed in first 17 years of my career. And I can only see that moving forward, what has happened in last 10 years is going to be more than in next 5 years. So question comes that, how we are, preparing ourselves as industry, as organization and businesses to stay relevant with the changing times. And that is what is the fundamental aspect of having a very, very robust and relevant L&D program. So let's look at that. What are the factors which are impacting the businesses and workforce? Can we have the next slide, please? While there are multiple factors, but I believe that these are the 4 critical factors which are rapidly impacting the businesses and the workforce. First one is that rapid technological adoption in the businesses. Today, there are so many new technologies which have come up, and it has become almost critical. You cannot avoid it, but to adopt. For example, yesterday I was having a half-day meeting with a top consulting firm along with my supply chain and distribution head, that how do we adopt the blockchain technology in our supply chain and distribution in order to ensure that our data is secured and real-time? How do we manage the real-time inventory? How we can reduce the cost of per invoicing that we make? How do we shorten the cash conversion cycle by becoming more efficient in terms of inventory management and completing the transaction with our vendors as well as the partners? So things are changing, and therefore adoption is happening, and you cannot stay away with that. And therefore it requires to accept, adopt new platforms, acquire new knowledge and skills so that you are becoming more proficient. And as a result, newer and newer technologies are coming, and as I was sharing, that shelf life for knowledge and skills are getting shorter. Just to give you an example, I've been part of diabetes therapy area for quite long. And in the early part of diabetes management, it was understood that it is the insulin deficiency alone. But today, every 6 months, there is new finding that what are the other factors impacting diabetes. And therefore, it warrants new guidelines updation, new therapy areas to come in picture, and better ways of managing the patient. So therefore, whatever doctors learn, or marketeers and medical and regulators they learn, are now changing, because there is a need to change, because standard of cares are changing much quicker. I remember when I was part of my first organization, downhill was the gold standard. But today you see, there are so many add-ons, there are guidelines, there is a US FDA, there is a ADA guideline, ESD guideline, IDF guidelines, there are so many guidelines. And therefore, these guidelines are keep getting updated every year. So therefore, there is a need to keep on updating. I'm just giving one example, in the medical and marketing side. Business environment and competitions are getting increasingly complex. So when I started my career, that time it used to be fight and it used to be an ideological fight, that which treatment choice is more relevant and better. But today, within the therapy area or given category, you are having 200 brands available. There's a cutthroat competition out there. So how do we address that? Earlier, doctors used to practice and they used to be regarded, but today doctors, we know that they exist in networks. So earlier, we used to have a classical way of segmenting and targeting doctors. Now those segments are changing. If you go by only classical way of doing segmentation and targeting might not be relevant anymore, because there are newer dynamics, because they are adopting newer technologies. They are existing in groups. They are connected not only within India but globally. Today in India, patient advocacy groups have started coming up. And we know that patient advocacy group, they play a role in influencing the policy of the government, deciding the prices, also what kind of therapy management and supportive care is required. We have all heard about it in advanced economies like US and Europe, but today in India it is happening. And it is going to impact and change the business model that we are known to. So how do we prepare ourselves with these changing needs and times? Today, patients are aware. Doctors just cannot write anything to them. They are equal partner in medical decision making. So things are getting more complex and multi-layered. And then digital revolution impacting every aspect of business model and workplace behavior. And we all have read a book written by one of my friends, that Are You Digital Dinosaur, where he addresses the very challenge of this particular aspect. So hence, can we go to next slide? For sustainable business growth, organizations need relevant and sustainable L&D programs. Now friends, here please focus on two key words. One is relevant and second is sustainable. And we'll talk about this in subsequent slides. Why we need relevant and sustainable L&D programs? Because I believe that business and people growth and development, they happen simultaneously, parallelly, because they are interconnected. In my mind, I am very clear that market capitalization of an organization is directly proportional to quality and the performance of its human capital. And therefore, if you do not have a robust, relevant, and sustainable L&D program, you cannot win. You cannot think of sustainable growth. Second is, if you don't evolve, you dissolve, both people and the business. We all know that it is not the biggest and the strongest that survive. We have learned that it is not the most intelligent that survives, but the one who is the most adaptable, adapting the changes, he survives. And therefore, without learning and development, you cannot have what is changing. You do not create the awareness what is changing. What are the new technologies and the new skills you are supposed to acquire and master. So therefore, you need L&D program. And then there is always an unending struggle to be different and better. So question is that if you are different and if you are better, fantastic. You are trendsetters. You are change agent. You are driving the change. But if you are not different, but if you are better, congratulations, you are going to survive. But think about if you are neither different nor better, may God bless you. With or without L&D programs. And therefore, we need to understand the criticality of this. Now, coming back to our topic, that what do we mean by relevant and sustainable L&D programs? Can we have the next slide, please? When I say that relevant L&D programs, in my mind, there are two key components which govern the relevance of any learning and development program. First is that how strategically aligned your L&D initiatives are to organizational goals and business strategy. And second most important aspect is whether these initiatives are helping you improve your operational efficiencies or not. Please understand, in my last slide, the third point, the entire battle is about being different and better. And if we are saying that we are having relevant L&D programs, by being strategically aligned to organizational goal and business strategy, what you are creating the differentiation for the organization at every level. And if you are improving efficiencies, you are helping organizations and teams to become better than what they do. So let me give you one example that why you need to have strategically aligned L&D programs. So, in my organization, Biocon Biologics, our organizational mission and vision is to drive the equitable access by providing affordable innovation. So understand there are two pieces in this statement. Driving equitable access, that is one piece, by offering affordable innovation, that is the second piece. So obviously my business strategy has to be around this. So therefore, there are two key building blocks in my strategy. First one is, how do we achieve cost effectiveness in whatever we do across the value chain? And second is that how do we write, create, and implement robust and comprehensive access programs? That is what my strategy is. So therefore, my L&D programs need to support me that how I am going to be cost effective in whatever I am doing across the value chain, whether it is in R&D function, whether it is in the manufacturing function, whether it is in marketing, medical, regulatory, logistic, distribution, across the value chain. And therefore, it is the L&D programs, by working closely with them, we will be identifying that which platforms are required, what capabilities are required, what kind of knowledge and skills are required in different, so that in R&D, we can quickly turn around the time, we can reduce the time, identifying and bringing to life the affordable innovation. And today it is possible, friends. In the past, to come out with any, research product, it used to be 10 years, 15 years, and billions of rupees. But COVID has taught us that COVID vaccine, our industry has come out with flat 1 year and few months, a very successful COVID vaccine. Why it is possible? Because there is technological adoption and evolution. Today, there are technologies available which will help you predict that what will be the outcome if you are taking this path or path B or path C or path D. It will help you create multiple scenarios, and it will also suggest which path is likely to help you get better outcomes in terms of your research. In manufacturing, there's a lot of automation and newer technologies have come up, which is reducing the dependency. So earlier, if for creating and clearing one particular process, which was 7-step, required 7 people, today it requires only 2 people because the technology enables that. And if you want to achieve the cost effectiveness, because remember, you are looking at affordable innovation. Now, affordability comes with, being more efficient. So therefore, if L&D is not supporting me across the value chain, that what can be done to be cost effective. And coming second part of the piece, that ability to write comprehensive and effective access programs. Now, market access, dear friends, is a new subject in India relatively, as against in advanced economies. So therefore, the talent and the capability is not as widespread as we see in sales and marketing and other functions of the business. And therefore, you need to have L&D programs which are directed towards building organizational capability, which can help us create those comprehensive access programs, which means attracting right talent, developing existing people in all functions so that they understand, because access is not about just providing cost-effective product. It is about addressing the access barriers, about adoption, about adherence, about infrastructural issues, about policy shaping, about partnership with the government, state governments, NGOs, and different kind of partnership models. So it requires completely different kind of skill set. And therefore, you need L&D, which is actually helping you build those so that you can actually achieve your organization's goal. Second piece is improving efficiency. Why? Because efficiency helps you being better compared to your competitors and rest of the others. Now, let me give you one example. So if a medical rep in industry takes, say, 70 calls to convert a non-prescriber to a prescriber, right? If my L&D program helps me build capability of my field force, coaching ability of my managers in such a manner that today when doctor is not ready to give you so much time, he gives, so gone are those days where doctor used to give 10 minutes to every medical rep. Today he gives only 1 minute and sometimes less than 1 minute. And this is a critical challenge that you face, So how do we equip and train our sales force and the medical rep? Because if the industry average is that 60 calls are taken to convert a non-prescriber into prescriber, and if my reps and my team can achieve it in 30 calls, then I am improving my efficiency. We can call it a strike rate also. We can call it sales force effectiveness also. Because what is sales force effectiveness? In my mind, when a rep goes and discusses with doctor and he gives the medico-marketing messages, essentially he's trying to change the perception of that doctor. So what is the delta or shift in that perception per call multiplied by number of calls is the formula of sales force effectiveness in my mind. And therefore, how you can sharpen his saw so that he can move the needles with greater magnitude per call and becoming more and more efficient in every call. So therefore, increase in the mind share of a doctor will reflect into your market share, and that will reflect into your market capitalization. And therefore, we see that a relevant L&D program helps organization to become different and become better. And we know that if you are different and if you are better, you are actually not only surviving, but you are thriving. And for that, you need to have a relevant L&D program. Can we go to the next slide, please? What do we mean by sustainable L&D program? So while interacting with so many L&D leaders, going through the design of various L&D programs, first thing we need to, and this is what my normal discussion with my team is, that what is the scalability of this initiative? Is it this initiative is relevant for some people in one particular department, or it can be scaled up in different departments because there are similar kind of needs. Of course, sometimes you need to have very, very customized kind of, training programs for given department. But if we are looking at the larger investments, then we need to look at the scalability and can we commit to this initiative for longer period of time, because if we do it for once and then leave it, probably it is not going to, break the ice. Second is, whatever new platforms, whatever new initiatives that we are recommending, are they integrative to existing programs and platforms as continuation process? Because if they are not connected with each other, if they are not seen as a natural evolution of ongoing, training programs and learning programs, then people will be confused and they will be thinking how this fits into the bigger schemes of things. And whether we are having learning programs for all level in the organization, because we need to be better and different at every level. So just to give an example, that if one organization is having only learning and development program for representatives, and they do not have it for any other department and any other level, I don't think it is going to really help. And most importantly, the KPIs which are well defined and measurable and are directly correlating to the business performance. And once you have that, and if once L&D leaders and L&D programs are able to demonstrate that what is the outcome and how it is supporting the business outcomes positively, I think every business leader, top to bottom, will commit to it. And then, of course, when that is happening, the last line becomes, irrelevant, that what is the return on L&D, because that is actually inbuilt in the program design. I have worked with several organizations where we had highly qualified L&D leaders, those who created highly relevant and sustainable programs, and I have seen that business leaders, right from top to bottom, they all have committed to it. And as a result, those organizations were learning organizations. Those organizations were trend-setting organizations. They remained always ahead in curve, whether it comes to performance, whether it comes to leadership, whether it comes to learning. They were always proactive and future-ready. I have also seen the organizations where, despite of having highly qualified and talented L&D leaders and having programs, it is not, business leaders are not, looking at it very keenly, or they fail to appreciate the value. And then, of course, there are third type of organizations where you do not have it. Now, question comes that why? So first, type 1, we all know, very good. But when it comes to second, question comes that why business leaders normally fail to see the value that L&D programs bring in. And I think here, L&D leaders need to play critical role. While L&D leaders play several roles, but in my mind, there are 5 key roles they need to play to really build differentiative and better organizations. Can we go to the next slide, please? And first one is strategic partner to the business. It is very important that, L&D leaders, they understand the business model of the organization, how they are changing, what are the changes in market dynamics and the future, and what kind of, partnership I can have with, a business leader in addressing their challenges, so that you can create, highly skilled organization which is future ready. Second is key influencer and change agent. Unless L&D leader is not giving or influencing the business leader that why this L&D program is going and how it is going to address the key barriers in your performance and how it is going to make your team and business not only survive but thrive in future with the changing times, achieving its goal. And maximizer, needless to say that if you are having KPIs which are directly correlated with business outcomes, I think no business leader in any organization will ever say no or will not be able to appreciate the value that you L&D programs and L&D leaders bring to the table. So I have actually surpassed my allotted time. So in my conclusion, I would only say that relevant and sustainable L&D programs are the need and in the very heart of the existence. So in my mind, and I was having discussion with my friend Deepak, and we were discussing that I cannot imagine the existence of any business without L&D. So you guys are very, very critical piece in the sustainability of an organization in terms of business growth, I'm saying, and overall sustainability. So congratulations to all of you. Please keep doing good job. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Mr. Ajit Pal Singh, yes, we will. Please do not leave the stage. We want you to continue being with us. Yeah. Thank you for those wonderful words of wisdom. Please give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to call Mr. Ashish Chauhan, Director Bluetech Media, to felicitate Mr. Ajit Pal Singh for giving us the knowledge and information for this wonderful summit organized right here, Pharma Learning and Development. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. Thank you once again, Mr. Ajit Pal Singh. Moving forward, our next presentation is on enabling training to an outcome-driven learning growth mindset using colored brain mapping tool. Our next speaker is an acclaimed global HR leader, CHRO, global culture coach speaker, trainer, and author of the highly acclaimed culture transformation book, Plan C. However, he prefers to be called an ideapreneur, as he has been growing personally and professionally by ideating and executing unconventional and path-breaking business transformation ideas. As a global human resources leader, he has over 20 years of strategic corporate experience under his belt across various industries. He holds a doctorate in HR management and organizational development from the world-renowned Academy of Human Resource Development, Ahmedabad, India. He is also a Chartered Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, UK, and a Fellow Certified Practitioner in HR from the Australian Human Resources Institute, Melbourne, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, get your hands together in welcoming our first speaker today, Dr. Sanjeev Dixit, President HR, Cadila Pharmaceuticals.
Okay, good morning. That's not the energy of L&D people here. Good morning. This is the way you start your L&D program for your organization. Rest assured, you have keep making your entire participant going, what is the outcome? Is it relevant and sustainable? As Ajit has very nicely said the context. I'm asking. This was the question, I believe. Obviously. So the point is, the way we think, the way we behave, we perform, the way we perform, we get the results. And the way we get result, we again get the reinforcement to behave in the same manner. I think the entire context of this meeting is how we become effective. And if we can only become effective if we make all the team members for whom we are designing the program and doing a lot of interventions, they start delivering. And they can only deliver if They know what is the best way to deliver. But then it is very important that we also invest in ourselves in terms of knowing which part of our body help in delivering most effectively. And that's where is the topic of the day. And I'm going to share this tool, which I have kind of got expertise of knowing your brain, and which has got a 90% accuracy in terms of the effectiveness. No, you can say psychometric tools in the world has more than 60 to 70% accuracy. This has got 90%, based on a science called neuroplasticity. No, this is not NLP, but this is all about neuroplasticity. So we will connect all about brain today, and I think we all have, with whatever efficacy it has. We generally have a myth of that, okay, we only use in our lifetime 1% of a brain. These are all what you call self-style myth, which has been created by I don't know who. But I think it's become so, you can say, powerful. All the time we use this. We're using 1% of our brain in our entire lifetime. That's not truth. Why? Because there are various parts of the brain which we are using in different situations. And that's what we're going to experience. We're not going to learn, we're going to experience. So I am mindful of the time, but what we will do is remain engaged at the brain level. Yeah? So, as part of the training or any learning intervention, the idea is how we make it very, very outcome driven. And more we understand the entire, what you call, science of brain, we are hitting the bullseye. Otherwise, it's like hitting in the dark. I don't need my introduction, but still, just to give you insight that yes, some expertise in all these years of my journey in the area of behavioral science, brain, culture. I think these are some of my passionate area. I'm a student of, as I said, basics, fundamentals, culture. And that's what I've kind of done all this while, beside writing my book on the culture transformation called Plan C. So I don't have to focus on this. Okay, we all are doing whatever we are doing in the organization and outside the organization is to be. If we want our team members to be successful, we want us to be successful, and we are successful, then obviously we can, what you call, cascade that to our team members. So I need a response here. No, raise your hand. Yeah, response is always raised, not nodding. Nodding is very, very confusing, you know, in different parts of India. Correct? So 100% response is we all want to be successful. We want all our team members to be successful. Who wants to be healthy? My God. There are few people who are not raising hands. They don't want to be healthy, yeah? Okay, next. This is consistent 30 minutes every day of any form of exercise. So what happened? Successful, healthy, the percentage dip. Why? What happened? Knowing, doing gap. So we aspire. We have very, very, what you call, flowery and very high targets for ourselves and our team. When it comes to the execution piece, knowing fully well that if we do exercise every day of any form, 30 minutes, rest assured we are going to be healthy, which will achieve our outcome. So what is happening? Where is the gap here? Anyone? Is the will, is the skill, is a mix of both? There is no challenge in skill, I believe, right? There's no training required for be healthy. Or do we need to have a module on this? There's no module needed. This is our, what you call, own urge to be healthy, because if we are healthy, then obviously we do all the other things. Am I making sense? Yes. So execution gap. Reason? What could be the one big reason? As we are the all so-called superlative L&D professional here. We have so many diagnostic, tools and techniques. What could be the one big reason?
That we'll be healthy without doing it.
That's a daydream, yeah? That's called daydream, thinking.
Taking health for granted.
Taking health for granted, taking the other person will be developed because of my module for granted. Correct? Whatever I will do will be very, very effective for granted. Okay? And I will be relevant and sustainable also for granted. So how many things we can take it for granted? Where is the issue? It's all about focus. One word. And how we do focus? You heard of this word called focus? Or it was in our primary classes, and then we forgot we know the letter, but we don't know the spirit. We know the how? We don't know the how. Okay, how we enable our team members to be focused then in our organization? Focus. Have we done that exercise in our, not exercise, I will say, in our childhood? I used to always use that example, lens. वो हम लोग पेपर जलाते थे. With the help of sunlight, without any matchbox, we used to burn the paper. What was happening there? The sunlight getting focused with the help of the lens, and the paper burns. What is that paper? The goal. What is that lens? The process which you are following in order to bring that focus. And the sunlight is all your resources. In a very, very, I will say, intellectual context. Am I making sense? Let's experience focus. What all organs use in focus? Organs, not senses. The most important thing we need to also learn is not hearing skill, but listening skill. Hearing is usage of ear. Listening is usage of. So the challenge always is in fundamental, not in strategy. Correct now? I'm only asking fundamental questions. Am I asking any strategic question in terms of telling me how you calculate the ROI of L&D? And we will have a different discussion altogether on that. So listening is all about processing what you heard. And that's why by design, God has put brain in between the ears. By design, which we keep, misusing. Correct? We don't use the design of God. 2 ears, 1 mouth. We don't use that also. Speak less, listen more. Design. But we kind of forgot that design because we're living with that design and not appreciating that design. So listening is processing. So what I ask, what are those organs which are used for focus? What are the organs? But that will give you, take you to the subject, which is color brain mapping. If we don't know our brain, we will not map it. So answer. And eyes. Yeah, primarily two organs. Brain, eyes. Eyes to see, brain to process and focus. Experience, you want to experience focus? 10 seconds. Okay? In the room, look around for 10 seconds. All the objects of color brown. In the room, that's the exercise I've given, 10-second exercise. In the room, please look around and see all the objects of color brown. You can move also, you don't have to rotate your head. I was thinking somebody even moved the head for 360 degree. I was very scared.
Dr. Dixit, sorry to interrupt you, but just quickly 2 minutes to see something even more colorful. I hope you all have had your breakfast, gentlemen and ladies, doctors present here. Within 15 minutes, the counter will close. So if in case you'll wish to hurry up and get something and come here back into the conference room, we're absolutely okay with that.
That's a great carrot, huh? For my session.
And something more brown would
Special
be...
for my session.
Something brown would be coffee and maybe tea. I think we'll surpass the coffee break
yes.
because we're already behind schedule. So please go ahead.
I'm glad that I've used not the red color. Brown.
Thank you, Dr.
Okay,
Dixit. Thank
so
you.
have you seen all the objects of color brown in the room? All? Everyone? Anybody who's not participating? Raise hand. Anybody who's not participating? Everyone is participating. Great. So I'm glad. Close your eyes. Close your eyes means close your eyes. That is called honesty. Not with your one eye you are kind of looking at me. What this guy going to do next? Try to now remember and keep your eyes closed till I tell you to open. Keep your eyes closed and remember all the objects of color red in the room. While keeping your eyes closed, try to remember all the objects of color red. And while keeping your eyes closed, tell me, is it difficult or easy for you to remember all the objects of color red? If I ask you again with closed eyes again to remember all the objects of color brown, is it easy? What happened? Open your eyes. 10 seconds. How many seconds? 10 seconds, your brain got filled with only color brown. Because, why? What happened? Your L&D guys, brainy. What happened? What happened to the brain? You experienced, na? Powerful? 10 seconds. What happened? Your brain got filled with all the objects of color, no space left for any other color. Did I tell you not to see any other color? No. I said that please see all the objects of color brown. And you followed my instruction to the T. Led to the experience. Focus. Because you focused only on one color, resulting in filling all your brain with the one color. Now if I ask you, you can tell me 6, 7, 8 objects of color brown. But there are red color, there are green color, all the colors are there, but you didn't see. That's the power of brain. Whatever you tell your brain, it follows blindly. It's the most intelligent brain. Brain is the most intelligent organ, but also most foolish because it only follows the instruction what you give. Same happens when you are doing your programs. What you're trying to drive your audience or team members to see or focus. Power of focus, power of brain. You realize now? So what happened to the red? You were struggling, correct? There was a lot of, I can see facial expression changing while you were keeping your eyes closed, my eyes were open. I was seeing your expression. There was struggle. Where is that red? There, even people who were wearing red shirt would also not remember that he is wearing a red shirt. Yes, sir. Any experience?
Just wanted to say,
sir.
That what happened, that is what was registered in the retina, that was coming in. For example, I could recall he was wearing a red shirt. The morning coach had that red color. So these two things were there.
But there are many.
There are many. Of course, what I'm saying is that as you rightly said, when 10 seconds, it has become much more easier. But 10 seconds to convert into 10 minutes, then to 1 or 2 hours, that's where the focus.
And your entire age.
Yes.
What you were focusing.
That's going to be a
30 years, 35 years, 40 years, what you were focusing and what you are focusing now and what you will focus tomorrow. Rest assured, whatever you're focusing is filling in your brain. Period. You just experience. And then we think why we are not successful. We just realize we are not healthy because we are not exercising daily. Why we are not successful? Why my team members are not successful? Why I'm not getting the ROI? Why my programs are not relevant and sustainable? You got the reason? We can write a book of why I behave the way I behave. Why I behave unless until we know ourselves, we cannot claim to be an expert in knowing others and developing others. We claim, we have a very tall claims. I don't claim, but we have a very tall claims, oh, we have turn around, transform, big words, yeah? Agile, and what are the new words? Resilient. The resilient organization we have created, very agile. How? What you have done? What is your specific tangible contribution? Keep thinking, but that's the idea. If you come and go without any what you call takeaway, I think it's a waste of money and the time you invested. So I think I don't need to focus on the formula. Success is all about aspiration, consistent action, and unison focus. Unison is the word. Unison. So once now we have experienced the power of focus, let's understand the brain design. And this is done by neuroscience scientists. This is not done by some behavioral scientist. This entire color brain mapping is derived out of this 1980s work of neuroscientists. And I worked with the author of the color brain mapping. So, again, some questions. How we behave with our family, friends, colleagues, stranger? Same behavior? Different? Why? Again, why?
Role is different.
Whose role?
Your role as perceived by
But why?
Since the role is different, I need to behave.
Why?
As a
Who
father-
told you?
As a father, what I need to do versus what I need to do in
So what changes with the role?
family also is changing.
See, great, Jagmohan, excellent. Within family also we have different behavior. With wife, with different kind of wife, we have a different disposition. There is a universal disposition, we all know, right? To keep mum and silent. Let's not react and respond. Only respond, not react. Okay? Why we behave differently with friends, family, or stranger? How we behave with strangers? Correct, na? We take time to open up. Here also when we are doing networking, we take time to reach out. Because there is a response we are doing in line with the way our brain is designed to the environment. This is environment. Family, friends, colleagues, stranger are environment. I've taken a very simple example because you can relate with it. If I make it very technical, that's very, very different. I put it boss. If I put it how you behave with the boss, how you behave with your subordinate, how you behave with your participants. Same logic. So we behave because we have the kind of what you call response as we perceive the environment. If the environment is friendly, our response is different. If the environment is strange, our response is different because that is how brain process. But every person has a different response. You agree? You've gone to sleep with open eyes? There is a very good art called sleeping with open eyes. And I've seen a lot of people, especially in the training programs, days. So that's an art we will learn separately. So, basis the different design of our brain, two people will very different. Even identical twins will behave differently. Same situation, same environment. Because the way our brain is wired, and I don't have to get into the technical piece of all those what we call different parts of the brain, but we'll make it simple. This is the brain type. 3 parts of our brain. Design in a very pictorially I have tried to kind of represent. 3 type of brain. The maximum part of our brain is called intelligent brain, the monkey, Rama. Okay? Don't think that intelligent brain means monkey. Okay, I have just depicted as one of the character, Rama. So 80% of our brain is intelligent brain. This is how the neuroscientists have designed, not me. 10% is called reptilian brain, which is Jack, and 10% is Mary, which is emotional brain. That's constitute 100%. So the good news is 80% is intelligent brain. 10% is emotional brain, 10% is what do you call? Reptilian brain. How the reptile behave? Ah, excellent. You have seen lizards, right? That's a lizard only. Lizards only, they just move out of the situation. Any situation comes, they move, just move out. That's the only way the reptilian behaves. And then emotional brain, we become emotional. We try to give reasons why it has not happened, why it is happening only to me, why God has done this to me. You know? We are in most of the time in this 20%. Hardly we try to use the 80%. Yes or no, or agree, disagree, can't say. Huh? Anybody can't say? So this is how our brain is designed. So, the thing which I just said, basis the environment, we decide, basis what part of my brain I'm using, either emotional or reptilian or intelligent, I choose to respond. That's what happened. That's what happened when you focus on ground. You use not the reptilian brain, you didn't use the emotional brain, you use the intelligent brain. You focus, correct? So what happens when you are in any environment like this? Two things are happening. One, I'm an environment, you are responding to me. This is how you are perceiving me, you're trying to react or respond. Correct? Any situation you are in, with your family, your family is an environment, you choose how to respond. In terms of how you try to sense that environment. If you feel that environment is comfortable, your response is different. If you sense that what you call the environment is threatening, you become reptilian, you move away. If the environment is very, very overwhelming, you become emotional, so basis the environment, ultimately you decide, nobody else decide. You decide how to either react or respond. So we are talking about you. Okay, so don't think it's about me, it's about you. You are the hero of this entire discussion. Yes, the common denominator is me, I. So once I start knowing myself, rest assured you can start moving from being reactive to responsive, period. And that is what has happened in most of the successful people. And we are also, but then there are again an opportunity to know about ourselves much, much deeper manner. And this tool helps you to achieve that. So what is preventing us from achieving a great environment around us to unleash our potential? Have you ever thought, have you ever reflected, have you ever sat down? This is my goal, like as you said, successful, healthy. Why I'm not able to move out from the bed and move for a walk or a yoga or any kind of exercise? Why? What is holding me back? What part of brain we are using when we are not going for exercise? Huh? Anybody? Intelligent brain or emotional brain or reptilian brain? Huh? Combination. Good answer. Excellent. Now you are also confused, I am also confused. We will never achieve the answer here. All put together. Very good. Khichdi. Very good. So we are only using either the emotional brain, what life तो इतनी है, मतलब जो टाइम लिखा है वो तो होना ही है, तो एक्सरसाइज करके मैं क्या कर लूँगा, जिस दिन आना है उस दिन आना है, ठीक है ना, enjoy, sleep, go back to sleep. Reptilian brain, यार बहुत तकलीफ है, कौन उठेगा, शूज पहनना है, ब्रश करना है, निकलना है बाहर, बहुत मतलब पॉल्यूशन है, बहुत ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन है, क्यों जाना है बाहर, घर पे आराम से सो जाओ. So that is how we decide. Intelligent brain will say, if we go every day 15-20 minutes, yes, my entire metabolism will be good and I will be more. So this is how what we have designed in the last, these are the 4 sanities we have created. 4 sanities, insanities I call it, not sanities. You have started writing sanities. So 4 insanities. What you perceive and experience is real, not necessary. Is it a sanity? Is it real? What you perceive and experience is real. Is it true? No, because it's unique. It is different to different person. Second, if you can do it, others should be able to do it. This is how we think when we are an L&D professional. अगर ये मैं कर सकता हूँ, अगर मैंने इतनी सेल्स बढ़ा दी है, ये सारे RCPA कर करके, सारे अपना POBs और prescription ला के और in clinic effectiveness बढ़ा के, they should also do it. So it's a cakewalk. This is again a very, very wrong myth and an insanity. People should be fair. This is emotional brain again. People should be fair. Is it real? Is it real? Are people fair? Am I fair to everyone in a very, very uniform manner? No, so then why we are expecting? So another insanity. Finally, truth is universal. Not necessarily. Truth is again my perception, my reality. My truth is my truth, your truth is your truth. That's the reality. But we've been taught, or we learned, or we wrote, or we attended some programs where it was taught truth is universal. So these are the incentives which create a lot of ambiguity in our brain. Yes or no? अगर ये insanity आपके दिमाग में चल रही है, so all the time you're having a conflict, right? Yeah, I have learned truth is universal. What this guy is telling me? I have learned that people should be fair. Why this guy is... There is a lot of conflict going on currently. Somebody will say it's rubbish he's talking about. So that's also good reaction of your brain.
All right, Dr. Dixit, just a minute more, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll finish, but still we have a long way to go because I need to finish. So little flexibility I'm seeking from Ashish. So these are the assumptions on which we are working. These are the assumptions. So these assumptions are the problem, which is making our brain the way we try to react or respond with the help of either our reptilian brain or... So the choice with us is consciously either to react and respond or act intelligent. So increase your, what you call circle of tolerance, what I call it, choose to even fail but intelligently. Fail but intelligently. Succeed, though obviously you are intelligent. But even if you fail, you're choosing to be intelligent in terms of how you want to learn from that failure. So, the way our brain is wired, this is how we respond to these assumptions which I talk about, all these insanities, right? And different brains have a different way to process the entire information they take from the environment. Whatever is happening, we all are having a different processing because of the, again, design of our brain. So perception, processing, formulation. This is how we create our own truth in our brain. This is brain. And again, the science, neuroplasticity, 90% accuracy, 89% accuracy, and done by none other than the neuroscientist, along with the author, Arthur Karmazin. Now, why color brain? So, couple of things which helps in color brain. One, once you know about your brain color, you try to leverage the strength of your color brain. And also others. If you know others, then you have a very different type of empathy. It's again, different brains are like a different processor. Intel processor has a different, what you call software working very nicely there. And if you have a Apple processor, you have a different, like all the graphics are very good in Apple. Intel, all your, what you call data, very fast moves. So it's like processor. Our brain is also like a Intel or a Apple processor in a very, very, what you call topical example. I don't want to get into this, but there is a significant difference between all these tools, disk, MBTI, everything, FireOB, EAO, in terms of the accuracy, 60%, and your personality change. All the tools are personality. Your brain doesn't change from your birth till death. Correct? Does our brain change? But personality change. So accuracy level also change. Okay, now let's quickly get into all the different colors of different color brains. And then I'll stop. So 4 type of brains. Chaotic in terms of processing. So Again, please remember, the color of the brain is in line with the way the information is processed from the environment by the respective brain. So chaotic processing is your green brain. If you are a green brain, and there is a tool, so don't assume that you are a green brain. But you can have some guesswork, because if you are behaving this way, you can easily say that I might be a green brain, or somebody around me who I know very well is a green brain. Green brain is chaotic processing. Their brain is working like a mishmash of processing of information or environment. Nothing is connected. So they keep jumping from one job to another job, another work. They are very multitask, but they don't finish anything. They'll move that unfinished thing to another thing. Creative, very creative guy, very, very, very innovative thinker. Okay. He always needs feedback in terms of whether he's improving or not. He continues to seek feedback. मैं ठीक कर रहा हूँ, मैं ठीक कर रहा हूँ. So you can visualize, are you this or somebody else is around you who might be this. As I said, they will always have alternatives. Very creative guy. So if you ask him to come out with a solution, he will tell you in, say, half an hour, 1 hour. He will not get into analysis. He will not sit with the data, make the huge analysis. No. Immediate. Because his entire comfort comes from action. Because his mind is always working very fast, chaotic. Got it? Green. This is how the brain looks like. Action, action, action. The icons are action. I is information, and this is analysis. This is analysis, this is information, this is action. So you see, out of the entire brain processing, maximum part is action. Correct? He's always believe in action. No analysis, no paralysis, action. Green. Creative, innovative, unfinished, multitask, green brain. Red brain, linear processing, very systematic. His brain is designed like that. Any of us, okay, we all have these brains. They are very structured, very analytical, always seek clarity. He will ask you 10 questions. So this, ये कैसे होगा? ये कैसे होगा? Green नहीं पूछ रहा आपसे. Red is asking. Logic and analysis, always logical. He will always find logic. So if you ask him to finish a task, he will take time. He is not green brain. Quick, no. He will take time, he will take data, put logic, put everything in linear fashion, and then once he is very, very comfortable to establish that entire linkage between all these data, after 3 days or 4 days or 7 days, he will come back to you, sir. Now I'm ready with the final solution. He will take a lot of time to find solution. Okay, but if he, for example, green brain, if he is what you call, he commit an error, he's very resilient. He will come back. Red brain, because he's taken 10 days to find the solution and fail, he will brood. ऐसे कैसे हो गया? I put everything in order, I analyze everything. How come? So he will take a lot of time to be coming back to the normal situation. This is see. All information, analysis, very few action. This is a very pictorial way to tell you how red brain behaves within the red brain. Blue brain, intuitive processing. Now this is called sixth sense. Blue brain is sixth sense. He will not say, give me data, I want to analyze, or I'm into action. No. He will say, I don't feel right. I don't feel right. उसको gut feeling आनी शुरू हो गई. ऐसे होंगे आप लोग में से भी होंगे. Wife तो 100% है blue brain, because he always have sixth sense. I don't feel right. I feel this is going to happen. Feeling. This is more on feeling. This is not on analytics. There is no on action, but feeling. Very good team manager. Very good people manager, people leader, because intuitive, na? Connect very, very fast. He can feel the environment. Multitasking, green brain keeps switching. He's also multitasker, green brain. Blue brain will finish it off. But take a lot of load from others, because empathy, na? तुम इतने परेशान क्यों हो? ये अपना गम मुझे दे दो. Like that. That's the blue brain. But very good in terms of leading the team and finishing any project. So very good project leader could be. Intuitive processing. This is how the brain looks like. Some analysis, some information, but mostly gut feeling. intuitive. Finally, last brain, purple brain. So red and purple are kind of similar, relational processing. Yeah, here, the brain start building relation between different data points, different variables, different insights they get from the environment. And always, if you have a guy, always say, I have 3 options, sir. Option A, option B, option C. Purple brain. Always have options. Because it will not give you one solution always. It will always have multiple solutions. Why? Because he's built the relationship between different information and variables which he has gathered or she has gathered. Okay? All data is linked and very system oriented. Very system oriented. Very system oriented. So, now you can easily make out the relationship between all these 4 brains. Just imagine a green brain with a red subordinate. Haha, what a situation. A green brain, jaldi yaar, mere ko action chahiye. Or red brain, nahi sir, I will take time because I have to analyze. I have to sit. Because that is how his brain works. You cannot expect him. Now what is created? Chaos. And he then start perceiving him. Oh, he is dead. Always take time here. I am so quick. Because he has been designed like that. Green brain. Reverse. Red brain boss, green subordinate. वो फट के आ गया रिपोर्ट. अरे यार तू एनालिस्ट तो कर ले. मैं तो 10 दिन लगाता हूँ मतलब रिपोर्ट बनाने के लिए या प्रेजेंटेशन बनाने के लिए. तो 2 मिनट में ले आया या मतलब आधे घंटे में ले आया. सर एक्शन सर प्लीज गिव मी डिसीजन आई वांट टू एग्जीक्यूट. Just imagine what is happening with the ignorance of not knowing the brain type, not personality, brain. And this is real, happening, because I've used this tool in turnaround in a lot of teams. So I'm not talking from the thin air. Turnaround, weak team, supply chain. This is how the purple brain, information, analysis, and then finally action. A lot of time, relation. So, if we start knowing about our brain and other brain, our tolerance level goes high. I start building empathy. Oh, he's a green brain, so he will be very action oriented. I should use him in this kind of a role and task. I should give him these kind of activities. This is how he can learn fast. Because he's a green brain. He will learn by action. He will never learn by concepts. So you sell a concept to a green brain, he will just walk out and do something else. Similar. But disk has its own, challenges, but not similar. Okay, because that's again talk about, not brain, it talk about the personality. In terms of, this is your dominance, this is your interdependence, steadiness, and your compliance and control. So that's different. 60% accuracy.
All right. Dr. Sanjeev Dixit.
Yeah, I know. My brain is green, dark green.
Please, sorry.
And seriously, I'm revealing my color. Dark green means anything on a score of 175 and above. It's called dark green. I'm dark green. Multiple tasks, multiple role, and
Action-oriented, I would say.
action-oriented, yes. So understanding, now you would have realized, I don't have to sell color brain now. Where all it can be used, how it will help in building a high-performing team in a very, very structured, planned manner. But yes, you should not get into this again, a different zone. Oh, tu red है ना brain, tu to इसी तरीके से behave करेगा. We should not get into that because we should not become racist now. With the knowledge of color brain, we should not start misusing it. We should not typecast, stereotype. It doesn't work. We all have 4 colors. The dominant color is what is going to be your main disposition. The main. So all colors are there. And there are enemy colors and there are friendly colors. So enemy colors is green and red, or green or purple. But the friendly colors are green and blue. Right? Red and purple are again friendly colors. So you have to see that how we can bring empathy and alignment. So great understanding, less reaction, intelligent action, better decision. So we know the merit, better decision, better effectiveness, relevance and sustainability, and finally, less stress. So focus on understanding of the brain and leveraging the strength, not the areas of improvement. Because we are all here because of our strength and not because of our weakness. That doesn't mean we are perfect. Correct? So, finally, don't blame. Assumptions are not truth. Don't be lizard. Act, but not react. Take off your colored glasses and don't be a brain racist. Thank you.
Please give Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful information on learning growth mindset using colored brain mapping tool. I would request Dr. Jagmohan Rishi to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit, on stage, please, gentlemen. Thank you. Can we have the certificate, please? Thank you so much for your presence, Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit.
Excellent, sir.
It was an excellent presentation on using colored brain mapping tool. Thank you so much.
You have colorfully managed it.
Colorful doctor indeed, I must say.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen and doctors and delegates present here, we have a lucky draw towards the end of this conference. Please do not forget to fill in the lucky draw slip. I believe it's at the registration counter outside. And yes, we also have a feedback form. And another small request to all the speakers to please keep it in time, all right? Deliver your presentations in time. We're already running way behind schedule. All right. Well, Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit highlighted something about using colors and fitness and yoga and how to keep ourselves active. The next topic, which is related to fitness, is a different kind of fitness altogether, which is related to communication skills. Yes, a very essential part in our day-to-day life. And how to maintain communication fitness. Our next presenter's topic is how communication fitness helps pharma executives perform better in their job role, use cases for manufacturing, sales, research and development, and medical affairs. Some few words about our speaker. He is an entrepreneur for life. He has brought his journalistic learnings to his calling as a wide spectrum communication coach, ranging from CXOs to shop floors, to enabling unemployed youth to finding them jobs. He believes that coaching is one of the most effective and sustainable ways of skilling, and no one should be left uncoached. He is using the power of affordable techniques to enable Vani, a unique digital coach, which lives in your phone and on your wrist, to deploy skilling at scale without compromising the personal connection of a coach. Ladies and gentlemen, doctors, delegates present here, please give a huge round of applause in welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Ashish Jha, co-founder and CEO, Vani Coach.
Hi, thank you everyone. So let me begin by asking this question. How many of you know somebody who's competent, has the knowledge, but they are not able to perform their potential because they cannot communicate effectively? I'm sure many of us have come across such people, and it's a problem that comes at a cost. It comes at a cost to the organization, it comes at a cost to the individual. It's a problem that I lived with myself. I grew up in a very small town in Bihar, and I could solve integral calculus in class 9th, but if you asked me to speak to an audience of 4, not such a big audience, it would have been a major struggle. And it took me more than a year to be able to understand how communication works, what you need to speak, and eventually manage to land a job at the Indian Express. Later in life, that's what we have tried to build. So what exactly is communication fitness? Now, one of the ways we wanted to think about it was to listen to the stakeholders. Over the last 12 plus years, we have coached almost 40,000 people, as in not me alone, but the team put together. But every time there is a coaching opportunity, we go and ask questions, we listen to them. And these are some of the use cases of communication that we could come across. There are some people for whom it is a struggle to even convey their thoughts. And that's where communication starts breaking down. For some people, conveying is not a challenge. They may be quite proficient, they can express their ideas, but they need to be able to stand out. Like today, I have aimed to finish it in 10 minutes, so where originally I had planned it for 15, so I thought that at least we'll try and bring down the time bit here. So how do you make your idea stand out? Or how do you connect with people? When, if you are a medical rep, you need to connect with the doctors. If you want to spend more time with them, there is also a personal connection required. Now, if that has to happen, your communication plays an important role over here. So all of these are what we call as communication fitness. So just like in sports, if your fitness is below par, it affects your performance. Similarly, for a working professional, your communication fitness affects your performance. And like I was saying before, it comes at a great cost. Grammarly had done similar surveys. We had done a survey along with the Economic Times. And we have seen that the cost of poor communication has gone up 5 times over the last 6 years. So where an organization would incur approximately 50,000 rupees per person per year in terms of communication fitness cost, now that has gone up to about 2.5 lakh rupees per person. So as an Indian as an economy, annually we lose upwards of $200 billion due to poor communication. And that's why it's an important problem to be able to solve. So I'll skip this. I wanted to talk about just 1 or 2 cases. I'll spend a little more time here. This is for pharma sales teams. This is for a specific organization. And as you can see, the challenges were in terms of engagement with the HCP because of poor communication fitness. There was a challenge in terms of people who were putting in high effort, but the performance was low. Now, Dr. Singh talked about strike rate, and I think these were the people for whom the strike rate was very low. It also caused a challenge in between the communication between your ground sales force and the senior members in the team, because if you have to make strategic choices, if you have to make decisions, you also need to be aware of what's happening on ground. So if the promulgation of information doesn't happen seamlessly, that also becomes a challenge. Now, for us, we figured out that there were specific areas that needed to be addressed. How do you organize your thoughts for the audience? Like we say that attention is the currency in communication. I have an idea to share with you and you are paying attention. But if I have not organized it in a manner that it is easy for you to pay attention, then there is a challenge. So sometimes if I go into a doctor's cabin and I simply recite a script I have memorized, but if I'm not able to understand the context of that doctor, if I'm not able to reorganize my ideas based on the questions they've asked, then there is a challenge. So we figured out what are the different areas and then worked in terms of a personalized coaching approach. And the impact that we were able to see, there was an 18% increase in the face time with the HCPs. This is something that the organization independently calculated. So one of the oversimplified ways of saying this is that where you earlier needed 118 people, now 100 people can do the same job, right? So there itself, you're saving almost 15% in terms of your manpower cost in meeting the doctors. We were able to see that there's a 48% shift in people who are high effort but low performance going from high effort, high performance segment, and we were able to see that the managers also reported a fair level of increase in terms of confidence, in terms of engagement, and that's where the connection between the team members also started growing. So there's a systematic approach through which we can clearly map the improvement in communication with the performance. Now, one thing I would like to highlight is that communication fitness is one area. It may not help those people who lack in terms of their technical skills. It may not help people who lack in terms of their sales knowledge. But I have a sense many of you would have seen that usually that is less of a problem, and all of you have very strong systems to address that. It's when people go out in the field, when they have learnt about the molecules, when they have learnt about the therapies, but when the moment of truth arrives, when they go in, that's where their communication starts failing them. It's a little bit like, we become like Karna. Karna had this curse that he'd forget whatever he knew in the time of need. And we all are afflicted by the same curse, right? When we need it the most, we end up forgetting things. So communication fitness is a way to overcome that particular curse. A similar example, I had a video, I don't think this is playing. So again, when you have USFDA or similar audits, there are a lot of people, they are experts in their particular area, they understand their process, they have the SOPs absolutely imprinted on their brain. But when the questions are asked, sometimes they would start answering questions those were not asked, and that causes audit issues. Sometimes they miss out on critical pieces. Sometimes confidence becomes a challenge. If you're not able to string together a few sentences, that becomes an issue. And I have gone through that problem myself, so can totally empathize how people feel. And there again, we used a similar approach of ensuring that each individual brings in a certain level of disciplined practice on a daily basis. And that's what we try and do with Vani. The app simulates near job experiences where you can record, playback, listen. And here again, the stakeholders reported a 165% improvement in terms of their overall communication capabilities. So the final piece that I have is that how do we achieve this? And this is a method that's something that anyone can apply. And many of you are already doing things like these. The first is quantification, but one of the things we realized was that even if you want someone to improve simply their English communication, it doesn't help to test their English skills. What's important is to make them speak and identify patterns in demonstrated behavior. That is it that they know people's is wrong, but when they speak, they end up saying people. So is it a grammar habit which they have formed, or is it that it's a structure issue? They start their answer with the thing they know first instead of setting the context for the receiver. So identify demonstrated behavior patterns and then map it so that we can quantify. That's number one. Number two is about contextualization, as in we feel that at one end we do say technical training or sales training, and then we take them through an English course and the learners will be able to bring it together. That usually doesn't happen here. 1 + 1 is not equal to 2. So it's important that even in communication coaching, we bring in the context. And that's why instead of making them practice how to give better presentations, it's important to give them real life situations where they actually go and speak and observe themselves and someone gives them feedback. So ensuring there is a net practice that goes on. I know recently, I'm not a cricket fan, but I've heard that recently India didn't do very well. So maybe they need to do a little more. Rishi is saying not to go there. So yeah, we create that net practice environment for people to communicate effectively. And the third thing, and I feel that this is the most important piece, is that how do we bring validation from the most important stakeholders, which is your business stakeholders? If the business stakeholder tells me that there is an impact and because of that they are able to see real life change. So when a stakeholder from a plant comes and tells me that I now need to attend fewer escalations because now the people are able to manage it, that's when we know that there is a clear validation taking place, and that's the approach we try to adhere to. So to sum up, the whole idea is, it's not very complex. The idea is that we simulate real life situations, let people practice under supervision, and help them achieve the next level of communication fitness. That's about it from my end. Thank you. Okay, I had kept some time for questions, but I don't want to come in between you and your coffee, and Rishi has another session, so we can catch up afterwards outside. All right, thank you.
All right, I would request, yes, Mr. Ashish Chauhan, Director Bluetech Media, to felicitate Mr. Ashish Jha, co-founder and CEO Vani Coach. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashish Jha. You've certainly taken technology to a different level and in terms of learning and development. Thank you so much for your presence. and introducing us to your wonderful application online system and on our smartphones and mobile phones. Thank you so much. All right, we will now take a quick 15-minute break and be back in our seats. It's 10:40. Ladies and gentlemen and doctors, panelists, speakers, please be back within 15 minutes by 10. And everyone to kindly take their seats. We will begin shortly. Thank you very much. Delegates, requesting you all to kindly take your seats. Once again, welcoming you all to Pharma Learning and Development Summit, growing in the era of immersive learning and development, presented by Vani and powered by SoftCell. This exciting summit is happening right here at Radisson Blu, Mumbai International Airport. And moving ahead with the next program that's scheduled for all of us to attend, another exciting panel discussion. We have a first panel discussion for today, and the topic is, it's a learning and development, of course, panel discussion, future of learning and development. What next decade holds for learning and development? A few words about our moderator. He is a digital leader, influencer in pharma and FMCG industry. He is also known as CEO's coach, and he has authored Amazon bestseller, Are You a Digital Dinosaur? Besides his specialty, his combo is also rare. He's currently the Global Head, Learning and Development and Digital Strategy at Wokhard Limited. He is hands-on sales and marketing person who stays connected with the ground level. In fact, he's a 360-degree personality whose innovation and proactiveness and risk taker. Well, his accomplishments are never-ending, but to highlight a few, he has won many awards like Golden Peacock, CLO of the Year from Digital Perspective. He's also been voted as top 200 CX thought leaders by Engati USA, and has hosted and arranged a program inviting Philip Kotler, the guru, I would say, of marketing and sales. Recently, he's been appointed a director at International Association of Sales Trainers UK, and importantly, he is donating all profits from the book to Bharat Ke Veer Foundation that supports widows of Army. He is also active member of BMA, that is Bombay Management Association. Well, friends, let's get our hands together in welcoming our moderator, Dr. Jagmohan Rishi, Vice President, Global Head, L&D Wokhard. I would also like to invite our panelists on stage. We have Mr. Sushil Barkur, Association Vice President, L&D, Alchem Laboratories. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Mr. Sachin Gaur, Global Head, Learning and Development, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. And Mr. Janardhan Narayanaswamy, CHRO, Eris Oaknet. Let's give them all a huge round of applause. And I would welcome our moderator, Dr. Jagmohan Rishi, to introduce our panelists to all of you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Leanne. And good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Since we have had tea over here, I think everybody must be recharged after a lot of colorful presentation. And can I request you to please stand up? I will request. Since we have just gathered here post tea, so I request you to raise your hand like this, and then right hand like this, and then again like this, and make that appreciative kya baat hai, like this, and focus that circle on Sushil Barkur. What do you see here? Okay, you see a personality who's charming and of course learning also. And इसके यहाँ पे मुझे याद आता है, when you call me, you always hear a caller tune, किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार. Can you complete it? किसी की मुस्कुराहटों पे हो निसार. Excellent. So that's the kind of panelist we have got over here. लोगों का दर्द लेते हैं और मुस्कुराहट देते हैं. Thank you very much, friends. So, friends, I take the privilege of introducing the elite panel over here. I have got Mr. Sushil Barkur next to me, Associate Vice President, Learning and Development, Talent Management and OD at Alchem Laboratories. Sushil is an expert in creating and executing result-oriented L&D and talent management OD strategies to support overall business strategy and business growth. Currently, he is working as an Associate Vice President, and he has spearheaded to win Great Place to Work, great one, recognition 3 times in a row. I think that is something creditable. And this year, Alchem has been ranked 31st in Great Place to Work in India and ranked in Asia also. He is adept at using technology and learning and development space. This is not all. Today, I am told from my informed sources that he is going to win at least 3 to 4 awards at CLO Summit also. He doesn't know about it, but I'm leaking the news. Yeah, because I'm a jury there, my dear. Okay. Yeah, moving on to Sachin, who's sitting on the right-hand side to me, Global Head Learning and Development at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. In learning, leadership development, and organizational effectiveness, he believes in creating shareholders' impact by being, user-centric, learner-centric. He has over 24 years of experience in managing progressively complex global talent management and learning and development leadership roles with significant people and investment responsibilities. He is very humble. He says, I am a lifelong learner and a curious soul. I like to learn from him what he's curious about later on. Thank you, Sachin, for being here. Moving on to Janardhan. Thank you. Janardhan is my old friend from Pfizer. He is CHRO at Ares Oaknet, and experience of more than 3 decades of pharma industry, out of which a decade in L&D, followed by 12 years in HR and leadership, associated with companies as Pfizer, Allergan, Cadila, Adcock, Ares Oaknet. In his current capacity as CHRO at Ares Oaknet, Janardhan leads such functions as L&D, sales, force excellence, and MIS, in addition to HR. कुछ छोड़ा भी है क्या? अच्छा. Has also managed IT for a short time, has been on forefront of automation at Ares. So friends, this is the panel we have got, and as we always say that we believe in hybrid model nowadays, and after Mr. Sanjeev Dikshit's session, we are all colored in some color. I was telling him that, our black box is colorless nowadays. Okay. So let me come to the first question to Sachin. Sachin, you have been in L&D space, and my first question goes to you, that how can artificial intelligence, automation, IoT, and process mining technology tools help formulate your strategy to better L&D experience, employee satisfaction, operational excellence, so that your organization can achieve sustained success?
So before I begin, I think, and the other panelists will agree, I don't know whether this is a panel discussion or a roast. We're all getting roasted here, so thank you. No, but this is a very interesting question that you asked, because 2 things. One is that we seem to have an uncanny attraction to the new shiny object. Across the board, if there's a new term that comes up, if there's a new technology that comes up, we seem to be attracted, organically to it. So my answer very quickly is that, look, we've got to get the fundamentals right. Everything else kind of comes over and above the fundamentals. Is blockchain, AI, IoT relevant? Yes, it is relevant. It's definitely relevant. But it needs to go and fit into some structure or some concept or some framework that you want to have in your organization. There is no universal sense of how this is going to be relevant to everyone, right? There has to be some very unique solution to this. But just to be a little bit specific on this, I think, when you look at some of the work that we're doing within our technical training organization, AR, VR, XR is really an important space, and it's an important technology to kind of democratize, scale up learning, and then kind of go and make sure that people have the right skills even when the machines are getting installed. Okay, so I think that's one key example of this. IoT is an important technology because it keeps giving us, there's a digital exhaust that comes out of, IoT sensors, which helps us, in some ways understand where exactly skilling needs are going to be more relevant. So are people using the gauges that they need to use? Are equipment failures happening, at a certain point, and that can be remedied by, by the sensor data? So that's just some example of it, but I'll go and I'll end it with this very, I'll repeat myself, that the new shiny object is very relevant, but it's only relevant after you've done the fundamentals right.
Thank you. So, Sushil, what is your take on this, please?
In fact, thank you, Sachin, for putting up your thoughts, and thanks to Bluetech Media for creating such kind of a platform. See, my take on this question is very simple. Like, the technology is plenty around us, but the leadership should have a vision that what technology, what they want to use and how long they want to use. Otherwise, any new shiny thing comes in and everybody wants to try it. But there is no problem in trying new things out. But what happens that is your system ready to do that? Otherwise, that system readiness is not there, so even the best of the technology, correct, it faltered down. Another thing, the second point which I want to bring in, like for example, even the existing technology which is there, are we really using the data which is coming out of it, and are we making some sense out of it? Like, because sense making is one of the biggest competency which is emerging out. Like, I would like to share one example also here. Like when we talk about today digital fatigue, isn't it? But how many of us as an L&D leader are utilizing our current technology platforms to understand that digital fatigue happens to our learner after how many minutes? Isn't it? Because if we are able to find it out, we can design a complete experience over there that how much of digital and how much of human intervention is required there. Like in our case in Alchem Laboratories Limited, we have done this and we identified that any content, which people nowadays are calling micro-learning kind of a thing, that any content which is beyond 7 minutes 40 seconds, isn't it? It requires now somebody, isn't it, who can come and summarize the thing there. Isn't it? So we identified that, and then we started using a mixed kind of learning for our people, because see, technology like Zoom has given us very important thing which was not there before Zoom. That was the follow-up of the training. Isn't it? Because calling people back after the program was a big task. Business do not get ready because the cost is involved. But now what happens that you conduct a program, then on a desired frequency of 30, 60, 90, or in our case, it is mainly, you see that 25, 50 and 75, because we feel that our people require a little bit more reinforcement and early reinforcement there. So this is my take. Another thing, correct, if I am allowed to speak for another 30 seconds on this question, is that we all have seen e-learning, then you can say LMSs, isn't it? And then you see that all of a sudden there was a flood of app. Like training is department is creating one app, then marketing comes or bolta hai ki my product, you create one app. So the struggle which we all are having right now is that can we create some kind of a platform which is highly integrated in nature, isn't it? And where all things are there so that our field force or maybe that the corporate or manufacturing, whatever the learners are from, they can access one platform and they can get whatever they want there. So this is my
very aptly said, Sushil. This is a problem of plenty nowadays, not only within the organization, but I think as L&D champions, we also face that, we isko choose kare ki isko choose kare. Swayamvar ho raha hai basically aajkal. So that's a kind of, challenges which we are having. So, I'm sorry, it came. So, internally also, when we say that, we have to create apps, as Ajit was talking about in his address, that, the L&D initiatives, whether we are having digital initiatives or whether physical initiatives, is it leading to the business outcomes? Is the person is able to engage doctors in CMEs, market access initiatives. So those are some of the aspects about it. But before we move forward, let me ask a question to Jana, my friend Janardhan. Exploring evolution of interactions, how are the ways changing in which doctors want to communicate with our sales and marketing post-pandemic? I think it's a difficult question I've given you out of syllabus.
Yes.
Like I said, this is the roast. This is not
Yeah. So basically, when it comes to, so because I'm from the HR space, I think could have been from the sales trading. Anyway, good. So what I understand, I work closely with my CAO, and I understand that companies are moving towards digitizing the transaction, and the adoption of digital technology is very high in healthcare professionals today. Whether it is delivering a science by the product management team or the marketing team. Now, some of the global companies are also, I understand, globally, Pfizer is moving to reduce 30% of its field force by hiring medical professionals. And they'll have war rooms in terms of interacting with medical professionals. So most of these interactions, the global space through the Viva platform is getting delivered through the war rooms. So there could be a certain amount of optimization, rationalization of the field force. Science will become predominant for the global companies. Now, if I can add a few questions. Now, when you deliver calls at this point of time, many organizations would look at in-clinic communication. They don't look at contextualizing, aligning capabilities. It's important. See, every organization does have critical which are akin to the organization. So it is important for us to identify organization-specific critical factors which are, I took out from Mr. Ajipal, relevant. I would add 3 more dimensions: aligned, integrated, strategy consistent. I think there digital can help us a lot. My colleagues were telling, my friends were telling that there are a lot of oversupply of digital space, but what happens is, that is where we need to carefully choose. There are 2 concepts: standardization versus mutual adjustment. What is mutual adjustment by the managers, by the field force, can be done by the human interaction. Standardization can be, so repetitive procedures can be done through the digital space. This is what my take on.
Thank you very much. You gave the hearts missed for Pfizer colleagues sitting over here. Their brain turned into brown color, chaotic ones. So, okay. So maybe may I shift the same question to Sushil, who's managing the sales and marketing training from Elchem.
And you say, means very interesting question, like generally L&D is very internally focused, like that what my medical rep has to learn or what my individual contributor, first time manager, then manager's manager need to learn. But very seldomly we ask a question that what our consumer or what our customer wants. Isn't it? And I, being in the organization for last 11 years with Alchem Laboratories Limited, has this liberty of interacting with across the marketing, sales, supply chain and other people. And then some 4 years back, we started this small project that when our field trainers, when they are going to the doctor, can we collect some data through them from the consumers, our doctors, what they want. And that data collection itself went for almost 14 months or so, isn't it? And we collected the data from all 17 therapeutic segments because we are present in 17 therapeutic segments there. And we identified one thing that doctors want, that in 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds, correct, it doesn't matter for them. What matters for them, that if a person is presentable, correct, if he's able to engage in short talk initially and then bring the product into the picture, that is the representative they want to spend more time with. And you see that then our thing little bit got shifted and we actually changed our entire agenda of the program as well. Initially, it was around 60% of the medical knowledge and 40% of the skill or the personality kind of a thing. Then we shifted it to 30% of the time we invest in the knowledge dissemination kind of a thing, 40% especially on the skill, and 30% goes into the psychology and the personality development kind of a thing. Because at the end of the day, that what your customer or the consumer wants, you have to deliver on that. And every doctor, isn't it, He loves a medical representative with a smile in his clinic first, rather than initiating the scientific talk there. Isn't it? So that should open the door. That is what is my take.
That's good. That's right, Sushil, because doctors doesn't want to see the sad faces because he or she is already seeing sad faces in the patients. So, Sachin, what is your take? Maybe 30 seconds on this.
No, I think, so again, in the past, a couple of years ago, I was kind of working, my team was working on this whole thing called Next Generation Evolution of Marketing at Novartis. And there are a couple of things. So we started with the first principle, and this is, again, global, not specific to this country. The starting point for reworking, marketing or sales is really the healthcare system that is dominant in that geography. If you start with the healthcare system, whatever geography you are, you just go ahead and look at what the healthcare system is, and then you figure out what is the right approach as far as evolving sales and marketing is concerned. India is a very different geography from that point of view. UK, Europe is a very different geography. Similarly, US is a very different geography. The key thing, and I'm completely in sync with what you guys were talking about. I think one other piece that's important is the two elements to this. One element is actually upskilling the HCP or the healthcare professional. Does the healthcare professional have the ability to absorb digital means of reaching out? And the second piece, which is I think very important, is how do you go ahead and how do you build in this digital world, how do you build patient centricity for the sales force? Because ultimately the sales force has to kind of go ahead and sell this in context of the patient. So those are two elements that I would add to what you guys were talking about.
Thank you very much, Sachin, for your point. I think next question I'll go to you straight away then again. Then I'll go to Janardhan for this. Strategies in combining digital and human transformation to gain competitive advantage in your L&D and HR strategy. Primarily, the key point I like to get answer from you is that how are we creating an empathy in the digital tools which we are introducing and keeping the user perspective, our employees in mind on one hand and customers in perspective?
Yeah. So I think there's one important thing, and I'm just going to go ahead and differentiate the corporate employee and the sales force in this case, right? The one thing, and my colleague Harsh is sitting in the audience as well, so he's going to talk about sales as well. But the two elements to this, one is that you've got to make sure that you treat internal folks as customers. Digital approaches to working or digital approaches to L&D cannot be non-commercial level of experience. Everything that you're delivering, anything that you currently get on a smartphone or a tablet from the App Store or from the Play Store, wherever, the experience can't be anything lesser than that. So I think that's one, and this is almost a North Star to kind of aim for. The second is that you need to make sure that there is telemetry coming in from applications that are being designed, which are constantly being analyzed and changes being made. Developing a digital way of working is not just, it's not one and done. It never finishes off. And this is an important thing to understand. As you go ahead and as you budget for the effort or the cost involved in developing a digital application, please make sure that you kind of put in 80% of the money really in maintenance of it. And the maintenance really is the constant evolution of whatever you're developing. So that's one. The second piece is to always go ahead and always talk about the patient, because in this entire thing, the patient piece kind of gets lost very, very easily. And more effort needs to be put in place so that the patient is front and center. Why we do what we do is because we want to go ahead and make sure that there's good health everywhere. We want to make sure that there's patient access everywhere. So those are the two things that I would say.
Thanks, Sachin. Jana, what is your take on it being in HR?
Yes. See, one of the major challenges for the organizational context is transfer of training. The learning to application is always disrupted. Now, in a typical classroom training program, 12 to 15% research and experience says that 12 to 15% of the people adopt for some time, and after some time, this reinforcement is not done, it gets lost in transition. So we also have matrices, which I personally measured in our company, that a person who implements at different levels of conscious competence to unconscious incompetence to conscious competence to unconscious competence, the results are differentiated by 10% improvement in growth, 10% better PCPM, and at least 7 delta points in achievement. This is what we had seen. So how do we take it to application? I believe digital platforms can really help you in terms of today. See, 2016 onwards, there are a lot of changes in the industry, starting from social media. Now, if you look at LinkedIn, for example, if I am picking up Jagmohan Rishi as a connection, it nudges a lot of connections from the same organization and his associations. And they started somewhere in 2016. Then the number 2 leader of LinkedIn has started. Facebook has started. Today we have got, so InFeed in India started. They got an application called Amber. They initially did not succeed. McKinsey and company started adopting this sort of technology way back in 2016, but of late, there are a lot of applications. So we had seen Amber, State of Mind, etc., etc. So I was also pleasantly surprised when I was seeing Vani Coach, that at the end of the day, if we can create nudges, the coaching application can be done through nudges in terms of asking the right questions to the colleague. What differentiates a real performer and an average performer? A real performer is reflective thinking. Can we bring about reflective thinking before doing the job, after doing the job? Then we have a lot of advantages. I'll tell you a small example, if I can take another 30 seconds. Unless your skills and competencies are aligned and contextualized to the organization where you're going to join, it is of no use. What worked in a previous organization is only learning. It needs to be contextualized here. I was asking a question on the lighter side, after an induction program to one of the leadership person, I was asking, so you had been cultivating a lot of wheat in Punjab. Now you have been deployed in Nellore in Andhra Pradesh. What will you do? So he was not able to understand the question. So I asked this particular question. You have succeeded there because the soil there is fertile for that. You need to test the soil. You need to test the content of water. And what sort of this one? So if you take the same, gehu from Punjab into Nellore, it is not going to succeed. So I think technology can help a lot of factors in terms of this one. So that is what, if I can end with a small this one, it is not just talent. Talent into effort is what is achievement. I mean, this is what I understand from the grit. Angela Duckworth says this. So how do we drive efforts in execution is what we can do about that. Otherwise, we get lost in transition. Thanks.
Thank you, Jana. In fact, I'm going to ask a out-of-syllabus question to all of you. But before that, I'd like to ask the audience by raise of hand, given a choice, again I'm saying, given a choice, how many of you like to attend physical program instead of online program? Raise of hand. Oh my God.
And these are the people who organize online.
Yeah, you are the guys who are promoting online. Very, very sad. Sir, what kind of color is this?
This is now becoming an audience roast.
Yeah. Yeah, please. Sushil has a point on this.
Yeah. In fact, when the question was asked that technology adoption, correct, from a point of view of the organization, that is what you want to ask. I tell you that we L&D people, correct, we are very good in finding the trend, but we are very poor in branding and the marketing aspect. And that is why you see that we bring best of the technological solution to connect with our people like Learning App and other thing. But the question is that are we taking enough time in creating a roadmap that how we will popularize? In fact, each one of us are having our own success and the failures in terms of launching the digital initiatives. And I learned, correct, in a very hard way, correct, where I convinced the management and we'd done a lot of investment. And after 1 month, right, when we see the matrices, adoption 1.5%. Isn't it? And it was a big lesson. And then we thought about it and we said, okay, now cool down, because the mistake has been committed. Wait for 3 months, and in these 3 months, you decide on that how you will market it properly. And then we started taking help, because see, all the solutions are within the organization itself. But how often we approach to our marketing team and ask them, this is something which we want to do, we have identified a problem, can you help us in popularizing it? And they do the marketing day in and day out. And then they openly said, okay, we will help you in marketing this. And then all of a sudden what happened, that a wave was created across the organization about with the teasers, other things, and line managers started volunteering, sir, this we will also help you in doing so. And then you see that after 3 months when we relaunched that entire thing, and this I'm talking about somewhere in 2017, isn't it? When we relaunched that entire thing, after 1 month when we saw the adoption, isn't it? To our heart and soul, it was a great, you can say, that celebratory moment, though it did not achieve 100% ever, but it was around 70%. And now I can proudly say that our digital initiatives and the learning solutions which are there, we have around 92 to 94% adoption rate. Because in pharma, what happens that generally that Kerala and West Bengal, if you remove it from there, then it is 100%. Otherwise, it is 92 to 94% things which you get. So that is my take. Any digital initiative needs to be looked from a system point of a view rather than department point of a view. Yeah.
I totally agree. It has to be integrated, it has to be integrated approach. Problem is that, we are living in a dichotomy. We like to do social listening. Since I come to digital also, we like to do social listening for our customers. Okay, but we don't do social listening for our internal customers. That is exactly. Yeah, please.
Oh, okay. So, no, and I think and that's a very good point that you're making, which is social listening for employees, right? How do we do this? I don't know, but I was in past at Deloitte Consulting, so that kind of gave me some sense of this. But our learning teams, for all practical purposes, go ahead and visit the field. Our teams are effectively in the field, a few times every year, just to go ahead and get a sense of what exactly is it, what is the customer looking for? And our customers really are, in some ways, field force employees, plant employees. In fact, I'm just coming back from Buddy, which is one of our plants, just yesterday, right? So this idea of knowing who your target audience is, what does the day in life look for them? And what is the problem that we're trying to solve by creating this? Is this a course or is this an asset that we're creating, which is one, on top of the already high stack of what they have to do as a part of compliance, as a part of everything else? Or does it really kind of go ahead and figure out the flow of work? And you can't design for flow of work if you don't know the flow of work. And I think this potentially, I found it very insightful whenever I spend time in the field, just to understand what does the operator's life look like? Okay, what does the engineer's life look like? What does the QC guys life look like? Or what does the investigator's life look like? So I think that may be one of the things to think.
Thanks very much. In fact, Jana mentioned about LinkedIn. I was in LinkedIn learning session few days back. And some of the very stark statistics were presented over there. That, there are about the skill shortages to the tune, it's a global one, it's to the tune of around 80 to 90% globally. So how is skill shortages impacting your business strategy? Ideally, this question I should be asking Ajit, but as a L&D professional, how is skill shortages? Are you seeing the skill shortages in your organization with respect to L&D, as sales L&D, and as an HR?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Keep it maybe 2 minutes, please.
The answer is yes on both ends. So skill shortages impacting L&D, yes. Skill shortages impacting strategy of the organization, absolutely yes. Largely on the L&D side, you're looking at, organically L&D functions within pharma organizations have grown by internal people who have done fairly well at either the plant level or in the sales organization and stuff. The needs and the demands of the L&D function are very different now. So that's one source of skill shortage. On the organization strategy point of view, newer products, newer markets, newer business models are all kind of necessitating the need for newer skills, or let me put it, compound skills. You're no longer looking at, 1:1 equivalence between a skill here. You're looking at a capability more than a skill per se. So that's the source of the skill shortage on the organizational strategy side.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, in fact, I would like to add upon and see my answer is going to be a little bit longer here. Yeah, 3 minutes is good enough, right? Now you see that when we talk about these surveys and other things which keep on popping actually at a higher frequency nowadays, that means when LinkedIn was initially started coming as in form of Linda, isn't it? They yearly used to publish the skill shortage report, but now it is started happening on a quarterly basis. So it has created one kind of a question in my mind that skills, competencies, isn't it? They are very relevant to the businesses, isn't it? And more so to the culture of the organization, isn't it? But how many organizations today claim that they have a platform which gives them the relevant and contextual skill assessment of their employee? Because unless you do the assessment, isn't it, you cannot define the path forward, that what the gap is. That is a real-time thing. That is one point, isn't it? Second point, when we keep on talking about the emerging skills, and my question is this to the HR leaders, because see, I do take care of OD aspect also, that the competencies come under me as well in the organization. That how often we as an HR leaders also, when we go to businesses and ask them that what are the new skills, emerging skills, correct, you are identifying in the business, isn't it? Very seldomly I get a straight answer for it. Because the talk ends up कि डॉक्टर के पास में 30 सेकंड है तो तुम उसको ना एक गोली बना दो इस आदमी को, वो ना क्लिनिक से बाहर तब तक नहीं निकले जब तक कमिटमेंट नहीं ले लेता, isn't it? So मतलब that is my take, and that is means very candid about it, isn't it? So my take on this is that are our leaders also correct, going by the trend and understanding, is there any need of emerging skills, isn't it? And if it is so, then what is it? Because from an L&D side, we would like to listen it from the business.
Right, thank you. I will ask a next question to you, maybe because it will be time is a constraint. My question to audience is also coming very soon, so be prepared for it. So, as talking about skills, there is another aspect which was presented over there in LinkedIn that, the skills needed to succeed by an individual or an organization are continuously changing. Right? Jana, what is your take on this?
I think it's absolutely correct, because
how can we manage it?
I think that is where I'll come back to the management later. I think it's a very well said that skills are going to be very dynamic. I understand from some of the partners from Big Four, there are 9 technological disruptions we're going to disrupt the entire way things are going to get done, business is going to be done, which includes blockchain, IoT, etc., etc. There are 9 factors. There is a report by PwC on this. Now, the other factor is, because of the technological revolution, what is happening is, during our times, if we go and reskill ourselves from a business school, maybe once in 10 years, that's more than sufficient. I don't think that is going to be enough in the coming years. It's important that people need to go and reskill themselves every 4 to 5 years. Otherwise, they become redundant, because that is the way technology is swarming, or it is taking over the place. So I think that is where digital comes. So organizations have this particular responsibility in terms of being abreast of the tide which is happening in the industry, and shift their L&D practices to the challenge which is there in the environment. Because typically individuals cannot anticipate, organizations can anticipate. So we need to anticipate the changes in the marketplace and possibly start delivering capabilities which are contemporary in nature. And in the process, we also need to help people unlearn. And that is where technology adoption is very important in training.
Thanks, Jana. Oh, Sushil, over to you. Maybe 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes maybe.
Okay.
I'm seeing
you see that if we look into the entire pharma value chain, isn't it? At certain places, a lot of disruption has taken place. Like, for example, your supply chain, procurement, these are the two things which were highly impacted by the technology, this part. But if you look into the place where the real revenue generation is taking place, that is between the doctor and the medical representative interaction, technology has created the digital fatigue over there. Because the business starts coming only when the interaction between the medical rep or the line manager takes place from the doctor, with the doctor. So that pharma is seeing a kind of technological disruption which is a little bit skewed towards the supply chain and the procurement. And this, I'm sure that all of you will agree, because in the last 2 years, the maximum number of programs demand which we have seen, which used to come from the sales side, we have seen that now the procurement and the supply chain guys and the tech transfer guys from the R&D to the manufacturing side. Isn't it? And when these three people are asking for more programs, so you can easily understand that their current level of skills are not helping them. And that is the biggest indication that in which part actually now we need to focus more upon as an overall corporate L&D function, and we should stop now using these terms that is a sales L&D or a marketing L&D or this kind of a thing, because see, you have the talent inside your organization. Only thing is that how well the leaders are utilizing it. So this is my take. Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Maybe 30 seconds.
Very quickly, yeah. I think, and I'm just going to go ahead and take that point and proceed further. I think we tend to kind of go ahead and think of sales learning as a universal umbrella, but really it's field force. Because look, in our at least in my business is API sales, which is B2B. My business is country-specific sales. So in the US, it is selling to the distributors, the Cardinal Health of the world, the Amerisource, Burgeons of the world. And it is also, CDMO organization, selling services. So to your point, sales is not just the field force part. Sales is a much broader umbrella. And that's where I'm kind of connecting the dots with what you said. We need to look at it as a broader piece rather than just kind of go ahead and call sales learning specifically.
Absolutely. In fact, yeah, definitely. You adhere to time also. Very good. And
It's my turn to roast it, right?
Keep trying, please. Okay. In fact, there was a statistics presented over there that there are around 300,000 skills which have been uploaded in LinkedIn. New skills globally. I did not believe it, but I need to go into details. So that's a kind of skills, changing skills to succeed is happening. So let me throw a question to the audience. You can shout it out rather than getting mic over there. What is one new skill which you think should be there in or is there in our field force or employees, which is new skill which has come up? Can you please? Difficult question I'm asking.
New in the context of like the last 1 year or something.
Last 1 year. Yeah, please. You can shout it over there, please. Digital literacy. Thank you very much. Keep it 1 or 2 words only. Yep. Anybody else? Yeah, there is a
People manager appreciative inquiry.
Appreciative inquiry. It was already there, but it got pronounced during the.
Kind of moved up the stack.
Yeah, please.
Moving from communication skills to relationship building.
Excellent. Very good point.
Sir, after post-COVID, empathy is coming into the picture.
Yeah, I think everybody is coming on the empathy part because digital में empathy दिखती नहीं है. Chalo, good. Thank you. I think this is a good one. Let me ask another question, maybe to my panel, that pandemic has brought a big change in the perception of learning and development in the eyes of board, in the eyes of CEO, right?
Yes.
I think it is, I like to ask in the pharma perspective, but in the non-pharma perspective, they've got eyeballs. The board has got the visibility of L&D, and today board is asking questions about what is the new initiative you're bringing out, what is the ROI, what is the new technology you're bringing out. So this kind of visibility is there in non-pharma organization. What is your thought about it?
In fact, I'm lucky to face the board in the last 2 years, correct, from the L&D point of view. And there is a clear-cut mandate now, means read or unread, correct, in front of the L&D, Now, means the leaders are seeing L&D as in not only the talent attractor, that what kind of the offerings you are giving to the new person who is coming on the board. Second one is that talent sustenance, isn't it? And the talent retention. So this is a new offering, correct, which has started in pharma space in the last 3 years, right? That what kind of the programs you design to attract talent. Because see, I think the audience which are sitting over here, they will agree with me that we generally say when everything remains the same, people only look for that what the organization is doing for my growth. And that is why you see in the pharma space in the last 2 years that your Skillsoft, EDX, Coursera, multiple organizations started taking those subscription because we want to give that control that what the learner want to learn, isn't it? So that is my take on this.
Thanks. Maybe 30 seconds because time is up. My red brain is getting activated.
I promise I'll take 30 seconds, okay? Nothing
30
more.
seconds for you
So
also.
I think two things that I see as changing. One is that, and in fact this happened a few weeks ago, we're now starting to educate the board, which is we generally consider boards to be the all-knowing oracles of Delphi. They're not. Boards need development. If, as a pharma organization, if I decide to go ahead and move into newer therapeutic areas, the board has absolutely zero idea about radioligand therapy or CAR T for that matter of fact. So the board needs to be educated as well, and I think that's one piece that we potentially, I don't know if a lot of us do that, but that's an opportunity area. The second thing that I think is important is there is a greater acceptance of technology playing a more front and central role as far as delivering or being the conduit for developing skills. And that has happened after COVID. So those two things, and I've adhered to my time, okay?
Thank you very much. Jana, exact 30 seconds.
20 seconds. So what I mean to say in this, so there are two factors which you need to understand. We need to customize learning to the individual. I think that is where digital comes. Coherent learning, individualized at the level of the individual. It is not about having a lot of tutorials or curriculum which is available, what is relevant to him. That is one factor. Second is, always companies invest when there is a return on investment. And it is important that, so technology can also help us in terms of, now today APIs can be generated from one system to another. So we can always publish a dashboard in terms of impact of trading. I think these are the two factors I'll take up.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Jana. I'm going to ask a rapid fire question, quick one. You don't have to be, please, diplomatic. Give one answer. You have to choose one answer, okay? Okay. Jana, online or physical? Quick one.
Hybrid.
Hey, this is not diplomatic. Okay, ठीक है. Let's. Sushil, LMS or LXP?
LXP.
Okay, good. And Sachin, mythological learning or Harvard Business School?
Harvard.
Okay. Then second question, last question to you also. Love marriage or arranged marriage?
Absolutely.
Okay, friends. So we got answers. Sushil,
just 10 seconds I'll take, because when the ROI word comes, now that we as an L&D practitioner gets a goosebump, right? So, in fact, the time has come now that the board needs to be educated and the leaders need to be educated. When any program is designed internally, it should be written on expectation, and any investment which is done for the external program, then people should talk about ROI.
Absolutely. In fact, there are new designations which have popped up during the pandemic, post-pandemic. For example, CLO is there, Chief Growth Officer is there, Chief Engagement Officer is there, Chief Talent Officer is there for CLOs and other things. So I think...
Rishi, I'll take 10 seconds. My request to all of us is look within before looking without. Because I believe when I was measuring the successful people, we got roughly 18-20% successful people. There are 17 critical success factors if we could map. If you cross-pollinate these 17 critical factors, and the organization can grow by more than 60% each. That's my finding.
Thank you very much.
We'll have just 2-3 questions from the audience, if you're all okay. I understand.
Thank you for your patience.
Dr. Rishi, yeah. So I'll hand over the mic to anybody who raises their hands. Introduce yourself and, of course, the person whom you'd like to address the question to. All right. Okay.
Hello. Hybrid is very obvious. So I would love to know from this panelist, either of these two, you have to choose one. No, just, I got it. So I want to know other colleague, panelists comment, given these two options, physical and, virtual, which one would you opt for? Virtual. Which one, sir? Which one, sir? Still you are, given two options. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
Physical.
Thank you so much. That's for my learning.
So Vikram this side, and I have a question from Mr. Sushil. So since we are talking about the UVCA world and the technology changes happening, how frequently the competency framework should be changed, one, and what should be the percentage of competency framework to be changed?
Thank you very much asking this question, Vikram. See, the fundamentals doesn't change in the business. So there are certain set of fundamental competencies that needs to be there. And you see that pre-COVID era, generally the competency framework were relooked and reviewed after 4 or 5 years period of time, isn't it? But in this COVID era kind of a thing, this needs to be reviewed actually every 15 months.
Next question.
Percentage of?
Hardly see, the changes hardly takes place around 5 to 7% because we have recently done this exercise. Only 5 to 7%, but that 5 to 7% is the real differentiator.
Thank you.
So 1 minute. So he just want to ask.
So myself, Amit Kanabar from Reckless Pharma. So as sir, you said that more than 300, 3,000 skills are new coming, right? So what are the, how we map the one skill impacting to another skill? Is there any integrations between the two skills that one skill can boost to learn the another skills, right? Because nowadays it is required. So what is your take on that?
Very eager to answer this question.
Yeah. No, and I think that it's a very important question. So the fundamental thing that you have to understand is what skill taxonomy do you subscribe to?
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Today you've got commercially available skill taxonomies, for example, MSCI Burning Glass. And what it does two things. It gives you a definition of the skill, the descriptors of competence on that skill, but it also gives you the distance between skill 1 and skill 2. So, and this will only come in if you subscribe to the digital, taxonomy. Otherwise, it's very hard to go and figure out what's the proximity of skill 1 versus skill 2.
Thank you.
Maybe last question from...
No, so I do not have a question, but a comment. First of all, I would like to compliment all of you for such wonderful discussion. And, I picked up from Sushil's, observation, where he was saying that technology adoption and digital adoption is more happening towards the other part of the value chain rather than the, where point of selling. We need to understand why it is. If digital, it is not working as it should be working, why it is not happening? And probably, answer lies how marketing has evolved from 1.0 to 4.0. And there is a third dimension is emotional connect. I think that piece is missed out in this digital revolution, because in pharmaceutical selling, you do not have hedonic purchase. Chalo, aaj Diwali hai to 1,000 rupees ki main dawa kharid leta hu. Nothing will happen, that sort. And in society like India, where you are forced to spend money, to get rid of the disease. So it is not very willful spending. It is not, enhancing my spirit, right? Which is not actually, taking me to next level. So that is what probably is missing part. And that is the reason, no matter how we, bring in new technology, the human connect, role of a medical rep, is going to be relevant even 10 years down the line. Thank you.
Ajit sir, I would like to answer this in 30 seconds. You see that unless you create a security around the environment, isn't it? That adoption will always remain a challenge. Like I'm sure that each one of must have experienced, isn't it? That is the psychological safety which is there, like reporting, that tagging, right? I can find out that where you are working, isn't it? Then you see that the union comes into the picture then, right? So that is one piece. Another thing is that there is so much of data which is generated, but is our marketing teams or the end user or SFA teams or SFE teams, are they making some sense out of that data, creating into the insight and giving the leader some actionable points. The day it starts, sir, I feel like that is where the adoption also starts happening on the other side of the value chain.
I think we'll have to end it because...
One last question, please. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
One last question.
So last question. Yeah, particularly this side. My question is to the esteemed panelists. Out of this plethora of digital platforms, can these be used to map the change in the behavior of our end user?
Yeah, there are a lot of digital platforms which are predictive indicators. So a lot of platforms are there. I think we need to choose them very carefully. I would like to add one dimension to what Mr. Ajit Pal was telling. Sir, if you look at companies like Lever, now that's also relationship selling. Now, a person who is going as a van salesman does understand the breadth and depth of a chemie shop. And all these are digitalized. Difference is integrated applications. I think pharma is still to integrate the application. That's where the challenge is.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you very
brilliant.
much, friends,
Thank you so much. I would request Mr. Ajit Pal Singh to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Jagmohan Rishi, and the panelists on stage. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you, all the wonderful panelists and our moderators.
1 minute. One of the qualities of Ajit is also he's a good shire. So can I request to give us a couplet over here, please?
So just be careful. Yeah, thank you.
See, I find
Please
this entire discussion intellectually so stimulating, and for poor soul like me, so intriguing that I have one, rather I will give two couplets. One is on the lighter side and one is on the serious side. The lighter side is कि कभी कभी अपने जी को ऐसे भी बहलाया है जिन बातों को खुद नहीं समझे औरों को समझाया है.
Brilliant, brilliant.
And on the serious note, कि जान के ये जाना, जान means learning, जान के ये जाना कि कुछ भी न जाना मैंने. So more you learn, you realize that there is so much to learn. Thank you.
That was brilliant. Thank you so much, Mr. Ajit Pal Singh. Let's felicitate our moderator, Dr. Jagmohan Rishi. Thank you so much for moderating this wonderful session on future of L&D, what next decade holds for L&D department. And let's felicitate our panelists, Mr. Sushil Barkur. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Mr. Sachin Gaur and Mr. Janardhan Narayanaswamy. Thank you so much, panelists, for gracing us with your presence. And if in case anybody wishes to ask more questions, we have a networking lunch organized for everybody present here. Please do feel free to approach our panelists and our moderator during that span of time. Thank you so much. Our next panel discussion is on how to build institutionalized learning culture driven and led by business leaders, well anchored by human resources. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Can you have the mic on stage? Thank you. Our moderator for this wonderful session, we have the very colorful doctor in-house, of course, Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit, President, Human Resources, Cadila Pharmaceuticals. Please join me on stage. And I'd also like to welcome our panelists, Suresh Amin, Head HR, India Business, JB Chemical and Pharmaceuticals. Can you please join me on stage, please, sir? And lastly, we have Mr. Vishal Karad, HR Head, Genova Biopharmaceuticals. Can you please join me on stage? Yeah, Mr. Vishal Karad. Okay, he's online? All right, okay, he's joining us online. Beautiful. Yes, sorry? Okay, all right. Can you hear me? All right. Okay, Mr. Chinmay is also joining in. Yeah, okay, he's here in person. All right, please join us, Mr. Chinmay. Brilliant. All right, thank you so much, delegates and everybody joining here, present, and of course, Mr. Vishal Karad joining us online. Thank you so much, Vishalji. Can we have the timer, please? Over to you, gentlemen. And yes, Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit, you can introduce our panelists and take this discussion forward. Thank you.
So good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Come on, everybody.
The one thing is that change, there is no change. While we say change is constant, I think constant has become change now. I think what's a good name? Liaz has taken the colorful very seriously. I think she has now started introducing me a very colorful person. Yeah, I think that has got different meanings. Okay, so I think a job of a moderator is the, I will say, most easier one and also the interesting one, in the sense that in a movie, the role of a moderator is like a director who brings in different, you can say, roles, or you can say different characters into the movie at a different sequence, so that the movie is a hit. So my endeavor would be that how we make this entire 30-40 minutes very, very enriching, not only for you, but also for us, because it's going to be a mutual learning. So we have a panel which has got a very interesting and very diversified set of team members. So there is a break dancer, there is a, what do you call, a army guy with a hockey player, with national hockey player, and then we have a cricketer, and then you have a poet and author. So you can make out the panel is a very, very balanced and diversified, and I think there will be a lot of takeaways from the context of their own hobbies and their interest. And you can make out who is who. Yeah, I think that guesswork we will leave it to you. So let me quickly introduce them, and then while we have already met, we know each other for a day, right? We met on a kind of a virtual introductory meeting where we introduce to each other, and then we kind of set this entire agenda, what will be the way we are going to proceed on this particular subject, which is very, very interesting. So on my left is Suresh. He's in the entire movie, is the break dancer. He has got that hobby in terms of pursuing dance, and I think he had an academy as well a long time ago. I don't know, he still make the other people dance on his tune. He is currently heading the India business for JB Chemicals, and has got a lot of, you can say, experience in the field of learning and development, HR, business transformation across CIPLA and all other organizations. I don't want to talk about the CV here. You can definitely give some of the interesting perspective while talking about the subject. I also asked during our introductory meeting that just give one word basis which you are kind of represented, which is your basic personality. So Suresh mentioned that, okay, you can say that I'm a person of speed. So Suresh, speed, Amin. Green brain. He can what you call introduce as a green brain. On my right, I have Chinmay. He is currently the head HR for the Equimentis Healthcare. Very, very seasoned HR professional again. Worked as a sales guy, as a medical rep, and then move up in the sales function and the HR function across companies like Wokhard, Dr. Reddy's, even worked in Kedila, in my current organization where I am currently in, Torrent. And he's got diploma in HR from TES, and very accolade, you can say, HR professional. And he defined himself in one word called accountability. And now I have a soldier, an ex-army major on the, what you call, screen here. Vishal, hi Vishal, welcome.
Hello, everyone.
So this is a real, I will say, hybrid model of panel discussion, where we have one of the participants joining from Pune, Vishal is ex-major and a national hockey player. I played these, what you call these, center forward. We can have a round of applause for him. So Vishal, 7 years in Indian Army. Then he was in the Artillery Corps. Then he worked across companies like TVS Motors, Fiat. Then he moved into the pharmaceutical space. He's currently the head HR for Geneva Biopharmaceuticals. Very, very passionate in terms of coaching and leadership interventions. Gallup Strength Finder, LNLP, a lot of what you call certifications he has acquired over the years. And a PhD scholar with Mumbai University. Currently he is pursuing his PhD as well. So welcome Vishal to the gang.
Thank you, Dr. Dixit. Looking forward.
Great. So let me first introduce a word called oxymoron. Have you heard this word oxymoron? What does it mean? Yeah, exactly. So we are living in the world of oxymoron, and the subject also is kind of that, in the sense that how the what you call smartphone is making us dumb. That's the oxymoron, right? High touch in a high tech environment. That's what we are kind of grappling in. Another oxymoron, right? ROI and L&D. Another oxymoron. Okay. So in this world of oxymoron, I think let's try to reflect. And I think the idea is, while we are having a discussion on the panel, keep reflecting and try to connect from the context of how we are converting this oxymoron into a reality. And I think that's one of the challenge and opportunity for all of us as the HR or L&D professional. Or I will say another interesting oxymoron is business and HR. Yeah? We generally say that we are business partner, we are business growth driver, but in real, what you call sense, is it being also appreciated by the business leaders or not? I think that's the key piece. And from that oxymoron context, I'm now introducing the subject here, which is how to build institutionalized learning culture driven and led by business leaders, well anchored by HR. Long subject, we can break it down. But how many of you really believe in terms of this particular subject of the panel discussion is an oxymoron or it's a real thing? We can raise hands. We have just introduced to the word oxymorons. Is it reality or is it a what you call self-conflicting statement?
It is as real as happily married.
Ah, exactly. So another oxymoron. Openly confidential. So let me break down the entire subject into three parts. Okay. First part is the building institutionalized learning culture. Okay, that's a very, very key part, because anything which is sustainable is which is institutionalized. If it is just a kind of activity, I think we continue to do a lot of activities in terms of man hours, man days, and I think most of the time the focus is more on training than the learning, right? That's one of the KPI which keep driving as a L&D guys. The second piece is this institutionalized learning culture being led by a business leader. So that's the second piece. So I would be asking the panelists in terms of giving very real-time anecdotal, what you call experience, that how they have kind of either did it or kind of experienced it or facilitated it. And the third part is well anchored by HR. So led by business leader, anchored by HR, and then the ultimate output or the outcome is creating or institutionalize a learning culture. Okay, and then how you define a culture basically, if I have to start, and I am again involving the audience first and then I will go to the panel. How we define culture, what is culture, and then we move into the learning culture piece. This is the most used word nowadays, and I think it's like a second synonym to all the L&D and HR folks.
Pattern of our behaviors, our kind of beliefs.
Okay, beliefs, behavior.
Unsaid policies.
Unsaid, unwritten policies. Which are, again, oxymoron. Okay, very interesting. What else? Culture. Another, one person is treating the another person is the culture. Excellent.
To me, culture means which is visible, demonstrated, and also believed.
Excellent, excellent. Example?
Example like today, what we are seeing, everyone is like listening, showing respect. So that's a culture to a great extent by L&D professionals. So that's what we want.
Very interesting, very interesting. So let me now make it a little simpler in the sense then, and I think then again I will have the reflection from all my panel members. Culture is the behaviors role model by the most influential people in any enterprise or any setup. Most influential behaviors demonstrated and role model. So it is a behavior, it has to be role model consistently and influential people. And that is how any culture changes, whether it is a family where you have parents as the role model, and that's how the culture of the family happens. And same goes for enterprise, same goes for a nation. So with that context setting, giving you the entire insights about what world we are living in and why it is so vital to have a culture now and not just system, tools, techniques, all are the means to achieve the ends, right? Whether it is your entire digital technology, physical technology, whatever it is. So to begin with, I will start asking start with Chinmay. So this is your experience, Chinmay. Give your, what you call, 2 cents in terms of how you have experienced in a real sense building of this institutionalized learning culture.
First of all, thanks Ashish and Bluetech Media for having me here, and thanks Dr. Dixit for asking this question. So before getting into organizational learning or institutional learning, to me, as per my experience, I know we have very knowledgeable audience sitting here, but whatever I will be sharing with my experience. So what I have observed is there are 2 things which actually drives organizational learning or culture, that organizational learning culture. One is business model, and the second is the ecosystem. So here we have decision makers, business leaders, and HR and L&D leaders sitting here. Whichever organization we're working, I think all of us should understand what is the business model that our organization is working on, what are the strengths that the organization is having. And second is ecosystem. Ecosystem is the type of systems, processes that the organization have, the type of cross-functional collaboration, how agile is the organization. So all that has to be taken into the consideration while designing this organizational learning culture. So I'll give an example of my present company. In Acumentis, we have done a major restructuring in the time period of December 20 to Jan 21, wherein actually we have downsized field force by 25%, almost 500 people we have downsized. And we have also downsized the talent products, which was contributing to similar around 25%. There were internal team led by business leaders, even the culture that we have in our organization is that we take everybody along, not only business leaders, HR, L&D, Salesforce effectiveness, every function we are together in taking this decision in support from consultants like SMSRC, AWACS and all. So when we took this decision, actually at that time also there was a merger of another company called Delcure, which was also part of our parent company called Acums. So Delcure got merged with Acumentis as well. So there were a lot of ambiguity among people. There were a lot of challenges that at that point of time organization had. So the external consultants, those who were involved in this process, they told us that it will, with their experience, past experience, they told that it will take at least 1.5 years to get back to where you are starting now, leave about further growth. And management was ready to accept that actually hint. Then we started with 2 clear-cut focus, which we call organizational learning. So every team aligned to 2 things. One is power brand. So earlier there was lot of brands which there was lot of ambiguity, what is to promote, what is not to promote, and every brand manager has their priorities. But during this restructuring, we decided that we'll have only 2 power brands per business unit that we'll be promoting. And second thing which we focused on was super core compliance. So we are more customer-driven organization. So we thought, let's only focus on super core. Unlike many other companies, we have as such doctor list of only 70 to 80. So what we decided that even if there is a 70, 80 doctor list, we will only focus on 30 doctors per representative. And we have aligned all our marketing strategies, all our data sets, starting from defining the job description to hiring, to incentives, to performance management system, everything we aligned with only keeping 2 things in mind, that is power brand and supercore compliance. And the result is within no time. Actually, last year we actually completed restructuring in March 2021, and the year that is 21-22, company has grown by 30%, which is 3 times than the IPM growth. Company has jumped 11 ranks in IPM as per AWACS. And prescriptions also, in terms of prescriptions share also, company has jumped 11 ranks. And all this happened because we never asked third thing from anyone. So everything is aligned to this particular culture. So you were telling in the morning about focus. So we only focused on 2 things and which got us results. So that's what I wanted to share in terms of what we have done in terms of our learning.
Excellent. I think a great perspective in terms of how the entire business restructuring is kind of facilitated by the HR along with the focus on the learning part. So Suresh, this is your experience and also from your current organization perspective, what are the ways by which you are kind of defining the various simpler aspect of achieving a learning culture? In, say, for example, your current organization or in past, you have seen that by doing X, Y, Z, we able to, in a given time frame, reach to a level where you can say that learning was kind of a celebrated thing.
Great. So allow me to give 2 examples.
Sure.
One probably is an auto industry example 8-9 years back. I think one thing which made difference was how the organization or the leadership team perceives vulnerable as a as a status of existence. That drove us to a point, to a drawing board saying that, okay, are we here to survive or we will make a difference in the industry? And I'm talking about 2012, 13, 14, where we were ranked 8th in the auto industry, especially in the passenger car segment, Tata Motors. And it came to a point saying that was, can we realize? So the leadership team came together and came out with a strategy saying that, yes, we need to inculcate a new culture or way of doing things. How we can design and research the innovation part in this segment that we are in. But more importantly was this vulnerability felt by the leadership team or across? So we did a bottoms-up reality check in terms of getting focus group, making people aware, instead of saying that this is what we want to do from the top. And then a common theme emerged and we kind of did a various town hall to make people aware, saying that, look, this is need of the hour. Can we now take this as a strategy and work and redefine the way we are doing things? Right from, design to the way we are rewarding, appreciating, became a way of doing things. And
have they defined very, very specifically in terms of, okay, this is the outcome we want to achieve by what you call bringing this kind of a cultural change?
For example, this was the time before the EV came into existence, so we were more focusing on the mechatronic part, and our team who were designing, are ready for that mechatronic areas, the competencies that we need, and how we can make things happen. And then the idea was that can we work with the partners to make sure that instead of we designing, can we work with them and build their and integrate their technology? For example, Harman Infosystem. We had a great partnering with them in terms of creating the competency, not just in the at the design stage, but also training our team there. Now, if I have to give my current organization example, the organization is used to be known by the brand, then the name of the organization. Including myself, when I decided, what is JB, nobody knew, including the chemist didn't knew. But when I mentioned to him Rantac, he was able to relate.
Yeah.
So for an organization which has a brand which is bigger than the organization name, how we can design, and especially with the change of transition happening from a promoter-led organization to a private equity-led organization. Essence was how we can define a new way of doing things. We had a great legacy. I heard the previous panel talking about West Bengal and Kerala being a difficult market, but for us, that's the best market for us. They are the two states which are giving us the highest revenue in every parameter. Are we able to replicate that in other geographies? We are trying, but we are not successful as yet, but that's the endeavor. Having said that, what is that, has made the organization reach where we are today? We are, demystifying those theories. As a leadership team, first we are saying that, okay, can we all come together and define what is the way of doing things here first? And then cascade to the organization and say, what does it mean to a medical rep? What does it mean to an operator in the manufacturing? And so on and so forth. So it's work in progress, but one has a success story. Probably sometime later, I'll be able to tell you whether it was successful in the current organization. So far, it's going great. We are rated among the top pharma companies, so fingers crossed.
Excellent, very good. So, Vishal, now I'm bringing you in. In most of the, what you call organization, the focus has always been on the building a great, you can say, training strategy and doing a lot of, you can say, calendarization, doing what you call linkage with all the needs of the organization from a training perspective. So how the entire, you can say, initiative been done in your organization or basis your past experience where the training is being replaced by the entire learning mindset, especially by the leaders and business, the managers?
First of all, thank you, Blue Media, Ashish, Dr. Dikshit, and Suresh and Chinmay to have me here in the panel discussion. Your question is very interesting. Now, I was looking at this. Now, I've been in the domain of learning and development for now almost like 18 years, and after that, I moved to the HR domain. So, frankly speaking, when we were there in the learning and development domain, when I was there in the domain of the learning and development, I used to sell my solutions, what I have, right? And that's a typical any L&D professional would like to do that. No, I have so many beautiful things, why don't you take it, right? But now when I'm at this side for a couple of years and specifically working with all, CXO and understand why this, couple of questions comes to me every time, and I've experienced this is, what does the business leader wants first of all, or what does the business wants first? And I'm picking up again from Chinmay what he said. The first question for me here is what business I am and what's my business strategy is there. I think Suresh also was mentioning that. If I can't see for 3-5 years, definitely I must see for a minimum 2 years. That's the first thing. Second is like why the business leader need to invest in your training solutions or learning and development solutions. So rather than pulling them into this, right? Why their buying should be there? That's the second question I look at always. Thirdly, I will always look at what is the opportunity loss for the business leaders if they don't invest into this. I think if I'm able to explain this linking with the business strategy, I will definitely have them buying, and that can be help for me to anchor as an HR. Now, I always look at business leaders are a real sponsorer. So they're going to definitely put some kind of a dollar into your solutions for this, whether you are representing HR or whether you have your L&D who is representing you. So why don't we do this way that when we are saying that they are the sponsorer there, we take an attempt to make sure that we explain them what the benefit they're going to draw out of that. And first of all, I believe so as you said that I come from armed forces, I try to keep it very simple. The more simplest form, right? Rather than using a difficult model and all that, I simply say what's the end of the game you're going to achieve in this. Now, in my organization, to have the learning culture and their buying to address a couple of questions above, which is there. One, I strongly look at what's the governance mechanism I have. So that it should not happen that one of the strong leader is now deviating and making changes of this. So bring once for all the governance. Secondly, look for what are the practices which is going to support this governance. So a couple of practices I will explain you all that. Here at Genova, we focus very seriously on the role clarity document. We call it RC. Now that's the only document which any discussion if you have for the employee, whether it is learning and development, whether it is skilling, upskilling, whether it is role change, whether it is org structure, whatever you name it, the discussion starts with role clarity. And believe me, in the role clarity, the major part falls is what are the essential deliverables and desirable deliverables. Now we map with essential and desirable deliverables with the skills or the learning part which is required there, and try to see this. So the inputs come from there. The other input data point which comes from is the talent review. We make sure that we have at least once in a 6 months, one mandatory talent review with the individuals. All right. Secondly is the critical role mapping. Now, when you do the critical role mapping, trust me, when I did the critical role mapping for the first time 2 years back, I got all my senior manager or assistant general manager automatically falling into the critical role. I said, how is this possible? My business can stop, my manufacturing can stop, my sales can stop with some of the critical roles, but they are not falling into my critical roles list. Why is that so? So we went in the other way also. We went to the critical operations. We went to the critical knowledge or a skill sets which is required. We are into super specialty products, right? So in that sales. So we married both of them. Right. And that brings your addressing the skill sets training. Now, they are non-negotiable. They have to be there. Right. Again, keeping it simplified. If I ask a manager, if you have 10 people with your team members, on a scale of 1 to 10, can you give me a confidence that they are on 10 on 10? And I keep a simple analogy here. You go to any, and this I've been using for last 18 years, Dr. Dikshit. In army, if you go to any institute, you will find an adjutant board is there. And a question comes to the adjutant is asking that, is your unit ready for a war? The answer is yes or no. Can I use this same analogy for my skill set? Right? I have all the roles, the way artillery would have, all the roles are there. I know grade A, grade B, grade C. I know the percentage of grade A qualification will make me comfortable to fight a war. The same analogy goes for my manufacturing, for my sales from the front line, or whether it is on my QA and QC or whatever you name that. And the lastly part is the concept of behavioral training, technical training. I think we have walked a long way now. It's purely techno behavior. Both works very togetherly. There cannot be a separate facilitation for a behavioral or leadership training, or there cannot be a separate facilitation for that. You need to marry both of them. So to answer to this, Doctor, this is some of the initiatives which I have started with this, and I'm seeing some early success around that.
I think, thank you, Vishal. I think very interesting perspective of how you are trying to correlate the experience you had in the army vis-a-vis the kind of deliverables you're doing in the role of HR for the business. Coming back to the next part is the whatever we measure improves. Yeah? And I think it's very important that the culture, learning cannot be an esoteric, subject. That's where the challenge comes in, and I begin with that oxymoron of ROI and learning. Yeah, and even the previous panel, they had a goosebump the moment they talk about ROI. Now, what are some of the measurable, tangible, observable, I will say, whatever you call it, KPIs or KRAs, where the business priorities is getting what you call serviced by the learning, per se? So any specific example or the entire end-to-end improvement you're able to achieve in your current or past organization with a very, very specific KPI you took for the business, then got addressed by the learning.
Sure. You want me to?
Yeah. And then to Suresh and then Vishal.
Yeah, again, I will quote very specific example here from my present company as well. So as I told you, we have grown well, we have jumped our ranks, but only thing which bothered us was our attrition rate. I'm sure many of you sitting, many of the companies, same is the challenge. So what focus, because when there is business, when there is growth, then there is something which company also has to focus on. So next point was attrition. So being in HR, obviously I was the person who was being asked what you are doing to reduce attrition. So we have done a lot of slicing, dicing of data. Fortunately, comparison to our time 20 years back, and now there are enough data available which we can actually analyze. So you cannot imagine we have analyzed more than maybe 30, 35 sets of data sets to understand exactly why people are leaving. So I sat with my CEO and I told him, I am not able to find his, by the way, I am Bangalore alumni. So I told, you are a more knowledgeous person, you help me understand why people are leaving. So he asked few more data sets again to understand exactly the trend. Then he told that, no, let's at least pick up one or two, because I'm not able to exactly find out what is happening. So one data sets which actually we find out was there is a lot of infant attrition. I think again that is common in all the organizations I have worked. So to arrest that infant attrition, what we used to do is in Acumentis we used to have, like many other companies, we have 5 days field induction followed by maybe after 45 days to 1 month or 2 months, they will be called to Mumbai for centralized training program.
So what was the root cause identified out of
So
so much?
So root cause was there is a lot of people who are living within 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, that's
that was the outcome. So what we thought is that there may be issue with the hand-holding part. There might be issue in terms of when we analyze data, though many managers have spent 5 days, but there are a lot of managers who spend 2 days, 3 days in the initial days, and then there was no buying in from the people also that what is that they need to do, what is that they are being, whether they are being given proper training or not. So what we have done is I devised a strategy just to reduce this infant attrition. I sat with the business heads. I told that these 5 days, what we do, I will not change these 5 days. Only thing is that we will make joining happen only on Mondays instead of weekdays. And then we will ensure that the manager stays with the person for at least same week. That is the first thing which we take buy-in from our business heads. Second thing, what I have done is, I told that line manager has to spare at least 1 to 1.5 hours for Zoom training along with the corporate team. So what we have done is, we have actually done the hybrid induction for field posts, wherein on the first day there will be HR induction, wherein we tell why he has joined, what is that. We will make him take pride in the organization that he has joined. So we have done all the things possible to make him feel confident that he has joined the right organization. Second day, what we have done is, and every day that is from 9 to 10:30 in the morning, there is 1.5 hours Zoom session and followed by field induction by managers. Second day and third day, there will be a training team which connected to all the new joiners, highlighting the brands about the anatomy physiology part. Fourth day, what we have done is, there is a product management team. They connected and they briefed about the products. And fifth day, there is Salesforce effectiveness, sales admin team. They connected. So what we have done is, in those 5 days, there is a complete alignment among all the cross-functional teams, and the person who is there in the field, he understood who are the people who are there in the head office. And the results, what I can say is that we started 4 months back. On first 2 months, there was attrition of around 10 to 12 people leaving us every month, within first 2 months of their joining. And after this process, we could see that there were only 2 people who have resigned in last 4 months in first 2 days. So that is a change, which outcome which we have seen. And I could see that business leaders now also accept that if we do such things, there will be a visible impact.
But the interesting reflection here is that why attrition is the HR KPI. Why cannot it be a joint KPI? And I will say not joint KPI, it's a business KPI.
Yes.
Because again, we need to get out of this entire what you call mindset of, oh, this is a business and this is HR. The entire line is blurred long back. We have not accepted yet. So what percentage you have achieved in terms of improvement from what it was and what it is today?
So I can say 70% increment, because there were 10 to 12 people living first 2 months, and now in last 3 months there are only 2 people living.
Infant attrition has reduced by
significantly,
that.
Significant impact.
Any your reflection on this particular thing in terms of learning impacting one of the business KPI?
Yeah, in our case, as I said, people in the frontline sales were never bothered about, the pull strategy. It was more of push. Changing the mindset from, just say making things happen on the last week of the month to achieve the numbers, to a scientific way of making sure that there is a value add to the end customer. At the same time, we have a sustained way of business and a predictable way of business happening, week after week. That mindset change happened by taking them in confidence, and digital was not in existence. We brought digital by which people's acceptability was there. We had to make sure that an incentive used to be a great USP for us. So, but what we made people aware was that the percentage of people earning incentive rested only in these 2 states, West Bengal and Kerala. And for us to make an ROI, we said that, look, by doing all these things and the culture change that we did, making people aware, we said for the field force, the ROI was, or the metric we measured was how many population, how many field force percentage of population are earning in the incentive range. That became a driving factor for us by which we are able to make certain things. Internally, we said yes, while that is the percentage or a metric that can drive, HR definitely, along with the business, it's a KPI owned by HR and business, where attrition did make a huge change. We were 47% last financial year. Currently, we are trending at 18%. We are targeting to be at 24% this financial year. So that's one way of measuring what intervention we put to their outcome.
So push to pull, did you also focus the business to not drive the primary, but to focus on secondary?
Yes, that's been a huge turnaround for us. Yeah. We are not successful on the secondary so far, but yes, we just launched the secondary to see what is the secondary on a real-time basis and change the mindset.
Vishal, your take in any example where business KPI really got impacted through learning intervention? One quick example.
Surely. I like, but the way you said, Dr. Dikshit, that we are still not, we're not still accepting that there is no line now in between. I say it on a lighter side that no more HR does a policing job. That's one thing. Yesterday I was talking to ISV, one of the senior professor, and he said that sometimes you are a very good vendor manager as an HR. It pinched. What do you mean to say that if you can't design, if you can't deliver, right, you can't evaluate, you can't measure. That's definitely. So you can call a best of the best consulting organization into the domain of learning and development, all that. But if you can't do that. So I'm coming from a point is if I don't have an issue, let's say, for example, my retention level at Genova for last 15 years is below 5%. Now it's not a problem for me. So what's the KPI I should take? So I take an approach with this. No more TNI is an annual process of March or April activity. It's a continuous process, right? So for me, I just have to go and spend time with my R&D head and understand if the innovation is the KPI for him or her, what's the KPI I can pick up from him, right? How I as an L&D can give solution, HR can give solution there, for boosting or speeding up, let's say, the process of filing or patenting or new innovations at that. Or if the R&D had the project management as an KPI because there are huge 5 projects are going on, how I as an L&D can help only for the learning solutions only. I'm not going to take the entire share, right? So that's one. Thirdly, I look at this way this, I take a pride being an L&D that I serve you. I'm a service function. I'm going to serve you and I'm going to make you successful. So what I did very interestingly around 2 years back or so is I trained all my L&D professionals into being a very powerful internal consultant, yet very powerful delivery accountable managers also of that. And that's it. Couple of practices I will share with you, Doctor, which helps very well in partnering and making KPIs that are also working around that is. Let's say, for example, as I said, I have a learning and development business partner. I have associated that business. If it is my innovation center, there is a learning and development business partner there. I have a practice called teach back session, which is there. I allow all of them to come back and give the teach back now, whether it is internal senior members or even sometime from external forums also. Senior members are a mentor not only for the internal employees, but also they are for the external students also of that, right? Now, picking up the KPI there is, if I don't have a attrition problem, then am I able to develop internal talent and they are able to take? 2 years back, the workforce of my organization in manufacturing and R&D have gone 50% more. So proudly, I can say that all have come from internally. This only hiring was done for a fresher. So that's the KPI which I picked up and which was given to my HR and L&D. Right. We have a program, let's say, Abhidya, which takes for the internship program. Genova is a PhD center, right? I have PhD guides within Insight. I have a PhD program within Insight, right? Now, I marry my learning and development KPI along with these initiatives, which is there, right? Industry and academy collaboration, that helps me to address these KPIs with me, right? I'm a great follower of 6D model, that is the 6 disciplines of breakthrough learning. It's the most simplified way of of executing and mapping your KPI to develop on that. So that's my take on this. So closing on the KPI again, Dr. There, rather than me defining the KPI, I allow my business head to define their problem or what they want to achieve, and that becomes my KPI.
Excellent. I think that's the very appropriate way to kind of align and bring the entire business sensitivity to way HR is going to partner with the business to achieve the desired outcome. I think phenomenal. A kind of response from the audience in terms of very, very, what do you call, practical, what do you call, experience. So how much time in your business reviews does the learning and training effectiveness, what do you call, time is devoted by the business leaders during the business reviews? What percentage? And this is for everyone, not for only Jagmohan.
I can ask somebody else to answer, please.
How much percentage your business leaders or in the business reviews, which is monthly, I believe happens, is dedicated on the entire piece of the learning and development effectiveness? And what they discuss generally?
It's around 10 to 20%.
10 to 20%. Okay, and what they generally discuss, what they generally ask?
If it's about salespeople, they will ask about the primary detailing and basic indications. It's not more than that, even today.
Okay, very nice.
So, again, 20%, 20-25%. One aspect is the compliance, and second is the improvement based on the compliance.
Compliance of?
Compliance of all the learning and development initiatives which have been taken both on digital front as well as the physical, and how has it helped in moving the business up?
Okay, so compliance, you spoke about detailing part of it, the basics, how the basics are being done. Okay. Yeah, Jagmohan, you were saying something.
Yeah, I'll say it this way that, at the strategic level, when the business review happens, for example, yesterday there was a business review, it starts with learning and development.
Okay.
The opening batsman is learning and development.
Oh, wow.
So we ensure that the opening happens with this, so with the summary of whatever business is there by the president of business. And of course, I will not say percentage-wise, if there are some points to be discussed, what are the gaps they are addressed, because the business review continues till 6 o'clock. So we spend about half an hour time to 1 hour time in that discussion. So it's considerably good.
And what specifically is measured in that 1 hour from the learning development perspective?
Perspective is that, one is from the sales point of view, how many trained, untrained versus are there, what are new joiners over there, what is the follow-up of, trained people. We have a perspective for that perspective. And the new gaps which are coming up, there are specifics. For example, we have a concept called logo quiz, learning on the go, which is a virtual one. And what are the scores coming out? The correlation with the learning scores with the business. So these are specific KPIs which we measure accordingly.
Excellent.
And of course, we also have...
And generally, who answer these?
Very good question, in fact. Ideally speaking, it should be answered by me and my team, but what I do is I throw it to the business.
You are a smart L&D guy, but I'm generally talking about all the audience out here, or all the team members here. What is the experience generally? Who's on
One thing like in Pfizer, my name is Borendra Chakraborty. I've been with Pfizer a couple of decades, you can call
Right.
So learning has been through not only from Pfizer, across industry, whoever is joining Pfizer, so we see different changes. Presently, it's a conscious call. We do not connect learning session with review. Reason being, for the state of mind, whereas if you see the quantum of learning, especially leveraging on digital, it has significantly increased, even 2-3 folds because of this COVID. Now, every now and then we can connect through learning hour, through coaching. We have designed something, coaching model, which is actually based on appreciative inquiry, blending with learning. So this is how I will say, in Pfizer as a pharma company, it has increased manifold, but not connected to review. It's a conscious call. Review meeting means there is a business interaction. Let them be thorough in that. And when it is a learning, let them have that state of mind, because that influences a lot.
So the answer lies in the what do you call the statement which you are making. Somebody raise his hand, I think, raises his hand. Anybody wants to contribute in this? So I think the answer lies, as I said, in the experience, which is relative. Obviously, I'm not, what do you call, having a sweeping statement. But I believe with this kind of 20%, with only focusing on fundamentals or compliance or whatever, very, very basic stuff, I don't know where we are in terms of building the learning culture and when we will reach there. And then the second piece is how we are going to define that, what do you call, destination in a very, very specific, measurable, observable manner. I think that's the key. Because I believe the journey which we want to achieve along with the business is again, what you call, very, very need to be focused with a very, very clear deliverables. So I think the point is here for a reflection. I thanks all the panel members, Chinmay, Suresh and Vishal, for sharing their time and experience and their entire, what you call, learning from their journey so far. A round of applause for them. And I believe there are a lot of point to ponder here. There is a lot of point to reflect between as I said, the blurred line between the business and the HR, how with whatever we are doing today in terms of inputs and process, we will be able to achieve that output of learning culture. Long way to go, but I think if the focus is right, the deliverables are right, I think we can definitely reach there. And that is basically a state where there is a very clear-cut, I will say, the entire statement which we are trying to achieve as a learning vision, converted into your KPIs, converted into reviews, converted into very, very specific, the way we do the business, what do you call, process improvement. So any audience question, most welcome.
Dr. Dixit, this being like, a culture-oriented discussion we had now, first of all, I would like to say thank you to all our panelists. One thing came to my mind while Major Bishal and Mr. Chinmay and Mr. Shirash was telling, like when it is a culture, I was connected with neurology for quite some time. Culture starts with brain, thinking, cognition, all that. Here, if we just take an analogy, we all are like neuron, the way we have 100 billion neurons. They are of nothing unless there is synapses, means collective sharing. Why I'm saying this? In fact, entire culture of organization, I have worked with many leaders of across pharma industry especially. I have noticed that purely because of STD, I'm not referring to sexually transmitted disease. I'm saying self-serving leadership and also one more very important, toxic environment, and also D for instead of manager, damager, micromanaging. That actually drives culture. When we are talking that, we have to overcome that barrier. Now how? Through a right engagement. And in the engagement I have learned from our L&D and our senior colleagues, especially I tell you, and attending few sessions and workshop. Engagement happens through sharing. And if engagement we have to actually increase, there is no other way other than LOC. It's not line of control. It is learning obsessed culture. So this is what I thought that I'll share with you. And I look forward to, I'm once again thankful to all of you.
Thank you so much. A huge round of applause. I would like to call upon Mr. Harsh Monga, who will felicitate our panelists present here. Mr. Harsh Monga, kindly join us on stage. Can we give the certificates? Thanks. A big thanks to our moderator, of course, Dr. Sanjeev Dixit. We've already felicitated you with a certificate. Let's give him a huge round of applause for wonderfully conducting this panel discussion. We'd like to thank Mr. Suresh Haman, Head HR India Business, JB Chemical and Pharmaceuticals. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Suresh Haman, for your wonderful inputs in the subject matter. And of course, thank you so much, Mr. Chinmaya Mohanty, Associate Vice President and Head of HR Acumentis Healthcare Limited. Let's give him a huge round of applause. And we're hoping to email across a digital certificate to Major Vishal Karad, who's presently available
Thank you so much.
for this
Thank you,
wonderful
Dr.
discussion.
Dixit and
Thank
all
you so
panel
much.
members. It
Let's
was
give
pleasure
everybody
being
a
there.
huge round of
Pardon me, I was
applause.
not there in physically.
Thank you so much. Can we have a group photograph? Yeah, gentlemen, please, let's have a quick group photograph. Yeah, with your certificates. Our next presentation is on building future leaders out of millennials. Our speaker has been involved in Lupin's journey of growth by 10 times over 10 years as its vice president and head learning and development. A USD $2 billion company today with 20,000 people in over 100 countries. He's been awarded nationally and internationally with IIM Ahmedabad writing case studies on Lupin. And he has been awarded for sterling contribution to people development by the magazine The Human Factor. He is also invited to be on the Academic Council Board of Yashwantrao Chavan Maharashtra Open University. Besides this, he is also on the board of studies of different universities. He is regularly invited as a speaker on various forums of HR and business. And we are so happy to have him here at the Pharma L&D Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, doctors and speakers, please give your huge round of applause to Rituraj Sar, Vice President and Head Learning and Development, Lupin Limited. Welcome, sir. Please join us on stage for your presentation.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank
you. My empathy and sympathy with each one of you. You have so much to go through one after the other without even taking a break for tea, coffee, or bio. You took a break? I've been here almost an hour now, and I've been seeing you guys go through tremendous intellectual stimulation. It's a pleasure and honor, friends, to be here. And is it okay if I am here, or should I be there only? It's okay, right. Thank you. 20 minutes, I'll keep it brief. Very interesting topic, which is how to build leaders out of millennials. What I'm wondering about is what is it that we don't know that I'm going to share with you. Of course, I may share some of the practices at Lupin that have been happening. A company that has tolerated me for last 16, 17 years. Normally, L&D guys do their gig and carry on to next turf, but somehow this has gone on. And incidentally, good growth also has been happening. More important than this, the initiatives and interventions that have been driven have sustained test of time because they have created impact at business bottom line deliverable level. And therefore, when I say test of time, I mean more than 10 years. Almost a dozen of initiatives have been going on. And this has been possible not without obvious, very deep partnership with business. That is how the whole thing has actually gone on. Building leaders out of millennials or out of anybody for that matter, but millennials, of course, catches immediate topical interest, and therefore millennial is there, I guess, is obviously very simple. All of us know this, that spot a strength in a guy and leverage on that strength and make him or her perform at the highest level possible, and that is a leader that you have built already. So this topic is already over in that sense. You only spot the strength in a person and nurture that strength and leverage on, help him or her leverage on that strength and raise his level of performance and contribution at unimaginable levels. That is building leaders in people. But more importantly, the trends that have been actually noticed, and we L&D guys are very good at spotting trends. This is one such example. Gone are the days when we were looking at hobbies and interests deep down in the bottom of the CV. Now, when progressive companies meet with people, chat up with them, interview them, first question they ask is, what is your interest? So hobbies and interests is not the end of the whole description about a person. It is the first thing about that person. What is the interest that you have? Because we would like to utilize your interest area to really benefit from your expertise. Gone are the days, friends, when we are actually looking at loyalty from our people. We are actually looking at interest. Do I have to go up for this? This is one shift that we are seeing at employees level, that we have people who are not interested in giving you their loyalty, but they are interested in actually pursuing their interest. Are you able to actually offer them opportunities where they can actually follow their interest rather than trying to just go after your command and follow you, and you call that loyalty? So loyalty is not the word anymore. It's not relevant. It's all about interest of the employee. That is employee key trend number one, the shift from loyalty to interest. So it's all about the employee's inclination, call it passion, call it leisure time activity, call it discovering his or her potential. Whatever is the area that interests you the most, we would like to offer you an opportunity towards that so that the assignment can really bring out the best from you. That is key shift number one that is happening from employees' side. Shift number two. Gone are the days when we are actually looking at these terms like commitment. Give me a committed, loyal employee. Because employee is looking for convenience. The debate is already on. The work from home, the hybrid in terms of online, physical forms of learning, convenience of all kinds. I need an off today. You need to give me an off rather than saying that your leave quota and there is a challenge around HR policy, but I'll do a favor to you, so you stay obliged on that account with me. This generation that we are supposed to be building leaders out of is not interested in giving you their commitment. They are interested in, of course, finding out how are you taking care of their convenience. Let me give you an example. A person who is actually busy with pursuing his higher studies, how is it that you are able to actually help him take time out for pursuing his higher studies apart from his work? And that's not something that is private to him. That's not personal affair to him. It is going to help you also if you really look at it like that. So how is it that you are providing convenience within your own policy framework? No favors on either side. You need to make sure that you are actually able to appreciate the fact that, do I understand, have I listened enough to employee to understand what is the convenience he is seeking, rather than expecting commitment from employee and not really, the convenience we already thought of at a very global level, at a very organizational level. So of course you also fall in that entire category, in that bracket. So convenience is already provided to you. It's a very one-to-one thing. It's a very customized thing. Am I able to actually provide that kind of experience to my employee as per his or her individual level of convenience? That is shift number two. Gone is commitment out of the window, and it is convenience. Do I have understanding of convenience of my employee at an individual level? Third shift that I would like to share with you is, I want you to be stable. I want you to be continuing. How many companies you have changed? How long will you stay with us? This continuity obsession that we have as employers is no longer something that interests this crop, this generation at all. They are actually commitment phobic. We know this very well. And therefore, expecting them to give us continuity in job, we need to do something for it, which is provide them with adventure. Let me give you a quick trend analysis of cinema, because that connects very closely with us. 50s and 60s was the era of pathos, Devdas era. 70s and 80s was the era of rebel, angry young man era. The society also saw assassination of prime minister and emergency and all kinds of things, political front as well. This is 70s and 80s. 90s and 2010 was the era of fun. Boy meets girl, girl dies, boy moves on. Boy dies, girl moves on. Kuch kuch hota hai, kaho na pyar hai. Runaway hits as an idea, as a concept. Gone are the days, boy dies, girl also dies. That was 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and then 90s and up till 2010. So fun is the predominant feeling. And now is the era of 2010 onwards. Up to, so I'm just daring and taking liberty of saying another 2 decades are going to go like this, is the era of adventure. That is the point here. This is the era of Queen. Zindagi na milegi dobara. Reflection of our times. Go on a honeymoon all by yourself. And we love this concept. This is the era of departure. This is the era of startups. So are you able to give that startup sentiment to your employee? And therefore, what is adventure at work? It is the challenge of growth, along with conducive ecosystem that can really help them pursue their growth aspiration throughout all the legitimate means, obviously. But do you really throw a challenge upon them? For example, opening a new therapy area, launching a new division for them means not for their benefit. Obviously, it's mutual benefit. It's business as well as individual gain in that. But are you able to spot those kind of opportunities and therefore relate them with strengths in people? Invite people to really embark upon this new journey of launching a new product. So adventure of all these sorts to be provided to them rather than expecting them to just carry on the way we have envisaged the vision, and therefore you need to follow in terms of executing that. These are 3 trends I have shared up till now. 4th and final trend is we need to provide them choice, not really expect them to make compromises in the name of compliance, in the name of you don't know. We will tell you what is the best, and this is our SOP, you need to follow this. So 9 to 5 means 9 to 5. Whichever shift you're committed to, you need to really stick to that shift. That's okay. Your job requires that. But besides that, there is a lot more that you would like to see coming from this person. And that is going to be purely driven by the choice of this person. Is this person able to actually find that opportunity where he or she can exercise his choice? And is that respected in the company? Now, creating process, programs, platforms that can offer employee this opportunity to pursue his choice is going to be really helping him build a leader out of him. It is not as easy as I'm saying it, but obviously it has to be deeply embedded in your culture, the way you pursue in leadership development in your company. And therefore, what do I need to do at Lupin? What have I been doing at Lupin? As a result of these trends that we have been witnessing for last more than 4-5 years, and these are continuous trends, obviously. What we've been doing at Lupin is very clearly, we know that employees more in control than ever before, and path forward is we clearly communicate to employees that you matter and we care. So it is not that, no, it's a nice statement to make, it's a nice slogan to give, but of course you matter. And therefore we want to hear what you have to say, what you feel, how you are finding challenges or opportunities in the way you are working currently. Simple thing like any suggestions can you give how to do the job that you are doing faster, better, or cheaper? Do you have any suggestions for that? And therefore, first number, alignment, very important. We are creating various opportunities for our employees to align themselves so that they feel a sense of pride and bond associating with this company. Can be any company, it's not a thing about Lupin. Any workplace, even a startup company, unless you get alignment from your new joiners, it would not be possible for you to get the best out of them. So create as many opportunities is what we told ourselves about 10, 12 years ago, and we've been focusing hugely on alignment piece. So a lot of programs are happening in terms of foundational program and reinforcement of foundational programs in this area of alignment. So our induction programs, whether it is Udbhav or it is Ignite, are actually programs solely aimed at ensuring this very, very deep alignment between what employee thinks are close, values very close to him, and what are the organizational values, and where he sees this alignment, and also in action in terms of the business direction, the kind of ambitiousness that we have, at the same time groundedness. Does he find an alignment over there? So there is culture, values, and of course business direction we are talking about. And this is continuously reinforced because once aligned, always aligned is a myth. You need to keep reinforcing and making sure that you're nurturing this alignment. It's not a one-time activity at all. That is number one. I have 3 points here in this, and then I'll stop. Number 2 is we hear the voice as much as possible. I just briefly spoke about it in terms of listening to their suggestions. What is it that they suggest can be done differently in the way they are working? And they are closest to their work. They will know the best rather than we thinking a little away from the scene of action. So we actually make them suggest how to do things better, whether it is cost reduction or it is productivity improvement or it is system enhancement. One of these 3 things only, one of these 3 dimensions. You're only not supposed to make a suggestion, but also take it up and start implementing it, garnering support from all the cross-functional sides, and there is a license for you to garner that support. So that's the way process has been created. There is a full-fledged suggestion scheme that is run, and best of the best suggestions based on the implementation and their impact are rewarded monetarily as well as obviously otherwise. They are acknowledged year after year. And this happens across the teams. So suggestions are valued, provided you run with them. And of course, we provide you the ecosystem of cross-functional support. You are held accountable. Your manager is also held accountable in terms of how many suggestions are coming from your team. Lately, there has been a lot of dip or a lot of lack of suggestions from your team because that's also an indicator of your engagement levels, obviously. And this becomes a very, very natural, organic way of you are serving your purpose as well as not only engagement purpose, but you are serving your purpose of getting your guys aligned and making them feel heard and they matter and you care for them. It's not just a cosmetic thing. It's really organically contributing to companies' improvement in their performance levels across dimensions of cost, productivity, and systems. And third point is, what are your aspirations? We have set our aspirations very clearly. We have said that we want to be 2 times the current size or 3 times the current size or whatever aspirations we have set for ourselves. What is your aspiration? We are willing to take, so we are being adventurous enough to listen to employee and tell him after we hear his aspiration. And this is first, it goes to the top talent in the organization, obviously. Then, of course, it percolates from there, goes to others also. Whether we think you are ready now for this next level move that you are aspiring for, or after 6 months, or after 1 year, or even later. And what is the roadmap entailing? What are the kind of inputs required for that, whether it is in form of job assignments, varied job assignments, or it is in form of further education, or it is in form of mentoring that you need to receive within the company. So broadly, these kind of ways, we actually provide inputs to people and make sure that they are able to gain this confidence that my aspirations are finding their sky here in the company. This company is not only looking about growing its own business, but my aspirations also matter to my manager. And the entire, and in this discussion, it's not only the manager, it is also HR, it is also L&D that actually becomes part of it. And L&D, there was a discussion happening earlier on. I thought I could also chip in there. L&D is not aspiring to be a marketeer. You got to be actually, L&D cannot be L&D if it is not born out of sales and marketing. So L&D cannot be something that is as an extra of HR. It is not something that is a special in HR. It has got to be born out of sales and marketing. Otherwise, it's not possible for you to have your campaigns actually even get launched effectively, forget them sustaining over a period of time. And therefore, with these few, final step, acknowledge, time and again, keep acknowledging, rewarding them in so many ways, monetarily, non-monetarily. In fact, even this teach back is a great acknowledgement that we just heard in the earlier session. That's a great acknowledgement of people actually trying to share their learning with others. And everybody then starts secretly aspiring and then openly expressing that we also want to share our learnings, what we have learned recently. It becomes a learning culture in true sense there. So acknowledge these movements as much as possible. It's not about money every time. It is a lot about respect, care, and pride that you are infusing in your employees. And that is our creativity. That is our handling this uncertainty or ambiguity. I don't know how to acknowledge my guys. If I acknowledge, they'll feel pampered, and then I might end up losing them. So all this, of course, is old world. Acknowledgement is the way we need to only be going ahead. Friends, with this, I finish what I had to share. I'm open to any interaction towards the end. And this would be, of course, not crossing the time limit, I hope.
Check. Thank you so much, Mr. Rituraj Sir. So, I would request Ms. P.U. Banerjee, Senior Project Head, Bluetech Media, to please come on stage and felicitate our speaker, Mr. Rituraj Sir. Can we have the certificate, please? Thank you. Let's give Mr. Rituraj Sir a huge round of applause. Thank you. I'm sorry, we are running way behind schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, please, you can contact Mr. Sir during the lunch networking break. Thank you so much. And yes, moving forward, our next presenter, the topic is augmented reality solutions for pharma. Our next speaker is a transformational change leader and a highly experienced engineer, presently leading Soft Cells Engineering Services business unit. In this role, he has engaged in orchestrating turnaround of many reputed enterprises, customers through innovative use of PTC's digital technologies in the PLM, IoT, and AR space. Having over 3 decades of experience in leading R&D, QA, and manufacturing teams of a reputed diesel engine manufacturer, he analyzed, scripted, and successfully saw through a massive PLM transformation across the organization. This adoption of digital technologies with high degree of effectiveness is one of the popular turnaround case studies published with PTC. His remarkable ability to spot opportunities, to create value for organizations, build and coach teams, and generate results beyond stated expectation in the engineering, manufacturing, quality, supplier engagement, supplier improvement, and service spaces is well known. Well, friends, get your hands together in welcoming our speaker, Mr. M.A. Ravichandran, Business Head, Engineering Services, Soft Cell Technologies, Global Private Limited. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we'll not just have a small lecture here. We will have something a little bit interactive. You'll have some demo also happening so that just before lunch, you're not very bored, okay? So let's look at what we're going to look at today. So learning and development for pharma, especially for production compliance, learning and development across all the organization, right? That's what we're going to look at. And we're going to look at some augmented reality SOPs, work instructions for pharma, and how that can be brought in by an AR. That's what we're going to look at. Okay? So I start with this particular slide, which should be a common thing that you hear across the pharma manufacturing industry. Managing risk and cost was the most important aspect to me. And losing one batch can cost a pharmaceutical company upward of millions of dollars, right? So we all know this, right? And what can we do about this? And is there something that can be done about it? That's what will be the takeaway of my presentation to you. So let's look at the macro factors that affect the pharma industry. Okay, so we're just getting a context to what I'm going to show you. And let's look at regulatory, complexity of regulatory burdens. So that is upward of 1,500 hours for a normal pharmaceutical company. 1,250 GMPs that you have to cater to, right? A lot of documentation, right? And something goes wrong somewhere, you're not able to go back to that. The amount of time spent to recover that particular aspect, to prove that you're right, to prove to the regulatory agencies, it's a big task by itself, right? So that is one of the factors. The other one is shortage of skilled labor. So what we call as, it's the AR, we should not look at the guys wearing coats and ties and sitting here in the room. The AR has to reach to the last line, the last edge of connectivity, the worker, the frontline worker, right? So skilled labor is something we are in a shortage of, right? If you call skill, it is no mistakes, right? Nothing happens to a contribution of contamination of my API or so on and so forth. Okay? And the cost and risk, of course, the stringent sterile environment itself puts a lot of burden for human error to be a very costly affair in this. So what are the traditional methods of instruction to the workers, right? And whether they are effective. You all know, we are there in this room because we know that the traditional methods are not effective, right? So the traditional effort, they are costly, they are not captured effectively, okay? And the SOPs are too many in numbers. So what happens when your worker is retiring? So that's what is seen in the first one, that I'm due to retire, but am I passing on my knowledge effectively to the people who will take over my job? Okay, the next is I've got hundreds of SOPs. Am I able to internalize it and use it effectively, right? The other guy says, okay, I've completed my training some time ago and I forgot all about it, right? Because 6 months, I've not been introduced to that particular job, okay? The other guy says, okay, I've done all this, I know all this, but the SOPs are not available on my fingertips, right? So how do I go about it? So all these are the real life situation and problems that we face, right, in our companies. Now, these are some of the outcomes and the dangers that we saw. We talked about billions of dollars being wasted, right, in terms of mistakes that happen. And these are some case studies, probably out of a very big manufacturing company, that talks about what's the percentage, right, of failures that happen, right? So the blue one is the production, and the red one is the clinical trial. Okay, so 3.8%, okay, is due to operator failure. Now 3.8% over a year, you can imagine what does it translate into. And in clinical trials, it's around the same. Okay, equipment failure, 3.3%, 4.3% in clinical trials. Contamination, 3.2% of batches are thrown away due to contamination. Okay, and in clinical trials, it's about 2.9% because there's a better control on it at that point. Okay, failure to meet specifications about again 3%, right? Close production as well as in clinical trials. Material failure, 2.7% to 3%, and the others are 1.8%, and cross-product contamination, lines not being clear enough, right, itself contributes to 2.3% in production. So that's a huge thing, right? So having known the context now, let's look at whether we can do something about it. Now, what's augmented reality? Okay, now we hear about meta, we hear about virtual reality, but what's augmented reality? Superimposing computer graphics, right, onto a live view of the world, right? It's also known as AR. So that is what augmented reality is. Means you are not sitting here making a simulation of a Himalaya out there, and you're doing everything out there, and you're presenting a meeting out there. That's virtual reality. Augmented reality is you have an equipment here, you have machines here, you have everything out here, and I want to augment something in terms of knowledge on that particular thing. That's augmenting the reality. That is AR, augmented reality, okay? So, what you hear, you can perceive 10% of it, you retain 10% of it, okay? What they read, it will be 20% of it, it's all well known. But what you see, 80% of it can be internalized, right? I go one step beyond that and say if you make it experiential, right, it's very close to reality, it will be much above 80% also, right? So how much of a reality you can get, right, in experiential form is what we need to see in augmented reality. Okay, so AR delivers for pharma the following figures, and these are mind-boggling. As boggling as the results of the failures were, the improvements of the failure to that extent. So first time right, 90% could be seen. I'll share some statistics about it later on. Optimized production processes about 30%, okay? And reduction in time and cost of competence, right? 50% reduction. That's a huge change with respect to traditional methods which we follow for training. Let's look at a video. So here what we're seeing is an operator who is new to that particular machine, right, does not know how to change for machining one component with respect to the other, right? So he wears a AR kit, Microsoft HoloLens, okay? And with that, he's able to go to the machine. He's able to have an augmented reality, right? The machine is there. He knows the steps involved in it. He picks up one of the RealWears or the Microsoft HoloLens or an Apple iPad, right? The lady is able to go. So the guy who was an experienced operator actually created that experience, right? And the lady who was the next shift could take that experience because it was already captured and execute that commands, including where she has to travel to the next machine, do what there, etc., with all the information available out there to her, right? The path is also shown where the tool is kept, right? So she experiences it, right? As if the experienced operator is there itself, right? Once that is over, she is able to perform the next step without a Google Glass or a Microsoft HoloLens or an iPad. Let's look at some other thing. Now, this is a gentleman who is doing critical equipment, right, installation, right, in the lab with traditional means, with paper. And that guy is actually going with an AR, the iPad being there, and he's following the iPad out there with expert capture, right, which is the AR solution, right? So with paper solutions, he has to go multiple times, he has to look at, right, what could this mean? Probably he has to call some expert also. You'll see a guy in red coming there, helping him out with some of the things. So intervention is required. But if you look at an AR solution, right, with the iPad out there, he's doing it by himself all along. Because all set of information that he requires to do that job is available to him. And look at the speed at which he is able to do it, right, and the confidence which he is able to do it with respect to what he does with a paper SOP. Okay? So it will be about 23% faster. That job was complete with an AR, and he's still struggling here and requires expert intervention. That's it. Okay, very clear. And this was actually physically tried out, and they had captured both these elements and came out with this. So errors were 0, okay, and 0 expert assistance required. Okay, so AR supports key pharma value drivers. I'm going a little bit fast about it because I'll be happy to actually interact one-to-one with our stall out there with SoftCell and the Apple also being present with us, right? So accelerating training is what we can do. Manufacturing efficiencies are something critically important, especially the second last line that you see, the second line that you see, line clearance instructions, right? When you do a changeover from product A to product B, right, it involves a huge set of work to be done, right? And therefore, all that can be easily done through this compliance added into it. In the sense, when you're required to perform a step way and you need to keep a documented evidence of it, right? You simply capture it and say, yes, I sign into it. And that can be captured, kept on the background, which is taken by the system and available as a record at any given point of time. It's a huge jump from traditional methods that you see. So it's not just a cost saving, but compliance correctness, accountability of that particular operator, right? And the training completeness in all aspects, because the training is being done by experts at one time, because expert will not be available for all the occasions, for each and every situation, and at every given moment. That will not happen, right? So one time you do a focused job that is available in eternity, till the procedure changes, okay? That's what it can be done, and it can eliminate as a result the errors that come into the system. Okay, so leverage AR for low risk in compliance. So we are all aware, I think the L&D is out here, and most of you associated with HR as one of the functions, right? And you have to deal with contract labor, whether you like it or you don't like it, right? And that's where the biggest problem is, right? Having the contract labor work as a skilled worker is a big task in itself, right? So how do you do it? By AR, cross-training, adhering to compliance requirement, and aging and retired workforce is what can be addressed through the area AR for production. Okay, so we'll look at some live demonstration, and we'll try to connect this with, yeah, maybe you can also wear the lens. Probably you can do it down there so that you don't fall off the stage. Okay, so we have Saket with the Microsoft HoloLens, right? And he's going to do something independently, like he's doing an independent learning on a machine by himself. And what Anup is going to do with the iPad is show you an AR for two use cases. One use case being that of a fire, right? And how do you say that a fire safety audit or a fire drill needs to be done and needs to be understood by every person in an organization, right? Normally you do it as a demonstration, you watch it, you go back, and after a month or two, you do not know A or a B or a C cylinder and what do I need to use for what. So let's look at whether this will be really an experiential learning with respect to what you're just seeing, okay? So. Yeah, so Anup will show you first a fire safety drill. Okay, let's look at a training room in your organizations, maybe a 10 by 10 room, right, and which we place an equipment, and we are trying to simulate electrical fire, let's say. Okay, so this is a small capsule, a packing machine, okay, blister packing machine, and probably you can note this particular area. There's a color difference in what we perceive here, yeah. So that's an electric spark, right, and there's a simulation of fire. Okay, so as soon as the operator has noticed this, what does he do next? Okay, he goes and finds out what do I need to do. So he says, grab a fire extinguisher. Okay, so he looks for an extinguisher. Where is it? Right? Ensure the correct type of extinguisher is also important to him. So he goes to the left. He picks up the fire extinguisher which are placed on the left side. Okay, maybe you can show that. Just turn around where that extinguisher is located. Right? So he picks up one. He finds it's wrong. The A-type extinguisher is not right for electrical fire. He goes for B-type of extinguisher. Not right. Okay. He goes for C-type of extinguisher, which says, yes, this can be used with electrical fires. Fine. He has completed that. The next part of it is he has to stay 6 feet to 10 feet away from the fire. Fine. He does that. Next it says, you follow a pass method. Pull the pin, aim the nozzle, squeeze the trigger, and sweep across the fire. He performs it, training is complete. Now, what you saw was the first level of training. How do you make it deeper? Right? Deeper would be as an electrical fire. The question could be thrown, have you unplugged the device from the mains? If yes, the cylinder changes. You don't go by the cylinder A. You don't go by the cylinder C, sorry. Right? You go by something that can be used commonly, which is commonly available. Right? So that's the next step. That is an electric situation active in that fire? Yes or no? Right? So that's going deeper into the fire. So this is what I call experiential. So the person, when he experiences it, he cannot do it, by a natural simulation for all the people, for all the, right? You find out how cheap this particular solution would be for every HR at the security office, right? For all the employees across the organization. So that's what we saw. Now let's look at a blister packing machine out here, right? Now this particular machine requires a change in manufacture of tablet A to B. Okay, so there's a changeover. Okay, so he says that you need to grip and pull the door. So for the purpose of so for the forming station, he moves the two knobs. He's going to remove the die. For the purpose of maintaining the integrity of the particular manufacturer, right, with respect to design, we have made it lesser this thing for you, but it can be made much more liver, right, if you really want it for your organizations. He has removed the forming dies. Now he has to remove the indexing dry tracks, so he's loosening the knobs. Loosening the indexing dry track. He has removed one of the die tracks. So it's a 2-track machine, so he's removing the other die tracks. Both are removed. Open the third, and so on it continues. So there are 40 steps in this particular machine, right? That is actually packaged by this particular supplier of the machine, right? When he supplies this machine to his pharmaceutical company, which is going to be a user, right? So the operator has an iPad available. He has the experience of how does he do this, and this turnover operations, and is able to do it by himself. So what is the effect of that for the particular supplier? He doesn't have to go and send his manpower again, right? He sees the number of failures at the customer end is much more lower, right? All this is happening at a very small delta cost that is incurring in giving this experience to his customer, right? So that's what we see. Thank you, Anup. And I think you were in the meantime doing some these things by yourself. Yeah, so Saket was doing an independent work on some other machine, right, which was creating some noise. He wanted to change a gear, and therefore he was trying to find out through the things available to him as to how does he troubleshoot it. Okay, so this was thank you Saket and thank you Anup. Right, a big round of applause for that. For having done a wonderful.
Thank you so much, Mr. M.A. Ravi
Just give me a
Chandran.
minute, I
Yeah.
need to complete,
Okay.
yeah. So having seen those use cases, right, there was one particular company in which the total number of experiments that they could do was 84, right, jumped up to 100. Errors due to human with the traditional methods was 38%, came to 0% by use of AR. Hours spent on rework, 100 hours, 0 rework. Cost of failures, 200K, 0 out here, okay? So this has recovered the cost by itself, okay? E-signature is something extremely important for pharma industry, for every process that you do, right? So this is what the e-signature looks like. So you do any process, it is captured on the particular image or through an iPad or through an iPhone, okay? You say that it needs to be subscribed by a signature by the person who is doing it. You go there, it takes you into an organizational repository where you need to say that this is my password, you affix your signature to it. So when the regulatory authority needs the documentation, it's available at a click of a button. This is another use case, use for your chalk. You have an equipment which is under failure, right, which needs to be attended to by an expert, but the guy who's attending the machine is not an expert. So what happens in this case is, right, the girl in this case is working on the machine, she has got an iPhone, right, or any other device of that nature, is able to connect back with an expert, right, and they are able to interact on the phone, right, and they are able to also mark, use this switch, do this, right? So when the expert marks it on the phone, it is being visualized by the other person and it gets locked to that scenario. It doesn't move, okay? So that's the beauty of this. So this is called as Euphoria Chalk, okay? So this is very good at remote solving of the problems where an expert doesn't have to spend time going there and doing the work by itself. It can be done by a novice with an expert help from the back end. Now, this is where companies spend their money today, right? ERP spends crores of rupees and takes a time of more than a year. PLM, maybe about 10 months. IoT, maybe about 6 months. They can implement it for a few lines. And AR, within 2 months or even shorter than that, you are up and running effectively, okay? So that's a very clear across different domains when you do the implementation, how fast an AR can be, okay? So in conclusion, pluck the low-hanging fruits. You can deploy it across the organization for all the functions, from production to installation, commissioning, to high-risk in compliance and quality inspections, training and support. And somebody did talk to me about sales, right? We can think about that also. Yes, AR can be a useful case out there, right, to help your reps when they go back to, a specialist to talk about certain things, right? So with that, about SoftCell, whom I represent as one of the business heads for engineering services. We are 750 employees, 300 plus certified consultants, right? 3,000 plus customers that we have, right? Available across 6 major cities across India with 4 business units in mobility, which is the Apple solutions that we have. We have a stall out there. We'll be happy to interact with you on that. Cloud solutions, storage, hosting, and of course, engineering services. In engineering services, we do design, tolerance analysis, PLM, ALM, and SLM solution implementation, of course, simulation, and AR, IoT, and of course, virtual reality, VR. Industry 4.0 is also something that we do, okay? So with this, I'll be happy to interact and consult with you. Once the session is over, during lunch, our experts are available. We can, thank you so much for a good time.
Thank you so much, Mr. M.A. Ravi Chandran of SoftCell Technologies Global Private Limited. Well, they have a booth outside for which we can also view the live demo, I believe, that will be conducted by the representatives of SoftCell Technologies. Well, friends, moving ahead, once again, Mr. M.A. Ravi Chandran, can you please join us on stage? We'd like to felicitate you. Mr. Ashish Chauhan, Director, Bluetech Media, can you please felicitate our speaker for this topic, Augmented Reality Solutions for Pharma. Mr. M.A. Ravi Chandran, Business Head, Engineering Services, SoftCell Technologies Global Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Another announcement, we have the Pune Women's Half Marathon on 12th March 2023. There's a banner outside. You can scan the code to register yourselves for the Pune Women's Half Marathon. And yes, we have a lucky draw at the end of the day. The eligibility is, you all have to stick around in this conference hall. All right, friends, so please not go anywhere. Our next session will be at around 2:15 p.m. We have the presentation on building coaching capability of managers, Genesis, Need and Future by speaker Santosh Dayal, Head Glenmark Global Sales Training. Okay, now. Okay, we'll continue and we'll have the lunch break after this. Okay. I'm sorry, there's a bit of a confusion because on my sheet it was given there. All right, sorry. All right. We now have a presentation on building coaching capability of managers, Genesis, Need and Future. The speaker is Santosh Dayal, Head Glenmark Global Sales Training. He's a learning enthusiast and passionate about coaching. Let's have our speaker, Mr. Santosh Dayal, on stage, please.
So I feel like that poor MR that you got quickly 30 seconds to finish your call. Because the doctor has already met so many patients. The doctor is tired. So let me see if I can, maintain or retain your attention. And thank you for attention. Let me give it in advance. Thanks. So when Ashish reached out and he wanted me to give a little bit of a synopsis on a very practical aspect of how coaching has worked for us at Glenmark, and if it can benefit any one of you in the class, in this room, I think the objective of coming over here would get served. So let me begin with one question. I hope it is working. Where do I point? This is already gone on a lunch break, I believe. So without Googling, anybody can tell me, anybody knows about this name? Anita or Anita Alvarez? I know it's lunchtime. When you're thinking about food, I'm giving you some food for thought. Anyone? No? Okay. Another question. Anybody knows about Coach Andrea? Fantastic. So Ashish, the lucky draw for Harsh also. Remember Harsh's name. So thank you for bringing that answer. This picture was there around July 2022. And Anita is a part of artistic swimming of US Olympic team. And Andrea is her coach. So what happened during one of the heat when Anita was preparing, I'm calling more from an Indian pronunciation. So when she was preparing in artistic swimming, the swimmers have to hold their breath for long periods and they are trained for that. But suddenly she fell unconscious. And within no fraction of a moment when others can't understand, her coach jumped in the pool and saved her life. Where others could not figure out, with the help of another swimmer who was practicing. There was another swimmer who was practicing. That fellow also could not understand that Anita has fallen unconscious. And it was a matter of a couple of seconds, she would have lost her life. Now, my question is, why do we need more coaching managers? Look at pharmaceutical industry. We need managers who should not go and tell that you know everything, go and find out and do things. And even if they sink, I'm fine. So what today we represent is that as an L&D, if we think about that, if we can make pipeline of leadership who thinks about coaching as a behavior, coaching as their way of thinking, the way of doing, where they do not leave the people sinking when there is, when they are unconscious. So one of the reason when she could identify quickly is that when it was when the coach was interviewed, she told that she's one of my champion swimmer. She's not inexperienced. She's 25 years of age. She has won many medals for me. But I knew from her history that she had a history of twice getting unconscious while practicing. And this is very rare, but I was aware of it. So within no fraction of a second, I jumped and I felt that this is probably the same thing happening to me. So I'm not talking about the coaching technique. I'm not talking about swimming. I'm not talking about any other thing. Coaches, if they are involved with people, they are really involved. They know their people in and out. They know their weaknesses. They know their strengths. Yes, they train them. They make them do their job. But when there is a matter of, help, they jump in and help. So when we are talking about why do we need coaching managers, the questions is already been answered by many of us since morning. I wanted to present some of the data which is across the global research, global workplace research. I don't think there's any question on that with whether we need coaching or not, but many times as an L&D manager, when we are going to businesses, we've been asked that whether it is going to work or not. What is the global perspective out of it? So one of the important thing is that 1 out of 3 employees said that the manager is not good enough to lead the team. And one of the reason is that they said is whenever I need them, I don't think they keep on giving me suggestions. They love talking, but they don't love listening. So managers love talking. While when the survey was done with managers, 70% of them have said that people development, talent development is one of my key responsibility. So this is such a contrast, where the managers, when they keep on saying that, talent development, people development is my responsibility, why it has not been felt by people. And, there are other researchers says we have heard since morning about, having the power of voice. If people are heard, it is proven by research that they are 4.6 times more there's more possibility that they are going to contribute more, they feel like at home, at workplace. And how they are going to get heard. Traditionally, what happens in pharmaceutical industry with my own experience is that pharmaceutical industry managers have been telling managers. Leaders are telling managers. Today also, the biggest problem in industry is that we tell a lot. We love talking. I'm also talking, I'm speaking. Probably most of the speakers came because we love talking. Our airtime is important. But yes, the L&D leaders love listening, and that's the reason even if the lunch is there, you're listening to me. Point is that whether my sales leaders love talking or love listening. That's a simple practical point which as a behavior shift we are trying to work upon, and we have our own study for the last 3-4 years mapping all our managers in our organization, mapping their behavior, whether it is COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID, behaviors as well as impact. Continuing some more data points that 80% of people, one of the important point is that when people applied for self-coaching, one of the major barrier with, especially with sales guys, was that they lacked self-esteem and they were looking at improving self-esteem when they wanted to approach any coach. And 80% of the people improved self-esteem, self-confidence when they got a coaching. And likewise, very high improvement in terms of work outcomes or, in totality, say that coaching is working. There are some studies which suggest that ROI of coaching is as high as 700% of the investment what you have done. There are papers which has been presented at a global workplace level. Now, this is data. You can always challenge. You can say that I don't have to read Forbes to know that coaching is working, actually. We know it is an important element, important behavior of a manager where we should do. So what we thought about, we worked on this, and my own perspective, I'm presenting it over here, that how coaching would help or how it has helped. We have not reached over there, but I can give you one example that when we mapped behavior of top coaches in my organization, and when we mapped behavior of inconsistent coaches in my organization, I saw a difference of 15% attrition on the lower side in the top coaches. And I saw that they outperformed any business yardsticks on any other parameters. So these are the parameters actually we borrowed in the beginning rather than identifying it later. So we kept on mapping, and we also mapped their behavior. We reached out to their subordinates. That are you seeing any difference in your manager's behavior? So one other thing which came out is that yes, what I see is that they are listening to me. They're creating an opportunity where they are asking more and they are listening to me. It's a simple change, but it is a big change when you go back and go into a sales environment where 90% of time my managers are only telling. That's a big change. So 3 things which I wanted to say. First thing is that if you're looking at coaching, enablement, or strategy implementation, the first thing what we did is, or what is a perspective which I'm presenting, is address the elephant first, which is in the room. Address the mindset first. Whether your leaders have the mindset of coaching. If they don't have, their one word can destroy entire coaching fundamental which you're presenting. So address the mindset. Train your leaders first before training anyone. And address your mindset also as a learning leader. Think about the outcome which you are trying to build. Don't think it later on. So begin with an end in mind. It's a simple thing that what is that you're looking at? Do you really want to improve business metrics? So what we did at our place, we simply borrowed business yardsticks. We simply borrowed business matrices. We did not create a learning matrice. We borrowed business matrices. So this is the best way to create alignment and agreement with business. So that's the first step. Second, very important, on a sarcastic note, I say that trainers believe in hit and run policy. Hit and run means we like events, we like organizing events from one event to another event. I say that if you do one event, there has to be 10 follow-ups. So that's my funda of success. 1:10 rigor has to be there. So if you do one training, there has to be 10 different types of enablement efforts to achieve really what you want to achieve. So when you're talking about enablement, what we did over here is that we knew that we can't do it alone. You need to build partnership internally. You need to build partnership outside the organization also, because tech will play a big role. What we did over here at Glenmark is that we utilized some tech services outside Glenmark and in enablement. So now that typical LMS platform, we used more of an enablement platform, and that has really helped. Otherwise, imagine 6,000 field force, every month you are receiving 6,000 coaching forms. This is a typical older way of doing it. And then typically pharma training teams would have the size of 1:700 to 1:600. So one training manager for the 600 people. It is impossible. It is impossible for him to, even without use of technology, to create coaching culture in his lifetime. So we have to have those enablement technologies over here, and things has happened completely, turnaround has happened 300% we have seen in terms of turnaround. Third point, which is important, we keep on talking about mapping. Our perspective was that focus on nurturing rather than only mapping. Nurture what you want to map. It will not happen in a month or two. This is not a skill which is going to be developed over the night. So you need to nurture it. So this is the three things which I wanted to present. One busy kind of a slide, the last one, kind of a, since it is Bluetech media, so I said the blueprint for success. So what we did at the first level is find your purpose first. So when we talk about, first thing is very clear that whether your intent will be driven by your intention. How good is your intention? What is your intention? Actually, what you are trying to drive? Second, build a structure across organization. It will not happen that your structure will evolve later on. Build a structure across organization. Third, build capabilities of learning teams, managers. When I say learning teams, traditionally, if I look back 5 years back, coaching was a very good subject, which an external faculty will come, deliver, go out, hit and run. It will not benefit unless until you have coaches inside the organization. It is not going to happen for the organization. My thinking. And before coaching managers, train their managers that are you ready for a new behavior of your team members? That's very important. And tools, I think tech tools as well as human tools, both are important over here. This is something which is important. Finally, I heard also about training transfer in the morning. Training transfer is about commitment to the entire process and structure. And dependent on all the three elements, the leadership commitment for that overall end-to-end entire process. Second, your learning team's commitment to that end-to-end process. Are they only there to review or are they looking at that end outcome? Third, the learner's commitment for bringing in that change. That's really, really important. And as a learning team, I'm driving my own commitment. I'm also driving my commitment of the leadership team. I'm also driving the commitment of the learners. So this is a kind of a structure which I wanted to present to you all. And that's the last slide. Thank you for your attention, friends. It is said that great things in any organization is not done by one person, one department. And if only training team is training the field force, we are a very small group to train such a large population. In fact, training as a learning or learning culture as a thing to be created, actually peer learning culture has to be there in the organizations. Otherwise, 20 people training 10,000 people, it is impossible task to happen. I think this is the last slide which I have. As a good L&D person, I assume that I've answered all your questions because there's a lunch waiting, but you can ask me questions when I'm there outside. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Santosh Dayal, Head Glenmark Global Sales Training. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Do approach Mr. Santosh Dayal during our networking lunch. And yes, I would request Mr. Suresh Amin from JB Cam to please felicitate our speaker, Mr. Santosh Dayal, with a certificate of appreciation for gracing us with his presence. Thank you so much, Mr. Santosh Dayal. Definitely a learning enthusiast and a passionate about his coaching towards L&D. Thank you so much. Well, gentlemen, we will now break for lunch and be back by 2:30 or 2:45 max, have been given the permission for that. Following which your online trainings. All right, friends? Requesting everybody to kindly take their seats. Once again, welcoming you all to Pharma L&D Summit, growing in the era of immersive L&D, which is learning and development. Vani has brought this amazing summit to you all, which is also powered by SoftCell, right here at the Radisson Blu, Mumbai International Airport, Mumbai. And proceeding with the next scheduled presentation for today. The topic is how to calculate ROI of trainings. Before I invite this particular gentleman who will be speaking today, a few words about our speaker. He is an MBA from XIM Bhubaneswar, batch of 1995-97. He majored in sales and marketing, has worked in corporate world for 13 years in companies like HP, ICICI, Lombard, Reliance Retail, etc. He was in sales and has handled a team size of up to 600 people. His last profile was National Head Agency Channel. He is also a Reiki Master, certified clinical hypnotherapist, NLP follower, and a naturopath. He heads Kushalta Private Limited, which improves profitability of organizations on measurable metrics by changing behavior of leaders, teams, using mind techniques. Customers include Maruti Suzuki, India Post Payment Bank, GND, Currency Technology, ID Mitsu, IFCO, etc. With these techniques, he has been successfully able to improve behavior of leaders and teams by up to 70% on pre-decided matrix. He is also a marathon runner, a voracious reader and author, and likes doing meditation. He is fascinated by the capabilities of the human mind and follows the latest discoveries in quantum physics and neuroscience. Well, friends, that was an amazing introduction, I would say, of this very dynamic speaker. Let's get our hands together in welcoming Mr. Amit Garg, Director, Kushalta Private Limited.
Pointer. Thank you, ma'am. As such, I was feeling sleepy after having such a wonderful lunch. I hope I don't end up making you more sleepy. All right, so measuring ROI. How to measure ROI, especially of trainings like related to leadership, ownership, team collaboration, team spirit. So how do we do that? To give context, as ma'am has wonderfully introduced me, I head Kushalta Private Limited, and we are trainers, enablers, like she mentioned. And we primarily address mindset and behavior, and all our workshops are measurable. So for each workshop, it's easy for the client to measure the ROI. So we ensure that. So how do we do that? So we use a lot of techniques. I'll share the kind of techniques that we use, the tools we employ. And I'll also do 2 short demos to give you an idea on how these techniques work. So let me first start by some case studies on the kind of matrix that we used in those case studies and how it was measured. So first was SRL diagnostics. So SRL diagnostics, the main task is to open new testing labs, diagnostic centers, and this task is carried out by 2 departments, engineering and admin. Admin is responsible for, the flooring, ceiling, air conditioning, and engineering, they install the testing machines. And both these departments, the level of ownership is was very low earlier. So they would try to avoid the challenging tasks and try to pass the buck onto the other department. Pehle wo pura kar le, then we'll come into the picture, and so on. So we did a workshop, devised a workshop, where the matrix that we used was supervisor's rating for each participant on metrics like taking up tasks not part of KRAs. So the supervisor, he gave a rating out of 1 to 5 to each participant. The first metric is how open is the participant to pick up tasks which are not directly part of his or her KRA but very important for the larger benefit. Volunteering for tasks, self-volunteering for tasks, accepting new roles, helping colleagues, asking for help, etc. So we did an 8-hour session, and after 3 months, the supervisor again gave a rating to each of the participants on the same metrics to the client, and there was 75% improvement. Improvement is 75% of the participants with 35% large improvement reported by the client to us. I'll come to later that how we do this. Business impact. So what is the business impact? See, business leaders are not interested in ownership and collaboration and leadership skills and all that. They want to understand how will it affect their KPIs, their business. I have a slide on that also. So after 8 months, the supervisor, the general manager, he reported that his costing as compared to last year is down by 25%. And all these case studies are also there in front of you on your table. You can also have a look at it later on. Next. So this was Mahindra First Choice. It's a new company in the Mahindra stable. And here the challenge was that for used car market, the market has increased exponentially, especially in the last 2-3 years after pandemic. So salespeople, they have the burden of almost doubling their numbers every 6 months. So as such, salespeople do not have an easy job, but here they are expected to just double their numbers every 6 months. Plus, it's a startup organization. I mean, the processes are not as fluent as in the parent company, so there are teething problems. The approvals from other departments may take time, etc. And the sales guys, they have to travel a lot. So they are traveling in, let's say, 25 days in a month. So there's a lot of negativity, accepting the challenges in accepting the monthly target, etc. So we asked the supervisors, the zonal sales heads, to rate each of the participants on their motivation level, being receptive to supervisor, accepting the targets at the start of the month and the quarter, and not getting frustrated by teething problems. So again, the same rating 1 to 5. And after 3 months, again 3 months after the intervention, the participants were again rated by the supervisor. And the client reported, Mahindra reported that there was improvement in 60% of the participants, out of which 40% there was significant improvement. The business impact numbers will be out in January. So the metric that we are using is that number of participants who are meeting their monthly target in the quarter before the interventions. And now in January, the last quarter, October, November, December, how many participants met their monthly target. So that will give us an idea that, and it has a direct impact on the sales numbers. So I'm not aware of how much time I'm using, so she'll tell me, okay. So this is for ADM issue, collaboration. So this was for senior leaders who were directly reporting into the Japanese managers. And it was very funny. There were a lot of past issues that these departments had. So the senior leaders would ask their juniors, their subordinates, to not help the people from the other department, saying things like that, they didn't help us 6 months back, so why do you want to help them now? Let them suffer, and so on. So the metric was, after the workshop 3 months later, how many participants report reduction in number of escalations, and how many participants report that now their colleagues are more receptive to their point of view. So there was an improvement of 50% to 75%. So you have the copies of these case studies. I'll just rush them fast. I also want to give you a demo. Same thing on Aprava Energy. So it's a Singapore-based MNC. So 58% improvement reported and 25% significant improvement reported. Sales for Universal Sompo for senior sales leaders, including national sales head, 5 national sales heads, and rest cluster sales heads. And we have video of the HR head, Mr. Tanmay Panda, where 70% improvement was reported on the various metrics. Future generally, mid-level sales leaders, the cluster heads, the rating was how many times they are attending the agent trainings. Because when the mid-level leaders, they interact with the agents, the entire team gets motivated. So these are some of the case studies, and we have various metrics. So depending upon the convenience of the client, what we have realized is that L&D department in most of the organizations, they have a limited bandwidth. We cannot ask them to measure complicated metrics. So depending upon their bandwidth and depending upon the ease and their convenience, we decide on the metrics to be measured. So it could be anything. It could be NPS surveys. It could be CSAT, customer satisfaction surveys, net promoter score, etc. So how is it to be communicated to business? See, as I said, business leaders, and as we have discussed also, they have to be communicated these trainings, or how we ask the L&D heads and the HR heads to communicate is to be in their languages. So for example, one of the points discussed both by Mr. Ajit Pal Singh and the panels so far. Sir also discussed that, what about we tell the business leader that what is the most crucial operation, the critical operation that they have in their business. And what if the time period of that business cycle could be reduced, if the efficiency, if the effectiveness of that process could be improved on measurable metrics, then is what they become interested. Sales is easy. Sales numbers are easy, so they can be easily measured. So they are interested in sales. Similarly, in the profit center, as a profit center. So now, what is our approach? Ma'am, how much time do I have? 5 minutes. Sure. Yes. So what is our approach? See, we tend to believe that almost all of us, we have all the knowledge, especially in the era of connectivity. I mean, I get hundreds of these messages on LinkedIn, WhatsApp, Facebook, all the platforms, and on how I can improve, how I can achieve my goals. So knowledge is not a problem. The problem is that when I try to implement that knowledge, maybe there is certain wiring in my brain which prevents me from doing that. Why? Because my brain thinks that this wiring is for my benefit. And if I try to go against the wiring, I may harm myself. So let's do a small activity on the power of this wiring. And please don't consider it my audacity to make senior professionals like you do an activity. Just humor me, because it will help me articulate my point better. So if I could request you to sit with your neck and back straight, both feet on the ground, don't cross your legs. So in this activity, I'll ask you, it's a 1-minute activity. There are 2 parts. In the first part, I'll ask you to imagine that you are brushing your teeth with your weak hand. So if you are a right-hander, I'll ask you to imagine that you are brushing your teeth with your left hand. And in the second part, I'll ask you to imagine that you are brushing your teeth with your strong hand. So if you are a right-hander, I'll ask you to imagine that you are brushing your teeth with your right hand. So close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and out. One more time, take a deep breath in and hold it for 3 seconds. 1, 2, and 3. And release and just relax. Keep your eyes closed. And just imagine that you have your toothbrush in your weak hand. So if you're a right-hander, just imagine that you have your toothbrush in your left hand. And you have the toothpaste with the top open in your right hand. And you are now applying the toothpaste on the toothbrush. You keep the toothpaste down. Now very slowly bring your hand to your mouth. Open your mouth and brush your teeth. Very nice. Keep brushing your teeth. Very nice. Now keep the hand down. Keep your eyes closed and just imagine that you have your toothbrush in your strong hand, in your right hand. And you have the toothpaste with the top open in your left hand, and you are now applying the toothpaste on the toothbrush. You keep the toothpaste down. Now very slowly bring your hand to your mouth, open your mouth and brush your teeth like you normally do. Very nice. Keep brushing your teeth like you normally do. Very nice. Now keep the hand down, open your eyes. So how many of us experienced that the speed of brushing the teeth, when we only imagined brushing with the left hand, the speed was down. And when we imagined brushing with the right hand, the speed was up. How many of us experienced that? Almost all of us. Because we are hardwired to brush our teeth with the right hand. Now imagine I attend a training program where a wonderful trainer shares all the wonderful models and gives me 5 excellent reasons why it's important for me to start brushing my teeth with the left hand. And I decide, come what may, tomorrow morning, I'll brush my teeth, tomorrow morning onwards, I'll brush my teeth with my left hand. So what will happen is, 20% of the time, when I'm not under goal pressure, target pressure, emotional duress, my mind will work. I'll remember I have to use left hand to brush. But 70-80% of the time, I'm under goal pressure, stress, there would be so much going on in my mind that I would not remember. I'll automatically, almost absent-mindedly go to the washroom, brush my teeth with my right hand, come out as if nothing happened. Because this is how we are wired. So this is when, I don't need to think. What about, there is a major change I want to bring in, and I have time to think. So let's say my doctor has asked me to start exercising, and I've decided that come what may, tomorrow morning I'll wake up and go for exercise, because that is the only time I have, early in the morning. But the wiring in my brain is that I can never wake up early. So my brain has an ally. The ally is logical mind. It will create logical barriers in the logical mind. How can you have a very important meeting tomorrow? If you wake up early, you'll feel sleepy, you'll spoil your meeting. So you finish your meeting tomorrow first. Day after tomorrow, start waking up early. Has it happened with any one of us? Or it could be you anyway go to sleep late. So why don't you change that habit first? You start going to sleep on time. Within 3-4 days, you'll automatically start waking up early. And so on. Similarly, when a leader is trying to change his or her behavior, the logical and the wiring is that he is not good. It may sound strange, but 90% of us have this wiring that I am not good. Let me not go into how this wiring got created. So the wiring is that I am not good. So if I change, what if I fail? Why should I risk losing everything which I have worked so hard to reach this position? Or team members don't collaborate. Why should I help? See, only way I can rise in my organization is if the other people underperform. Why should I help somebody else to outshine me by helping him or her? I should maybe try to pull them down, and so on. So what we do is our workshops, the techniques we use, so these are synapses, brain synapses, as we have been talking, this wiring. So what we do is, we use the models like Lencioni of areas of dysfunction. Why doesn't a person behave the way he or she is behaving? What is the wiring? And we do a lot of role plays, etc., to convince them how these new tools can benefit them. And then we use our own neuroscience, NLP, and guided visualization techniques to change their wiring. So I'll just use a 2-minute technique to show you how these techniques, how this works. So this activity has 3 parts. In the first part, I'll ask you to focus on your breathing. In the second part, I'll ask you to relax your facial muscles. And in the third part, I'll ask you to think of a relaxing moment. Maybe the last time when you were out on a vacation. But before I start this activity, I want you to note down the level of relaxation that you have on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 means you are not relaxed at all. 10 means you are fully relaxed. Okay? Can we please note down the level of relaxation that we have right now? Okay, so close your eyes, sit with your neck and back straight. Both feet on the ground. Close your eyes and take a deep breath in and out. One more time, take a deep breath in and hold it for 3 seconds. 1, 2, and 3. And release and just relax. Keep your eyes closed and put your entire focus on your breathing. Keep taking deep, slow breaths in and keep taking deep, slow breaths out. Notice how breath is slowly and slowly coming inside your nostrils and how slowly and slowly it's coming out of your nostrils. Put your entire focus on your breathing. How nice it would be if with each outgoing breath we allow all our stress, all our tension to slowly leave our body, and with each incoming breath we allow a new relaxation to slowly and slowly enter our body. With each outgoing breath, allow yourself to be more and more relaxed. Just relax. Very nice. Now I want you to bring your attention to your head and forehead and consciously try to relax all the muscles of your head and forehead. Let your head and forehead be fully relaxed. Very nice. Let this relaxation come down to your eyes. Let your eyes be relaxed. And now bring your attention to your cheeks. Notice how all the cheek muscles are relaxing. Allow your cheeks to be fully relaxed. And now slowly and slowly, let this relaxation come down to your lips and chin. Let your lips and chin be fully relaxed. Just relax. Very nice. Now I want you to think of the last time when you were fully relaxed. Maybe you were out on a vacation, spending time with family, playing with friends, enjoying with kids. Just think of the last time when you were fully relaxed. What is the setting? Are you indoor, outdoor? What time of the day is it? Who all are present in this moment? What is the kind of light all around you? The kind of voices, sound you can hear? Is there any aroma associated with this moment? Put your entire focus in this moment. See how happy you are, how relaxed, how much you are enjoying yourself. You are so happy, so relaxed, so much enjoying yourself. You are fully happy, fully relaxed, fully enjoying yourself. Very nice. Now I'll count from 1 to 3, and with each count you'll start coming back to your normal state, and at the count of 3 you'll come back to your normal state and open your eyes. 1, focus on your breathing. 2, breathe in, breathe out. And 3, open your eyes. So what is your level of relaxation now? Has it improved from the last time? So the important question, how many of us experienced that towards the end of this activity, the number of thoughts in our mind had gone down. How many of us experienced that? That means your logical mind had become sluggish. In our workshops, we stretch this activity to 15 minutes. So the logical mind becomes almost absolutely sluggish. So all the good tools, models that we have told the participants, we again re-emphasize addressing the dysfunctions which cause changing behavior difficult. I hope I'm able to articulate how we do it. So, and I mean, it's not as simple as I'm making it sound. So let's say there are 15 reasons. Let's talk about dysfunctions related to money. So money is the root of all evil. Money is bad. You cannot earn money honestly. It will take years of hard work to earn money honestly, and so on. These are all the dysfunctions, so as to say. So each of these dysfunctions have to be targeted, have to be addressed using these techniques so that the brain gets rewired. And because of this rewiring, that is how, by God's grace, the success of our interventions ranges from 25% to up to 70%. So what are the solutions, how we do it? So we have done totally online sessions. For Mahindra, it was 100% online. We do hybrid sessions. We have, for Maruti Suzuki, we have trained up to 700 people in one go. We have solutions to train even 10,000 people using the technology, using the hybrid model. So these are, this is about us. Any specific question? How much time, ma'am? Done. So anyone has any question, I can answer that. Otherwise, I'm. For
How much do you charge for maybe 100 participants and all?
So it's a matrix of, so our charges range from 12,000 per hour to 25,000 per hour, depending upon the number of participants and the number of hours. So normally it takes around 10 hours of interventions to rewire the brain of around 70% of the people. 25-30% people, we have tried very hard, but we don't have any effect on around 25-30% of the people.
And any difference in outcome, like if it is face-to-face and online? I mean,
5% maybe.
Okay, sure, thanks.
So online is 60-65%, physical is 70%. Online, the only problem is that participants, they sometimes switch off their camera. And if their camera is switched off, you don't know whether they are talking to us, listening to us, or they are talking on business. So that is the only problem. सर अब किसी की किस्मत ही फूटी है, वो सुधरना नहीं चाहता, तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ?
Check.
No, but jokes apart, what can you do? So you ask the CEO of the organization to attend. Even then the people will switch off. What can you do?
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Garg. Let's give Mr. Amit Garg a huge round of applause. And I would like to request Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit to please felicitate Mr. Amit Garg on stage. Yes, sir, please. With a certificate of appreciation.
मैं सोच रहा था कोई क्वेश्चन ही आ रहा, लगता है बहुत बोर हो गए.
Not at all, sir. In fact, your exercises have refreshed our memories and our minds. And we are feeling relaxed, yes. Definitely. Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Garg. Seats. Moving forward, we have a lady presenter in the house. She has developed and executed long-term and short-term training development strategies to create differentiation with regards to people, brands, organizations. She has also facilitated change management post major strategic changes in organizations like multi-channel engagement, GTM, go-to-market strategy, division mergers, etc. Designed and delivered training journeys since 3 months and beyond for field force like certification or key talents, which improved retention of high potential candidates, role shifts, improved productivity, and helped in building leadership pipeline as well. She has developed training interventions for diverse learning groups across all therapy areas, trade business, nutrition market, glass industry, manufacturing plants, etc. Kindly get your hands together in welcoming Ms. Manisha Vittaldas, Associate Director, Sales Training, Abbott Laboratories. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. And in fact, I think the placement of presentation is absolutely perfect because we just talked about some of the aspects related to neuronal binding and connection and changing those connections. And here we are going to talk about this particular interesting topic which is coming up your way. So looking at the picture, I'm sure you must have remembered the movie Gajni. And I always used to wonder when I saw this movie, so why so many pictures the gentleman is taking, what exactly is wrong with him. And that's how, I want you also to think that there must be some challenge. And what is that challenge? We will talk about it during the session. Many a times as learning L&D professional, training and development professional, and also otherwise whenever we are dealing with people, we always keep thinking that how are we going to make learning or the pointers which we are talking to people stick, because it's something like those chidiya or the birds which keeps flying. It sounds so good inside the conference room, inside the classroom, but the moment they are out, we are wondering what happened to all these learnings which were taking so many applause from the entire audience. So this is another question which commonly comes to our mind, and one of the interesting thing which we are going to look during the session is also this. When we look at the world around, it's completely information soaked. There are so many things which are there inside, but in such an environment, it's very important for us to really look at how are we going to focus on growth mindset, and that's where learning about neuroscience is going to come into action. So one is about growth versus fixed mindset. That's where neuroscience in learning is going to be helpful for all of us. We also look at getting from good to better to best. There also, these all neuronal wirings are also going to help us, and equally when we talk about the culture of continuous growth and development is where neuroscience of learning is going to come into action. So that's where my topic of discussion with all of you, neuroscience of learning. Next around 20-25 minutes, let's talk about this. And I'm sure from this perspective where we all, when we are dealing with our participants, when we are dealing with our team members, our workforces, we are trying to imbibe certain newer things, newer aspects with them. We want their behaviors to be changed. And while we are wanting this to happen, there is something which is happening behind. Okay, and what is that and what is the importance of it? And at the same time, it's also important for us to look at, we have been continuously doing multiple activities, actions, designing our workshops in a particular way. There are certain reasons to it, and there are certain thoughts behind it. Knowingly, unknowingly, we are already doing it. So maybe knowing certain facts about neuroscience, these all activities, actions which we are taking during our workshops will be much more stronger, and we'll be able to really connect with that. So couple of points. What is neuroscience? How it is going to help us in terms of connecting learning with neuroscience. There are certain interesting facts about learning new things, and how are we going to enhance learning through this. So of course we all know this basic, just how it has been spoken, more than 120 billion neurons. It's also about firing with a very fast speed, 431 kilometer per hour. So before we come to know that something is really hot, we have quickly pulled out our hand from that particular iron, and that is how the actions are happening. So we come to know, we pull it back, and that is how the speed of this sensation, this understanding has moved, and that is where we look at help of these all connections which are there inside our brain. Absolutely big numbers, but that is how these numbers of connections are going to help us. And I know all from pharma, so we all know about neurons, we all know about synapse, we all know about the firing, how it is done through chemical and also electric impulse, and that is how these connections are getting into action. So before I'll move into the next part of this particular discussion, how it goes blank. I want all of you to just do a 30-second activity. So I'm going to tell you a word, and all of you, whatever comes to your mind, listening to that word, please write down on the piece of paper. Are we all ready? So one pencil, one paper, and the word is office. Whatever comes to your mind, whatever word comes to your mind related to office, please write down. Words, whatever comes to your mind, all those words, multiple words, whatever comes to your mind related to office, please write down all those words on that piece of paper related to office. Office as a word. Office. So maybe you have written 5 words, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. Now a quick check with your neighbors on the table, and if you can share with them, what are the words you have written? Are these words same or totally different? Few are same, many are different. I can see some good smiles where you are remembering your bosses back. No, your colleagues, your furniture, your own chair, your table space, those pictures on the table, the cafeteria, the tea space. Yes. So, okay. So how many of you on the table got same words? One word. Not single one. Okay. How about those tables? Not even one? Okay, there. No. Okay, one. All right. So just look at this. For all of us as professionals, all these years we have been going to office, one very common word, but the moment we start thinking about that word, look at the connections which we have related to that word, completely different for almost every individual. And the reason for that is also this particular gentleman, okay, who really figured out, Donald Hebb, during his research, one of the major breakthrough which he brought in through some of his principles, which he later on shared with the world, and that actually changed the learning and understanding related to neuroscience. The first and very important principle is this, which is about neurons that fire together, wire together. I know it sounds very simple, कि जो साथ में मिलते हैं वो साथ में रहते हैं. Neurons, those fire together, wire together, but this is something which is very important. So for each one of you, when we talk about office, those things which have fired together have actually brought on the table, on the piece of paper. And that is how we look at this first principle, which is very important. So neurons, those fire together, they wire together, and those neurons who fire more often, they remain more stronger connected. They make more connections, and those memories or those thoughts or those ideas are much more stronger, and they can be recalled faster eventually. Okay. Similarly, the other part is neurons, those do not fire together, obviously they do not wire together. So you will never get, for example, in office, something like a wife or a child or something related to your home, because it has not fired actually together. And same way, the third very important principle is also about economy of hardware. Okay? The way we all understand economy of real estate, which is like every inch and every centimeter and every square feet is important. Similarly, though there are n number of neurons, but each one of them are so busy and so engaged that even those firing or those memories, those thoughts which are not retrieved or which are not used eventually, they automatically are not stored eventually. So therefore, it's like economy of that hardware which has been actually taken up by our own brain. So this all intelligent work which is happening inside our brain is beautifully shared by Mr. Donald Hebb in these 3 principles. And it is also said, for example, let's take an example of, say, an orange. Okay? So anything and everything related to orange. Color, its smell, taste, from where it is like the best oranges are brought in. Maybe what is the per kg rate of the orange, how you have used orange in your childhood in order to sort of tease each other by using the pill, then so on and so forth. So multiple things about an orange are actually there. It all depends on how you are using that information and how often you are using that information will actually come into play. Interestingly, this information is not something which is fixed and rigid. If this information is getting changed, next time when you are thinking about an orange, or even the smell of orange, or a sight of orange, all this data is coming into action. All this data is coming out. It also is so dynamic that some time back I was not liking orange, but because now with corona, I got to know that oranges are the one which has got maximum vitamin C. Now I have started liking it. Even that information will also come in. So look at the changes that are happening in this whole neuronal wiring, and that is how we are actually looking at all the data that is getting stored inside. Now this is sounding little bit more theoretical, I understand that, but now we are moving little more into the connection of these all thoughts into our L&D application function. Now just imagine orange as a type of a learning or a information or a habit or a behavior change which we are trying to put inside our participants. These are the thoughts which possibly as a L&D personnel we will have to really look at, that how are we ensuring that a particular learning or a particular behavior, we are ensuring that this gets inside the thought process or thinking of our people. And if your participants are really not able to connect with the learning, the firing has not happened, the learning will not reach inside the thinking of your participants. So that's how we can think of it. One metaphor which is very commonly used in this context is, as many of you possibly have used in past, is like a jungle. So a thick jungle, and in that thick jungle you want to reach a particular place. So I want to reach to that, the person who is sitting with a camera there, and it's a thick jungle, so I'm traveling once over there. Okay, the road has, the jungle has not much changed. I have reached there. The second time I'm reaching to that particular place with the same jungle, the road has slightly become visible because I have traveled over there. Third time I'm traveling, it has become slightly wider. Fourth time I'm traveling, it has become more wider. Eventually it becomes a road something that can, where bullock cart can pass, where a car can pass, and so on. So what's happening over here? When I'm traveling more frequently, the road is getting wider and I'm reaching faster there. Same thing, imagine about memory or information. If we are moving to a particular, reaching to a particular information, one time, second time, third time, fourth time I'm using that same information, the road is getting wider and I'm able to reach there much faster. And that's where we talk about recap, repetition, and using and retrieving that data again and again. And that's how this metaphor is connected with. So just thought of sharing with you. How many of you agree with this statement? Once a human brain is fully matured, in one's mid-20s, no new neurons are produced and the wiring of the brain is set for life. How many of you agree with this? Please raise your hand. How many of you agree? Nobody? Sure? Dekh lo. So you're right, and that's exactly we talk about that. I mean, of course, we all, who else, but we all have to definitely believe that this is a wrong statement, because unless there is some sort of what we call as neurogenesis and neuroplasticity, things are not going to change. Okay? So what is neurogenesis? Neurogenesis is birth and proliferation of new neurons in the brain. So for a very long time, there used to be very strong thinking that no new neurons will be formed after reaching to one's adulthood, early adulthood. So that used to be a fixed understanding. But later on, a lot of researches have shown that even in the areas of hippocampus also, which is like where our first memory gets in, there also there are new neurons which are formed. Okay? So which is a good news, yes or no? And this good news is also further added to with neuroplasticity. So as what we mean by plasticity, plasticity is something which is changeable, something which can be modified. So capacity of nervous system to change its structure and its function over a lifetime. So a lot of time we say that once we are hardwired, once we have formed our habits, once we are ready with our thoughts and thinking, it's not going to change. But it has been shown and it has been proved with multiple research and references that this can be easily changed. Okay? Now, this easily word can be very subjective. Now, very simple example, today's very elderly population, our elderly population today is able to use smartphone very easily. Okay? This itself is completely new learning, but they are able to adapt to this new learning because of what? Because we are able to change our way of doing things and our own way of thinking. So this whole piece of neurogenesis and neuroplasticity itself is very important in order to really look at our design and our delivery as far as trainings and development interventions are concerned. Yes.
25 years, whereas in India across globe this is 18 years. Because of this point, what you highlighted now, neuroscientists they oppose. They made it after 25 only somebody can take alcohol because it damages neuroplasticity.
All right. Okay. Sure. Thanks for the information. So.
No, that is what actually they initially, but across it is 18 years. So very valid point. What is
sure. Thanks.
21.
21 hai aap. Not 18. All right. So another question to all of you. How do we store our memories? Kaise? All right. Absolutely. Some sort of photographs. Okay. Some sort of video footage कि हमने ऐसा situation देखा, ऐसा scenario देखा, and that photograph is there, and that footage of video is there, and whenever we want to recall, we replay that entire footage. Yes, everybody? Okay. But the fact is this. The fact is we do not recall memories, we reconstruct. We actually reconstruct the entire memories. Taking the same example of orange, it's not that orange photograph and orange smell and taste, it is like a video in our memory. It's about different paths. Okay, I'm just showing you space, but it's like within our brain, the different neurons hold different information, and actually when we are thinking about orange, this whole information is coming together. And equally, as we discussed, this is a very fluid memory. This is a very fluid information, and as we improve on our situational experiences, this memory, this information starts getting consolidated, widened, and when we are recalling it, it is coming back to us. I hope we are connecting with each other on this, right? Okay? It's getting together. Okay, so that's how this comes back together. And of course, we all know there is no memory, no learning. So therefore, we all will have to really look at, as learning professionals, memory as an important part which we will have to really look at in terms of ensuring that it is there. And the first and very important part when we talk about memory is about this. So today it is called as like attention is the king. Okay, it's not knowledge, it's attention. There is lots of knowledge everywhere. Just a click of button, we have knowledge, information, plenty of it. But what is more important, our attention to that knowledge is going to make a difference. So today, our participants' attention, our team's attention to a particular thing is going to make a difference. If there is no attention, there is no encoding. कोई ध्यान नहीं तो कोई information नहीं. Okay, we are just sitting in front of each other, we are smiling, we are nodding our head, but if I am not able to get your attention, things are not going to move ahead. And that's where the first thing, when we are planning or whenever we are delivering any session or making any design of intervention, attention is the key, which is going to ensure all those sensory aspects. We talk as VAC talk, we say, or we talk about the in the NLP language, whatever way, kinesthetic, visual, auditory, जिसी भी तरीके से we are able to get the information in, soak the information in, that's possible. Encoding. The next part becomes storing, gets into the multiple places of our neural cortex in the part of brain, and when we want, it is very important that are we able to get it back. अगर वो वापस आ गया तो सही है, नहीं तो खो गया समुंदर में. That is how it's going to be. So each of these process, how are we in our interventions, in our training programs going to impact? And that's where we keep talking about how are we going to ensure that the learning reaches through audio, through visual, through kinesthetic activity. We keep the environment in such a way that it is conducive for the learning methods and so on. So that's where this whole piece gets into action. We keep doing recap, we keep having the bite-sized learning and the repetitive learnings for ensuring that there is repetition, there is retrieval process. You remember that? Jungle ka rasta, you keep traveling, you have better route, you have a wider route, you are able to get the information back much faster. So that's how we look at. So attention, of course, is not the part of memory process. It's just the first part, but the most critical aspect as far as our memory process. And we all know hippocampus, where the first time information gets in, and from there, then there is a consolidation into long-term memory. And again here, this consolidation will happen provided our intelligent brain thinks that this information is important and it is going to get used. Okay? So another question to all of you. What you had in dinner 2 days ago? क्या खाया? याद है किसी को? Boiled rice. Boiled. वो तो रोज खाते हैं. Okay. So anyway, I mean, some of you may be able to recollect, but the point is, we will not recollect that information which we are not using, or our brain thinks it's of no use. It will not be recalled. तो उसका क्या करेंगे? Real estate जैसा. जगत, space is important, right? So whatever is required, we will be storing it, we will be consolidating it, whatever is not used. Now, suppose if today onwards, if you will start asking yourself a question, what I had yesterday in dinner, then after a few days, you will be able to recall whatever you are having in dinner. It's all about what you ask. And that's how this short-term memory to long-term memory consolidation will definitely be better done. Some of the tips, okay, which has been suggested by neuroscientists in order to consolidate short-term to long-term memory is, very importantly, one important thing. So a couple of years ago, when possibly we started our journey as a professional, people used to say multitasking is very important. One of the important competency that is required is multitasking and so on and so forth. Today it is proven beyond doubt that our brain cannot work on multiple tasks at a time. If you want things to be done properly, avoid multitasking to consolidate memory. Okay? that's because their upbringing is like that. That's because their upbringing is like that. You see typically in Indian specifically household, a female along with their day-to-day work, you will actually see them doing at least some or the other stuff on the moment she starts. I'm sorry. Multitasking. No, so that's what, ideally, see as the fabrication or the conditioning of brain is focus on single task. But there are, yes. Okay, so that's a good question. Can we come back on that? Okay, at the end of it. So avoid multitasking. We talk about remove distraction. Okay, now distraction is a very subjective thing, by the way. Many a times people say that keep your mobile phones away, distraction is out. For some people, they are very restless if the mobile is away. So that itself is a big distraction. So it is very subjective. So decide on that. Set time limits. Brain understand time limits superb. So decide within this period of time, look at that. Time limit. Within this particular time, you have to do a particular task, you will actually speed up. Set self-care. Brain is very sensitive to dehydration. And we all know 20% of our energy is consumed by our head, our brain. And that's where adequate glucose, adequate energy is essential. And that's where we talk now. Whenever there is a training program, we decide on break times, there is adequate, there is appropriate, nutritious food that needs to be given, and very importantly, water. Little bit of dehydration can actually impact memory consolidation heavily. So, hydration is continuously essential. Hack your brain. Sometimes your brain itself decides that, oh, I'm tired now, I'm not going to listen to anything. So, hack your brain. Do some differential activities for the participants where they won't understand their learning. So, learning with fun and so on. So, such type of things also will be helpful. Very important rule, like muscles, use it or lose it. जितना use करेंगे उतना अच्छा है, नहीं use करेंगे छोड़ दीजिए. One more important slide for all learning professionals, and you all must have really understood this well and must be using it in your day-to-day practice as well. The bad news is, more than what we think, the drop of memory is very sharp. Okay, within no time we forget what we have heard. Okay, so if you ask me what happened in the first session and the second session, a lot of us will really struggle for that. So it's a very steep drop. The good news is that there are strategies by which we can actually change the way we will consolidate and retain the information and memories. And for that, we can actually look at how frequently, okay, at the end of 24 hours, at the end of 48 hours, at the end of 3 days, and at the end of 7 days. So within 7 days, if 3 repetitions happen, then there is a good possibility that we will be able to retain information at least up to 80%. Okay, and again there are some other factors, maybe you can further on research on that. There are certain more informations related to this forgetting curve. It's about relevance of information, it's about how engaged the participants, the way of delivery, the quality of content, and etc. That will also impact this whole forgetting curve. Okay, this is the second last slide before the main ages model we are talking about. So, Kolb's learning cycle we all have really looked at. Somewhere in 1980, Kolb actually got this very critical principle of learning into action. And here it is said that there are 4 major stages of styles of learning for any individual. The first style is about experiential learning. Okay, and all of us, and that's where the criticality of experiential learning, a lot of us, we believe that through games and gamification, activity-based learning, it's better retained by people. That's where concrete experience comes into action, the first part. We experience these learnings stay with us more stronger because sensory organs are involved into that. It is all about all the different sensory organs, right? So if more sensory organs involved, learnings are more stronger. The second part is, it's important that the learner must connect this learning with their own application or their own thinking. So there has to be reflective observation. So one needs to think that, okay, I have got this aha moment, or I have got this pointer. How am I going to connect this whole piece with my own requirement? Okay, and it has to be very individualized. So the learner needs to get connected with the learning, which is very critical. That's a part 2. Part 3 is about abstract hypothesis. How am I going to apply this? कैसे use करेंगे? So allow them to think about it. And the fourth one is actually the motor function, all action. So कैसे उसको use करेंगे? How am I going to use it? The active testing part of it. So if these 4 things we are able to drive in our designs or into actual delivery, that actually makes the learning completely different experience. And the last but not the least, some thought process in terms of how these all principles are getting connected. So this AGES model has been suggested. As the acronym is, it's about attention, it's about generation, it's about emotion and spacing. And we all, I'm not getting into details of each of it, since we all must have sort of connected with either one or multiple aspects of it. So when we talk about attention, it's the important thing which we talked about it, but today's context, when we have got mixed crowd, there are millennials and there are the old generation guys sitting together in one room for most of our workforces. That is how it happens. So in that case, what is going to be helpful? It's also the focused learning and diffuse learning. Both the methodologies are going to be useful. It's about determinants of attention. What is it which is going to get the attention of participants? Figure out all those factors and how can we really get that in the session or avoid what distracts the participant from being attentive. So either way, we'll have to really look at those strategies for getting attention of our participants. Generation is very important, okay? So immediate application and relevance to the job is something which is going to be helpful for our participants. So that is something where the learner is going to get connected with the learning. And that's where we see strategies for generation. Very importantly, one neurotransmitter, thoda और science इसमें, one neurotransmitter which is actually called as the incentive for memory, okay, dopamine. So dopamine release is something which consolidates memory. Is released when there is a happy feeling. Okay, so this happy feeling has to be generated. Strength is something which helps us in feeling better. We feel nice about it. Anytime, whenever there is too much of criticism, too much of feedbacking, too much of stressful situation, the learners will not connect with learning. It's also about fear factor. If the environment is not positive, it's not secure, it doesn't give the learner a good feeling, it's not going to, or take away the fear, it's not going to consolidate learning. So therefore, in that case, learnings are not going to be better for participants. So therefore, capitalize on positives, capitalize on strengths. That is something which is going to help. Not giving feedback is also a good option. Sometimes let the participant only figure out what is good for them. Strategies for emotions, we all understand importance of emotion. In the morning, I remember very clearly, a lot of discussion was happening, but the moment speaker spoke about cricket, India and cricket team, everybody, everybody was really able to connect with the speaker immediately. So it's all about emotions. Our learnings will be very solid when it is connected with emotions, specifically, to be precise, positive emotions. So that will something help, but maybe if you have got some specific strategies for creating surprise, creating fear, and then connecting the participants with learning, go ahead on that. But emotions do play a important role. And spacing, the last part of it, is about repetition. Very important, we talked about it. It's about chunking. So today, again, couple of years ago, 5 to 9 learnings used to be considered as okay to consume. But today it is very clearly proven. How many? Only 4. At any given point of time, this 4 learning will help the participant to actually take it inside. And possibly that is how we will have to look at chunking, we'll have to look at micro learning and more of repetition. Okay, with that, last slide and conclusion. Thank you so much for additional time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would request Ms. Anandya Bhattacharya from Baxter International to felicitate Ms. Manisha Vittaldas, the Associate Director. Yes, I actually was expecting a lady. Of course, you're right. I think he gets it a lot. Let's give her a huge round of applause. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Manisha Vittaldas, for gracing us with your presence and for the wonderful knowledge on neuroscience of sales learning in pharma and life sciences. And thank you, Mr. Anandya Bhattacharya from Baxter International. Thank you.
Still looking out for question and answer. Diffuse mode. Okay, diffuse mode. One of the example is social learning. Social learning is one example. Okay.
All right.
So maybe give some free time to them.
Yes, post this. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, I'd like to introduce, I don't think he needs any more introduction. We have our next presenter on the future trends in learning and development, Dr. Jagmohan Rishi, Vice President, Global Head, L&D WOCAD. Thank you, sir.
नहीं वीडियो नहीं है. Can you change the slide? So good afternoon everybody. जवाब नहीं आया मजेदार. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So you know, once a trainer, always a trainer. Can I request you to stand up, please? So मैं फौजी बंदा हूँ तो मैं बोलूँगा attention and all right turn. All right turn. दाएं से आगे से दाएं मुड़ेगा राइट. तो आप अपने आर्म लेंथ के ऊपर आपके फ्रंट वाले बंदे को थोड़ा मसाज दे दीजिए. प्लीज आप जाइए ना प्लीज, उनके पीछे जाइए. You will have somebody in front of you to give a massage. Ladies, if you don't want it, you can go the last. Yeah. I think you can return the favor also if you want. About turn, please. And don't give it to the ladies, please, if they don't want it. I don't want any complaints coming over here to Ashish. हाँ, लगा रहे. थोड़ी न्यूरोप्लास्टिसिटी बढ़ेगी, न्यूरॉन्स बनेंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच. प्लीज टेक योर सीट्स. वो मैंने इसलिए किया क्योंकि हर्ष जी बोलते चाय चाहिए. मैंने कहा चाय को तो टाइम लगेगा अभी. So friends, my session is pretty boring session because it is future of learning, and since we have been discussing since morning all the topics about future of learning, so I'll not be spending too much time. I think I've got about 20 minutes. I'll try to finish in 15 minutes, right? So the topic is future of learning. There are 2 topics, which is a bonus topic in this, which is about storytelling using data. So I've kept it in the end. So few of the slides which are the commonsensical slides, but before that, there are some, small Quizlets. What happens if, can I have the answer? If I have keys but no locks and space and no rooms, you can enter but you can't go outside. What am I? Who said it? Wow, good. Get a chocolate for yourself, please. Yes. Let's go the next one. What lets you look right through the wall? Keyhole, good one. Who said it? Oh, wow. Sitting in the corner. Corner seat. Good one. iPhone देने वाले बंदे जो हैं. Right. Right? Do you know what you can hold without you ever touching it? Sorry? Conversation. Conversation. And particularly crucial conversations. Right? Then of course we have how many times can you subtract 9 from 74? Every time. How many every time? 8 times. 7 times. I'm getting multiple answers. Many times. Give me exact. There are a lot of engineers sitting in the room also. Sandeep. Pratikrit is right. It is 1 time only. Because 74 में से 9 एक बार मनी करोगे ना. Pratikrit knows because उसने ये use किया हुआ है. वो गार्ड में. Okay, मैंने आंसर दे दिया. Sorry. Why is it so easy for an elephant to get a job? Elephants are in the room, but you know, यहाँ भी छोड़ो. Let me see. Answer. Activate your neurons. अभी आपने attend किया session. Right, Manmohan? This will touch a little very delicate string in your body because it works for peanuts. Okay, friend. What did banker break up? Why did banker break up with his girlfriend? Good one. ये बड़ा optimistic बंदा है लगता. Is your girlfriend around? He was losing interest. Okay, so friends, I thought I'll again activate your neurons, and now I start with the presentation. There are 4 slides about what is the relevance of training, what is future of learning which is happening. Is L&D landscape relevant still? Of course, there have been 4 revolutions you can see on the right hand side. First revolution, second revolution, but filling the gap is widening gap. There was an ad by Maruti. क्या करें पापा खत्म ही नहीं होता है, right? वो पेट्रोल टंकी थी, लेकिन आजकल के गैप्स ऐसे, it is like a leaking bucket. You add skills, it is still leaking. You add on competencies, it's still leaking. So that's the kind of gaps which is there. I think in the morning I shared with you 300,000 new skills have been added in the LinkedIn learning. 4th industrial revolution is about empowering people. They had talked about it is about cyber, physical system, digital, but I think it is about empowering people. What has happened is that in the morning, somebody was talking about, we should not track our sales guys through geo-tracking. So it is about empowering people. We should have built a trust on that. Training focus on workforce readiness, soft skills, technical skills, entrepreneurial mindset, ownership, and of course, other entrepreneurship. Support employee growth and career progression, and of course, stronger talent pool and competitive advantage, friends. Address the multi-generational workforce. How do you handle multi-generational workforce? Because all of you must be having the similar challenges, right? Miss Anandya? So how do you handle a multi-generational workforce? I mean, do you have such multi-generational workforce or not? Because today there's a trend of hiring the youngsters, So do you feel that challenge or not? How many of you feel that challenge? Yeah. So, okay. The next slide is opposite to it. Of course, multi-generational workforce is there, individual differences, work preferences, motivation, ethics. We talk about personalization and customization, but many times they don't like personalization. They feel it is intruding, the senior guys. They feel it is intruding into my personal life. But it is important that how we engage them is differently. There are tools of, I came across a tool recently from Australia, Zictel. It talks about how to engage multiple, multi-generational workforce. You can have a mentor of younger age and mentee from a senior age, and it can be at their own, time and convenience. You can have it. So you can explore it. You can visit zictel.com, and of course, third part is maximize youth talent, offer fresh perspectives. They are tech savvy, and strategies to consider partner with the solution providers, my dear friend. In fact, many of the solution providers sitting over here, They did the initial testing with Workhard first. I think Avarathon is there, One is there. So I'm proud to say that they are being successful nowadays. So they give you a lot of insights on it. The startups give you a lot of insights. And youth can do a reverse mentoring also. Use them, for doing reverse mentoring. And it can also engage in multi-generational workforce kind of thing. Collaborate with educational institutions. In fact, recently I did an agreement with one of the leading institutions, B School, to conduct a 12-month certification program for our sales force. And I tell you, the energy levels are really high. It is not that easy for the sales guys to attend B School sessions. Of course, it is virtual. So we can use education institutions to engage them, and of course, participate in advocacy of youth employment. Prioritize soft skills as much as we keep on focusing on product knowledge, digital knowledge, digital maturity. But we forget how to develop a rapport, how to engage the customer, how to close the deal. कल एक discussion हो रही थी, like Abhimanyu knew how to enter the Chakravyuh, but he did not come. Similarly, हम अपने sales guy को सिखा देते हैं कि भाई enter कैसे करना है, closing नहीं कर पाता बेचारा, right? या फिर उल्टा होता है, they have a difficulty entering the customer's mind, closing तो बात की बात है फिर. So that is where our Abhimanyus have to be taught in that particular manner so that they can enter the Chakravyuh of a customer, right? So that's about future of learning, friends. So what is the cost of procrastinating on digital L&D transformation? I mean, I'm sorry for it because morning I opted for physical, but digital karna jaruri hai aajkal, it's essential nowadays. And what is the cost of procrastinating on digital L&D transformation? Any comments on this? Right? No comments? Is a cost. Very good point. Today it's a cost and it becomes more costly. You miss the bus. In other words, you become a dinosaur. You become extinct finally. You become less competitive in the market. Friends, there are a lot of options available in the market to digitize your systems and processes. And in case we do not digitize our systems and processes primarily to increase the efficiency, increase retention, these tools, then we are increasing the liability, my dear friend. In fact, as per survey, only 4% of the organizations still lack the digital initiative, emphasizing the digital growing role of clear corporate priority. There was a survey which was done which says that in pharmaceuticals, they talk about digitizing. There is a digital happening, but still, at the CEO level, I'll talk about 30% of CEOs still think about digitization, they don't do digitization. How many of your manufacturing setups are having IoTs and blockchains and other aspects, artificial intelligence, with respect to, aspects of it? Growing liabilities there in case you do not digitize, and digital transformation is very, very important. The process of exploiting digital technologies and supporting capabilities to create robust new digital business model and automating and streamlining processes. The steps, I'm not going to talk about how you digitize. You need to have a lot of data. And at the same time, then you filter out the data, make it meaningful data, and of course, let the data talk to each other. Then, of course, drive new productivity and efficiency. In the context of L&D, friends, embracing blended learning approach, I think most of you are doing it, transitioning at least one ILT onto online platform. Upside of transformation, online learning platform can leverage data to assess if learning is driving new behaviors, that is adoption of new skills leads to business transformation. Clear link between learning and business outcome. I've been talking since morning that our learning initiatives should be talking about business outcomes. If it is not helping my medical rep or salesperson to engage the customer, to get ROI for the call, then of course our L&D initiatives are going waste funds. There's another aspect also that we always develop the digital skills or digital technology in the AC offices. We need to test it out in the market. I need to go as a training person in the field find how my rep is using that skill in the doctor's chamber. For example, a few years before pandemic, we gave, the definition of digital was giving iPads. That was the definition of digital. We have given iPad to the doctor, to the rep, and he is digitized. I used to laugh at it, because if we are smarter, rep is even more smarter. Do you know what he used to do? Anybody knows the key of using an iPad analytics? He used to sit outside the doctor's chamber and flip the pages. And the marketing guy sitting in head office will be very happy. Arey, he's using all the pages. That's kind of analytics, ego concept is coming over there. Okay, so it is very, very important, my dear friend, that if we are using any technology, a particular L&D, we need to test it out with the field guys also. So human capital must align.
So just the point there is, as we things change, we need to make change accordingly. Because it was like, when you said rightly, it was like putting paper on glass. Marketing did not do enough for the person to engage with the customer accordingly.
Absolutely.
Hence, we need to do what we have to do. That's the kind of.
Yeah, because I've been managing SFE also, so in SFE we measure the call averages. But what is the effective call which is happening? That is very, very important. We measure attrition level. I think yesterday somebody mentioned that if there is if 2 persons out of 10 leave, it is 20% attrition? Yes or no? But if 2 of them are most productive guys, what is the attrition? It is 80% attrition. So it is 80%. We have to go qualitatively also into the quantitative data. That's a very, very relevant point which should be going about it. And uske liye thoda sa neuroplasticity chahiye apne ko. Human capital must align and evolve with technological progress before disconnect becomes competitive disadvantage. I think that's what I talked about. In case we do not digitize, there can be disadvantages and becoming dinosaurs accordingly. I will not talk about this one, because you're covered already. There is small presentation about storytelling with data. I can give you one example over here before I run through the slides. All of us talk about ROI, Post ROI, what we do is we make those smiley sheets. We find out what are the scores, who are the leaderboard, who are the toppers, and blah, blah, blah. It was looking very blank. I think one of my slides in my book, it talks about that today it is about CPR, Second is, future is visual. So our ROI data should be visual. So what we did was we engaged with a company called Everathon few years back before pandemic, and we said we need to understand how we can show the tangible, advantages of training. So he created with him the specific feedback form, and there was we call it a dashboard of before and after training. Okay, I'm not showing over here because it's inside data. So second is we also found out what was the movement of the curve, product-wise knowledge, pre and post. It's a wonderful, dashboard which was created, and nobody could question, no business leader could question that, this training is not effective. So I don't believe in smiley sheets. I just throw away the smiley sheets. So I believe in those tangible transformation of the data, and that's what I started presenting in the review meetings. It was highly appreciated by the business heads. And there was no question, doubt coming and they were ready to invest more into that kind of thing. So if you need more details, I can talk to you separately. But here is few suggestions about storytelling with data. What does business need people to do, and how does it measure these activities? So tie the information to training, my dear friend. Ask questions related to these insights which are tied to training, and this data will enable us to tell effective story, my dear friend. What questions do you need to ask? You need to ask some questions about it. Ask specific actionable questions, and ask good questions which will create a roadmap that is easy to follow, friends. Where did the data come from? Because data is data. Everywhere data is there. Once I was facilitating the Excel training with my Excel trainer. He said there's data and data in the company, but the meaningful data has to be created, right? So At the end of the day, when we understand the data, what it means is we will no longer have a data anxiety. If we are good at data analytics, we will be able to find out at which data is required which will make a difference in the eyes, in the mind of a business head, okay, or the stakeholders. So surveys, data analytics provided by team and teams, of course, financial data, program analytics, all these things are required. Determine what is relevant with questions. If not, rethink your approach. Deliver it as a story when you are presenting your data of coverage even. You know, SFE team, they present a lot of data with coverage data, but it is very boring kind of thing. Same old things, up and down coverage, तुम्हारी कम क्यों है, coverage बढ़ गई है, average क्या है, what is the benchmark. So we have started making visual data, and that is, of course, it's coming through Tableau also. Tableau is also helping us making story for that data kind of thing. So we need to have a narrative, we need to have a beginning, we need to have a middle, and we need to have an end of the data kind of thing. Let me not go into detail. In the beginning, you can have a hook. You can have a hook, creating an aha moment. You know, we are going to we are going to prove that there's an increase of 10% productivity because of training. Okay, it's a kind of aha moment. Really, I used this strategy in one of the annual budget meetings in front of Dr. Murtaza Kurakiwala, and he just raised his eyes. I said, I will make a strategy which will lead to increase in 10% productivity and 10% reduction in attrition. They said, prove it. Then I proved it. Okay, so that is how it is. So there will be middle where you will put a lot of body in it, some data points, and of course along the visuals, you need to make sure it, ensure that, you know, there are a lot of facts in it, and there's a compelling voice to tell the story. You need to practice the story, friends. And tell the truth without any biases, and tell the audience that what the data is and what you wish to say about it. And finally, use very few slides, use different representation of data. And one of the things which I personally use as an example to make a story out of data is I use Tableau. You know, we have Tableau in the company, but you can use Power BI, you can use ClickView. So all those, they help us. And if you have a graphic designer in-house, ask him to make a nice story about it. So I tell you that it's very, very useful if you make a story out of the data, friends. So friends, let me not go further. I think my whole objective is that ability to keep sales process moving. These are some of the skills which are required in the future, ability to rapport building skills, communication skills, emotional intelligence, and active listening skills, of course. I need not repeat this. Maximum training ROI by customization. And before I go forward, are you learning for modern learners? Is your learning for modern learners, or are you a digital dinosaur? So that's what my last question is for you. I hope I am in time, ma'am. And there is one more slide which is there for you. Walk on the living, they don't mind, they don't even mumble. Walk on the dead, they mutter and grumble. What are they? Leaves. Who said leaves? Wow, congrats. Get a chocolate from me later on. Thank you very much, friends. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jagmohan Rishi, for those wonderful trivia questions that kept all of us awake. All right, delegates, doctors, speakers, panelists in the audience, we will now begin with something called as the geeking session. All right, we've divided this entire hall into 4 parts. So beginning with, and we will do this geeking session clockwise, all right? So we have table number 1, one which is here. So one table will be, one group, yes. We'll be clubbing 2 more tables to this table, and it will become group 1, all right? Group 2 is there to the extreme left. So these 3 tables will be considered as
partner will move to 3, 3 will move to 4. So this way, every partner will get 5 minutes with each group to interact and explain about their product and services. Clear? You people have to sit wherever you are. You don't have to move. It will be the partners who will move after every 5 minutes, will ring the bell. So Vani, table number 1. Sales trip table number 2. Then we have, which is the company here?
Check. Partners, as you all can continue with your presentation, just to let you all know, the timer is on the screen. As soon as 5 minutes get over, please.
Need help here? Is it here? Yes.
45 seconds. Last 10 seconds, guys. Guys, we stop, and I request all my partners to move to the next table. Vani will go to the next table number 2. I would request the partner from table number 2 to move to table number 3. Smart winner, please move to the table number 4. And table number 4, please move to the table number 5. And your time starts now. Okay, time up, guys. I request you to please move to the next table. We'll continue this discussion outside, please. We are going to stop it after 20 minutes. So you will miss the fourth group then.
Yeah, media wall is
20 seconds. We'll be ending this session shortly. Time's up. Thank you so much. Thank you, partners. We are done with your presentation time. Thank you so much, partners. You all can further network yourselves with our delegates outside in the pre-function area. The coffee break is now officially on. But before you all move on to the coffee break, we have a media booth on our extreme left. Please click your photographs and post it on LinkedIn by tagging Bluetech Media. All right? And we also have a lucky draw after the panel discussion. Please come back to your seats, fill up the lucky draw form which will be kept on your table. That is the feedback form. Please fill in your feedback form once you come back from your coffee break. The feedback forms will be kept on your table. Post filling the feedback form, we will conduct the lucky draw right here after the panel discussion. Those people all the delegates who will be present in this conference hall will have the opportunity to win some goodies from the lucky draw. And I believe some additional probably goodies are organized as well by the organizers. So throughout his 30 years of experience in sales, marketing, business development, learning and development, digital learning, psychometrics and coaching, he has worked in various industries such as pharmaceuticals, telecom, financial services, technology, IT, ITES, petroleum, automotive, healthcare, and own enterprise. With leading international certifications, today he is a global leader and executive coach, a certified OD professional, a change management leader, and is currently working as the head sales training with Dr. Reddy's. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, kindly get your hands together in welcoming Mr. Harsh Monga, Director and Head of Sales Training for Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited. He'll be the moderator for today's session. I'd like to introduce to you all our panelists. Can you all please join us on stage? Mr. Anindya Bhattacharya, Head Commercial Training, Excellence, APAC, Baxter International. Mr. Kanan R, India Skills Training Leader, Pfizer. Shaladitya Malik, Chief Business Officer and Co-founder, SmartWinner. And Ashish Jha, Co-founder and CEO, Vani Coach. Let's give all our wonderful panelists and our moderator a huge round of applause for the final panel discussion and the final session for today. Ladies and gentlemen, over to you, our moderator, Mr. Harsh. Yes. Can you take over the session? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Before we start the panel discussion, may I request everyone to stand for 5 seconds to pay obituary to something that has just died. 5 seconds. Thank you. You may take your seats. So if you're wondering who has died, pandemic is over, but L&D has died. L&D has died. But it has risen from the phoenix, like a phoenix, from the ashes, and L&D 2.0 is here. And that's the focus of this particular conversation. What's new in L&D 2.0? So, my congratulations to each one of you for having survived the day and still being here, in good numbers. And I think it's the right ending to the day if we start talking about what's there in future, what's there L&D 2.0, what is it all about? And like this was announced, how has been the evolution and what are we looking up to now? What do we look forward to? So I think what we will do is, of course, we'll run a question answer round here, but a quick round of introduction. I think you all know everyone, otherwise they have been announced. But I will just say a line about each one of the panelists as and when I ask them the questions. Maybe that is what we will do. The first point that we want to talk about is the rise of the learning or L&D during the pandemic. Like I said, it has, like a phoenix, it has risen from the ashes, and there was a certain state of, stalemate, or should I say, sort of a perpetual thing, which was just going on as L&D. And I think the pandemic sort of gave it a nudge. And there's a rebirth of L&D there. We want to discuss about how learning has evolved and how did it play a major role post-pandemic. Of course, during the pandemic, all of us know what happened. Now, in the post-pandemic era, what is happening now, and where is L&D going, and what is L&D 2.0 all about? That is what we want to talk about. So I will first bounce this question off to Anindya, who, of course, is a head of commercial training excellence with Baxter and with more than 25 years of experience. So I think, and he's also a good coach, of course, is what I know. So Anindya, what's your take on this? The role that the learning has played during pandemic and now post-pandemic.
Thanks for the question, and congratulations. We still have a lot of people in the room, and happy to address you there. And okay. And when you put this question to me, Harsh, I was also thinking, if you look at the beginning of the pandemic, well, I would say that it's over, but maybe it's the tail end of the pandemic and all that. And at the beginning, I think it's reminded me of one quote from Charles Dickens: "It's the worst of times and the best of times." So it depends on how quickly you adapted to that. And I would say, and I would base my answer on my experiences from 2 organizations during the pandemic. I was in Cipla leading the global capability initially, and then now in my current role with Baxter. I think there are 3 distinct stages of the evolution of the pandemic. So, and the first one is a knee-jerk reaction, I call it, okay? So whatever, 15th, 17th or 24th of March, depends on which part of India you were in, suddenly everything stopped. I was in Cipla in India business, about 10,000 strong field force. around 2,200 to 2,500 new joiners trained over a year and all that. And 100% face-to-face onboarding, okay, and somewhere at central location and all that. So the knee jerk was, when everything was stopped, we had to move very fast to 100% virtual learning experience. That's knee jerk, right? And at our scale, it's not easy to do. And I have my colleague from Cipla, Deepak, who is sitting there while the whole team moved. He supports urology, learning team. His was the first 2 batches which moved from completely in-person training, ILT, to 100% virtual. Now, I think all of us made that journey during that time. And from a best of times perspective, I think management really took notice of it. The L&D team is become sort of a lifesaver at that point of time. Pharma is a very large field force compared to many other industries I have worked for and all that. That large field force is completely at home. So the knee jerk was how to engage people, learning to Padme Hoga. So that was the first stage. Then there was tactical. Okay, we realized the pandemic is not going to go away very fast and all that. Now then the realization was the content which was being given was made for in-person. We had to move it. So then the tactical stage started, that curation of the content, make it more bite-sized, more chunked and all that. And we also realized that just about onboarding training, it's not just the learning team who trains, it's all the other support functions also, which could be medical affairs, which could be marketing and all that. And they did not have in-person training skills so much. And we now have a challenge of putting virtual training skills and all that. So how do you build that? So we curated a competency framework of virtual facilitation. I think one of the first organizations who did that. Because once again, if you don't know what to measure, then how do you manage and all that? Now that would be the tactical stage. And then as the pandemic dragged on and all that, so then we realized we also have to do a strategic things. And to give you an example, once again, I'll pick it up from Cipla. Digital capabilities. There is no organization today who had a zero base of starting on digital capability. It was there in different pockets of the organization. And any manufacturing organization, many of you would be knowing that. With manufacturing 4.0, you must be doing some form of digital and all that. But we felt the need of getting a digital academy which would drive adoption, awareness of digital capabilities across the organization. And so that was a strategic part. Use cases, I think a huge amount of energy went into educating sales reps how to do a digital call. Yes or no? Now my question is, and once again, this is an elephant in the room. Why should a doctor take a digital call for him? Unless your marketing messages are sharp, they are distinctive, were they? Not at least at the initial part. It was a quick conversion of, maybe a paper-based or a PDF, quickly put onto a digital base and all that. Now those are the Digital Academy which we created actually was training marketeers to use multiple data points. And remember, it's the marketing which is the orchestrator of the curation, creation, and the dissemination of the sales strategy. On the other side, we also have the touchless factories. So how are those capabilities happening? So once again, 3 stages distinctively, which is knee-jerk, tactical, strategic. However, they were not sequenced naturally. There was some part which was happening already and all that. And I will just end this part, Harsh, because I remember after a fortnight of pandemic, there was a request from the head of India business then, okay, great, all my reps are learning. What are you doing differentially to train my business leaders? So a part of strategic also started there. So I think we were one of the first organizations which had a Singapore Management University to curate a blended learning journey and to do that. So some part of it's overlapping, but I would still say we have a lot to do on the strategic piece.
Yeah, so good point about starting from a knee-jerk reaction, moving to tactical, and then to strategic intent coming in there. Let me take this to Kannan. Kannan is the sales training lead for Pfizer, and he is very passionate about simplifying learning and also about creating better learning experience. right? So what's your take on this?
Yeah, interesting question. I think, as he said rightly, when this came, suddenly every other company gave exaggerated, or not, I don't say exaggerated, what was the required importance, become an exaggerated importance to L&D at that time. Everybody was looking for us. The vaccine was the savior. Everybody was trying to get the vaccine. But L&D was the vaccine for all companies at that time, right? Because you need to engage them. How do you engage them? What do you do? And I'm not only looking at our part of the thing, only our landscape. Even everybody at home coped with this change. Our children, the elders in the room, elders in the family, everybody started learning through this method, which we never thought of, right? What I would say is the rise of learning, if I have to be specific, if you ask me, it completely disrupted the traditional learning model. It went off. Now though the normalcy has come back, we don't think like that. Business leaders don't give us a chance. You did everything during lockdown so nicely. Why do you want to go back to, face to face? Try to do this. So pandemic, as everybody says, has accelerated or fast forwarded certain things which has come to stay. Though we have come from Zoom to room now, but we can't forget Zoom. It has come to stay with us, I feel.
Okay, but let me provoke you further. Right now we are talking about what happened during the pandemic. Yeah. Let's now talk about what's happening post-pandemic. If you were to compare today, we are now post-pandemic, let's accept that. Whatever you're doing today, how is it any different from what you did during the pandemic?
So, as I said earlier, and as many speakers were saying, that there are a lot of good things which eventually would have happened, even without pandemic. That has actually come to stay now. Right? As he rightly said, digital was not that completely not there at all. It was there, but now we know where we should use it, how we should use it, and with what effect, and what is the kind of follow-up it should be done. So everything we are able to perfect it today. We are much better off than when it approached us, and we clearly know that this is the future, and it has accelerated the future of learning, as Dr. Rishi was saying. It has already brought it forward, I would say. And we are still reaping the benefits of the certain things, all urgently cooked up, but now we have refined it further and using it much better, I would say.
If I were to add one point to this, one thing which has changed post-pandemic is what I'm saying is the expectation of the stakeholders. The expectations during the pandemic were very different. And now, once we are out of the pandemic, the expectations of the business are very different. What does the room think about it? Are they different? Or if anybody says they are not? So initially, like Anindya said, knee-jerk reaction, engage karo, get them to do something, use this time for them to learn. But today, they are talking more about the real-life problems, day-to-day problems. Can you help our teams to solve these day-to-day problems that they have? We are not concerned about concepts and theories and academic principles to be taught. What we are concerned about is how do you help my people problem solve, the real thing on the job. That's the kind of change I'm seeing in the expectations from the business post-pandemic. Because their take also on L&D has changed. And that's the whole reason we are saying it is L&D 2.0. Not a change from our side, but also a change from the perspective of the stakeholders whom we serve.
If I can add a point to that, since the pandemic was prolonged, and in certain companies it was really prolonged, for us almost it is after 2 years we went to office. And so everything was happening as normally as it is happening today. New product launches, new teams formation, regular routine skills, whatever needs to be done, everything was happening. So you need to really reinvent yourself. How? Because you can't, as Dr. Rishi said, giving an iPad doesn't make the person digitized. Right? Similarly, just conducting virtual things will not happen. So how do you, I remember my colleague is here, Mr. Barain, Mr. Patikre. So they followed all those, this was learning on the go, because there was no time for us to learn and then implement. You figure it out as you are doing what you should do. Like we did not know that after 7 minutes, the attention wavers and everything, though we knew, but to a large extent, he implemented a very, very simple thing. After every 20 minutes, you have to focus on something which is 20 meters away and look at it for 20 seconds and then come back to it. So we engineered all this innocent of the fact that fortunately we are all living in maybe a decent home, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, but we also thought about the person who is there, who will be managing all these things in a single room rather, hall. And he is going to be with his family, 4, 5, 6 people, and how we should be cognizant of that. And we gave the feedback to the corporate, we cannot be engaging people just because we need to engage them do something, right? They also need their time. So some flexibility came in, they saw the thing. But we continued with most of the things, and I'm really proud to say, Pfizer took care of us in the fantastic manner possible during that time. You will not believe the final decision of whether the rep can go for work rested with the representative only. Even a manager cannot force him, you have to go. It was left to him. And that empowerment really made a change, as many people told right from the morning, gave magical outcomes, you should say. Yeah.
We'll talk more about this in a little while, but you made an interesting comment and you said we went to office after 2 years. But I think all of us, we are from pharma industry, healthcare industry. I think our reps went to the field much earlier. You know, and so their life was actually different. I think that's also a point of reflection, you know, in terms of do we understand their life and do we therefore make solutions which are more relevant to their life that they are living. All right. Thank you, Karan, for these inputs. Let's move on to the next point. And I think one point that is coming again and again, not only in this panel, even otherwise since morning, is the role of technology. Now, what role technology plays in L&D 2.0? We again don't want to focus much on what's currently happening. We want to focus more on what's going to happen in the future. What's the way forward? And how is technology going to bring about L&D 2.0? And for that, I would like to invite Shiladitya. Shiladitya is the co-founder and CEO or CBO, Chief Business Officer for SmartWinner, right? And I think a very technical, very accomplished technically, as well as otherwise very accomplished person. He has also worked with healthcare companies in the past, and I think he has also worked with ISB for executive education, right? So let me put this question to you. How do you see the role of technology now in L&D 2.0?
Thanks a lot, Harsh, and that's a very interesting question. You know, pandemic kind of took us from this level to this level in terms of the adoption of technology. But as you know, business leaders, they are never happy, right? So now they have already kind of accustomed to this level. And the reps are also, you know, they are more accustomed to technology. We know, you know, certain industries are slightly slower in terms of adoption, but now all of them are in the adoption curve. Now, a few things, you know, has happened, which is going to define the, you know, trends coming forward. One thing what we are seeing is that now, you know, we were talking about personalized learning, right? And, you know, that is going on for the past 10 years. But now we see there is a real convergence of taking inputs of different data and then really create a personalized learning. You know, what is the difference? Previously, when we say that, you know, say Udemy gives you a personalized learning. So essentially it says that people of the same profile, right? So I'm a medical rep, people of the same profile, or I'm a manager, right? And, you know, there's a certain span of control. So what are the typical courses which might be recommended for me, right? So that was the level of personalization. Now, what we will see, and we are starting to see, we are still might not be there, is that the next level where we are looking at for each individual what their gap areas are, and hence what kind of, you know, learning should be there, right? So that's one trend we definitely is seeing. And when we say what kind of gaps, it will come, you know, signal will come from different data points, not only what learning he has done, also what kind of coaching feedback form. We have got so much of coaching feedback form, right? But that data doesn't percolate back into learning through some automated process. So that's going to happen. What we see, you know, his sales performance, for example, that data doesn't percolate into a learning framework. So that will happen, right? That's one trend. And one more trend, what we are seeing essentially is AI over the past, you know, 1.5 years has gone up tremendously to the next level where, you know, we no longer can call it, you know, some people, there's a Google guy who got fired who said that my AI is sentient, you know, it's like God, right? He couldn't distinguish between, like, you know, what he's saying and, you know, what his expectation was. So we will see AI play a very important role in terms of, conversational AI, for example. I can have a coach who can, and I think, Vani coach will talk more about it probably, who can actually, have a conversation with me, right? So there will be a, convergence of data, and AI will interact with that, and we will, have question answers just the way we are having this question answer. That's the level is going to be in the next, 1 to 2 years.
Thank you. Let me also add my bit to this, because one of the panelists is missing, so I'm sort of filling up for her as well. और कई बार वो trainer को वैसे भी जोर से आता है बीच में. So I think interesting you talked about individualized or personalized learning journey, and then you also talked about the role of AI. In fact, we at Dr. Reddy's, we have recently, started focusing on this big time. One, we are looking at, all of you must be aware with the concept of N is equal to 1 marketing. So it has to be N is equal to 1. And we at Dr. Reddy's are now talking about N is equal to 1 learning. And we are saying, how can we create personalized learning journey for each rep, based on what is the learning need that they have. And for this, we are also getting into cohort-based training. We are creating cohorts and training them, but all this is not possible without technology, first of all. That is one. Second, we have also, about 1 year back, we have started using AI big time, for skilling and reskilling of our people. And that's again something which is pretty good, and it's it's premature to say business impact, but we are definitely seeing impact or the needle moving in terms of the capability development of people. So Harshal is sitting here. He's the guy who's sort of the brain behind all this. So I think that's something which is really the future for us in terms of creating those personalized learning journeys. So Ashish, what's your take on this? Ashish is the co-founder and CEO of Vani.coach, and I think he will definitely have a take on this.
Sure. So Collins and Porras say something beautiful. They said that there is a tyranny in or and a genius in and. For a very long time, it was A or B. So either you could have focused, personalized, outcome-oriented L&D, but that was meant for the 1%ers in the organization. Or you could have a scalable, cost-effective e-learning module, but then the outcome was Bhagwan Bharose. So it could be anything out there. Technology has allowed us to change it to A and B. So whether it is AI or even simple digitization, we are now able to delegate certain actions of a trainer to technology. So it's becoming more of a partnership-based model. In our own case, we had an offline to online journey. We had spent more than a decade in the offline space. So we realized that when we started identifying each action that a coach was performing and can it be done by technology, with even simple low-tech innovations, we could automate 85% of what a coach was doing. So instead of 10 hours per learner per month, we could bring it down to 90 minutes. And with AI, we are able to further do it. Now, we want to retain a coach for X number of minutes per learner per month for the human connect. But now the AI is adding further capabilities to that. Just a quick example. Now, I no more need to depend upon the data coming from just one cohort of, let's say, sales reps. I have data from, say, CIPLA, I have data from GSK, I have region-wise data, I have age group-wise data, and that helps me understand.
Will you share that data with us, please?
No, we have signed too many NDAs. I don't have good enough lawyers to protect me from that. We can definitely share insights from that data that we are happy to extend. But now we are able to understand that what kind of, say, nudge works for whom, or how do we lower the cognitive load but increase the practice load for somebody so that there is higher retention. We understand from the validation feedback data that what the stakeholders are looking for. So that's where technology is becoming like a teacher's assistant for our coaches, or in many cases even for instructor-led training. Now when an instructor walks in, there already is a lot of information, a lot of data can make it relevant. पहले 1 घंटा तो लगता था sense लेने में कि कौन लोग हैं room में. So I'm sure when you also go for your training sessions, now technology can make so many things easier for you. So it's the shift to A and B, and there'll be more of that in the future.
Definitely. And in fact, many a times as L&D professionals, when we think of technology, role of technology in training. Most of the time we limit our thinking to technology being used for dissemination of training as a conduit. But it's not really limited to that. Technology plays a big role. So your data analysis, your TNI that you do, that's not about delivery. That's about design. So how do you, when at the consulting stage itself, how do you use technology to analyze the data? I think Jagmohan some time back was talking about there's so much of data in the organization, but where is the meaningful data, first of all, and how to get access to this, how to find it. And then once you have that data, how do you make sense of that data? And how do you really draw insights from that particular data? And then you talk about creating a L&D strategy. That's basically one of the ways technology helps you. And then, of course, in measurement of effectiveness, that is, of course, very much there. Yeah, so thank you for your inputs, Ashish. All right, so we move on to the next question. And this next question is for audience. How many of you interact with the stakeholders in your business? So remember, somebody in the morning said, I think Dr. Dixit said that, nodding is not, you're also nodding, sir. Nodding is not a yes. Raise your hands. So almost everybody interacts with these stakeholders. In the pandemic, this was a case, this was a scenario, like knee-jerk reaction. So Anindya talked about it. यार कुछ करो, लोग विले बैठे हैं घर पे, तो ट्रेनिंग करवा दो. तो हमने भी 150 कोर्स बनाए. Can you imagine? 150 e-learning courses we created in-house. And then we, of course, we also made sure that the compliance was not less than 97% at that point of time. But that was pandemic, right? Any case, in our usual compliance is 93 to 94%, as such, in routine. But then, most of the time, have you heard stakeholders coming to you and saying, do something for my people? My people are a little disengaged. We need to engage our people. Have your stakeholders come to you ever? Sometimes. And many a times, with no offense meant to any fraternity, does HR come to you and say, these people seem to be disengaged, this team we need to retain, and then, acha nahi. But business comes and says that. Okay, so good, at least your business is alert to engage employee engagement. Yeah. Now, the question here is learning to be used for engagement, or is engagement to be used for learning? Or cause and effect की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं. I'm talking about cause and effect. There is a correlation, but let's talk about the cause and effect. And I think that's also in one way an elephant in the room, in terms of will learning lead to engagement, or will engagement lead to learning? Which one is better? So how many people are in favor of learning will lead to engagement? By show of hands. And how many are in favor, by show of hands, that engagement will lead to learning? Wow, most of the people, the entire room thinks that. But I think we need to take, okay, so we'll also let our panelists take a take on that. Now, of course, they've seen your responses, but they will not play to the gallery. Because I know what is the response you had in mind. We had a session earlier on this. So, Anindya, over to you. What's your take on learning for engagement versus engagement for learning?
I think Dr. Dixit's book was the Plan C, right? Yeah, okay. So I have its option C. So I would say, learning for executing flawlessly the business strategy. That I would say first. And I will give you an example for that. Suppose you say, I want to make launch excellence seamless. I have a new product, I want to. And your last question was so interesting that how the future of tech in L&D do that. Now, if I want to keep launch excellence at the center, what's the desired behaviors I have? And then, how do I engage my people to demonstrate those desired behaviors repeatedly? And I see a tremendous opportunity of leveraging the tech there. So like Ashish was talking about. So can I do a space reinforcement of the key marketing messages which my people have to do? And then, Shiladitya, you were talking about throwing up dashboards to business. And to my understanding, business does not need to know what's the learning, how many people have learned. You have to give them, like a pilot needs a dashboard, what's the call to action for me? Where should I take action to do that? So I would say put the execution of the business strategy at the center, learning for that, and without engagement, and I have to be sensitive to the hands which went up for engagement also in the room, I don't think learning will happen without engagement. And you need to bring in so much. Some are touch pieces, which is the capability of the facilitators in engaging people, whether they're in person or offline or virtual, whatever it is. And then some of it, I would say a large part of it, would also be played in tech business strategy. For that, learning, and learning cannot happen without engagement. My take.
Excellent point. Kanan, what's your take on this?
Yeah. So I think normally when these two near terms come, which are very proximal to each other, all of us say it is a vicious cycle. It's not a vicious cycle. Here it is a virtuous cycle. Learning and engagement both are equally important, right? Without engagement, meaningful learning will not happen, right? And why does, first of all, when we say learning, what is that we are referring to? Are we referring to training or are we referring to learning? Most of us do training need analysis. Do we do learning need analysis? Understanding what actually the person wants to learn, or we create one template which is one size fit all approach. So when you give a learning to somebody which is not required, that person is obviously going to be disengaged. So how do you create learning? I'll give you one simple story. One high profile intelligent student signed up with a very high performance coach who is very, very well known for ensuring that the person gets into IIT, right? First day he went, here it is learning. The person wanted to learn, and even the facilitator wanted to see how much the person is engaged. So he gave him a sheet which had A to Z, alphabets A to Z, and he said, you read this and come tomorrow. Obviously the learner was devastated. I paid so much for that, and this fellow is asking me to read A to Z and come. What is the use of this, right? Next day he came, because he knows it. Who doesn't know A to Z? And he said, he asked, which is the 13th letter in the A to Z, he asked. Then he was scratching his head. So you go read back and come. Again, he finished everything. He said, which is, tell Z to A. Again, he got stuck. So like this, it was going on. Then he asked third day, fourth day, tell me how much is 5 into CX plus, 4 into 7, 8. All this using these alphabets. Then he understood he is not testing my knowledge of A to Z. He is seeing whether I am committed to the learning the methods that he is going to use it. So once he understood that, then he really came home, burned the midnight oil, as far as possible, he became thorough and everything. And next day he gave another 10 such examples, which was very difficult. So, but still he got 7 out of 10 in that. Then the professor said, now you have started the purpose of why I am doing this, right? So that engagement, deep-rooted engagement came in. Then he invited him for a cup of tea. Come, let's have a cup of tea. Then he asked him, did you know what did I do with you? He was not. Initially, you are not committed to your learning. So he wrote, first to C. Then after I put you through repeatedly through the same procedure, you understood why I am doing it. So he wrote U, C, U. Then he said, then later all these things made you understand the purpose, how you need to prepare for IIT. Cracking IIT is not a joke. If your usual method, if you do, you will not get it. But I need to make you understand that, right? So that is the cup of tea. And you have this cup with you every time, and you will be able to get over most of the times, right? So this is a Saul's story, because he said storytelling is very important. So that's why I thought I'll connect with this. But more importantly, this question coming to it, I'll take just one more minute. When we say technology is changing, requirements are changing, everything, I think it is time for us as L&D professionals, are we changing our methods? It's always easy to say that is changing, this is changing. Are we imparting the training or the education or learning in whatever way which we used to do and then expect miraculous results? It will never come. What are the different things that what we are doing? And that's why I loved the session by Ms. Manisha, which was very, very important. And I would suggest if you are not read it, please buy this book, Uncommon Sense of Teaching. And there is some of the concepts what you mentioned is coming there. And retrieval and recap is very, very important. When you plan your sessions, how many times you involve the learner into making him or understand and give him a chance for them to practice, right? And creating the learning curiosity. That is very important. So as they say, the common saying is,
you can take a horse to the water, horse has to drink. But our job as L&D facilitators is to apply salt on the tongue of the horse, right? How can you stimulate that thirst? And to that extent, we need to go, is what I feel.
So it's basically making the horse thirsty.
Making the horse
Only
thirsty
then
by,
the horse
yeah,
will
in the using all these methods. So when you create that kind of an engagement, when you create such a energizing and that motivating engagement, automatically the learners will learn.
Sure. Thanks, Kanan. Yes, you have a take on this.
Yeah, so one interesting thing, there was a recent study which asked that the Gen Z, people who are, 15 to 18 right now, how they are learning and from where they are learning. And they are actually learning from TikTok, they are learning from Instagram, they are learning from YouTube. So the whole idea, me also as an L&D professional, I think that this is learning, this is engagement, these two has to be married together. This comes first, this comes second. But if you see, when someone is learning from TikTok, the engagement is built into the learning itself, because you're learning on your own. And I think in corporate, and this is, obviously they are learning in a B2C example, but in corporate learning also slowly we need to bring these same concepts, because tomorrow these guys are going to enter the workforce and we better suit ourselves to their need rather than trying to do the other way around.
Ashish, you have the final
Well, I
question.
have a slightly different data set based on what we have. We ask people to practice daily, which is very, very difficult to do. We have seen that our effort to get people to practice from the first submission to the fifth submission is very high. But the moment they reach fourth, fifth submission, we don't have to push them anymore. This is a case of where learning is leading to engagement. So if learning can enable quick breakthroughs, some small wins, that itself becomes the virtuous cycle where learning can absolutely lead to engagement.
Thanks, Ashish. And thank you all the panelists. We are dot 1 second above last 5 minutes. So that's very much on time. Thank you, everyone. In case anybody has any questions, 1 or 2 questions, we might take that on the same subject, L&D 2.0, in terms of how the L&D has risen and the role of technology.
Yes.
Is it a question or?
Yes.
Yeah. Observation, like, pandemic, many things we discussed. I mean, but this is amazing. Other than losing many of our close ones and friends and loss in economy, in terms of learning, it is gain, gain, gain. I'm telling you why. Because I have never could imagine out of like 3 decades, a patient writing mail to Pfizer, commenting on some brand, amazing experience. Doctor connecting one day, starting from commercial lead, PSO, line manager, training, one call through technology. Doctor is happy, never happened. And I tell you, this is a transformational change which has been brought not only in L&D and industry, it is in terms of customer behavior. SCPs, those who will be calling us, sit with me to attend a session, because he is not expert in that. Now they are becoming, speaker on Teams at Google, and that's what is amazing change. So, going ahead for L&D, I see a very bright future. We need to keep up and also embrace that. That's what I was commenting.
Thank you for endorsing this.
Shall I?
Yes.
My name is Bridge. I want to ask a question with respect to sales. Over a period of the training department has evolved into L&D department. When it comes to sales, I find that there is a gap when the management and HR think about L&D, learning and development. And in reality in the field, the doctors is giving not more than 2 minutes. The guy do not want to spend more than 2 minutes. There's a less number of knowledge because at one time 70 companies come with Vildagliptin. All have a same detailing. So the field people, they start realizing कि मुझे knowledge की ज़रूरत नहीं है, जितना input देंगे, जितना CRM करेंगे, उससे business आ जाता है. Sales 90% customers do that way. So my question is there a need to develop that intent of learning or the mindset they have that they don't have to learn? They have their attitude that मुझे सब आता है और जितना नहीं आना चाहिए उसकी ज़रूरत भी नहीं है. So your opinion please on this.
So, of course, anyone can take this, but I think your answer is within your question itself. So when a mother takes a son to the doctor and says, "Iski bhook mar gayi hai," he has lost his hunger. Effectively, what is she asking? She wants the hunger to come back. And you're saying, is there a need to invoke the need for learning in the learners? The answer is yes. We need to make people realize See, it's a very basic principle of adult learning. And I'm sure all of you are trained on adult learning. Adults are different, and we say they learn differently, right? And we say the first basic fundamental of adult learning is adults need to know that they need to learn. And that's our job.
Sorry. Harsh, I would like to add a point, a different point. And thanks for bringing this up. I think this is an elephant in the room. And I think there's a bigger elephant. Why should an HCP talk to a rep? That's a bigger elephant in the room. Okay, and I think the pandemic gave a lot of excuse to the HCPs to be politely saying, we can't take a digital copy. Are you agree? Now, my question is not about how do I make him learn, like Harsha was saying, link it to his success, one. Secondly, and I keep on repeating this, what's the marketing team doing? What's the medical affairs doing to prepare the team with hyper-personalized messages for the HCP, which helps him or her to get better clinical outcomes with the patients, which helps him or her to get better practice outcomes with that. If you're able to do that, trust me, it doesn't matter that Gen Z or millennial, they will be happy to learn. So that's my take on your question, but thanks for asking that.
I think the core messages, very well said, Anand, the core messages, how do I deliver those core messages within the time available to me inside the clinic? If I have good content on that, from marketing, medical affairs, then my life is much more easier. Rather than, I also feel like a stereotype, no? If I'm a rep, going every time and just giving a brand reminder. Sir, please prescribe. Please continue your support.
Sir, in addition to content, skill is equal. Like, asking that what is your experience, that itself is another more powerful detail.
Absolutely. And I think one of the points mentioned during the day was involve the learners into the design. Ask them what is it that they need. What is it that they think will make their life easier? What is it that they think if they learn, they will be able to be more successful in their roles? So yes, that's very important.
Dot on time.
All right. So last 1 second and we are dot on time.
Time.
After the Q&A. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, gentlemen, we'd like you to help us out with the lucky draw. So please, can we have the lucky draw box, please? Okay, has everybody filled up the lucky draw, the feedback form, sorry? Yes? Anybody missing? Anybody missed out on the forms? All right. So you want, of course. Yeah, can we have the box? Right.
So you have the feedback forms on your table. Take a minute to fill the feedback form and hand it over to our volunteers. So we'll be picking up the lucky person from the feedback form itself. So make sure that the form is duly filled. Has everyone filled the forms? At the behind? Yeah, please raise your hand and we'll send someone to collect the forms. Yeah.
Somebody just write my name on 4 5 forms and
We'll spend just 1 minute to fill the form and we'll collect that. There are a few more they are bringing.
All right. In the meantime, I'd like to request Dr. Jagmohan Rishi to please felicitate our moderator and our panelists present here. Can we have the certificates, please? Yeah. Thanking our panelists, Mr. Anindya Bhattacharya, Head Commercial Training Excellence. Let's give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thanking Mr. Kannan R, India Skills Training Lead for Pfizer. Thank you so much, Mr. Kannan, for your wonderful inputs. Thanking Mr. Shiladitya Malik, Chief Business Officer and co-founder, Smart Winner. He just left. All right. Mr. Ashish Jha, any more certificates remaining? Yes. Already मिल चुका है. आशीष सर को already मिल चुका है. Sir, अच्छा, Mr. Harsh Monga, our moderator. So, thank you so much for moderating this wonderful panel discussion on how sales training has evolved in post-pandemic times. Can we have a group photograph, gentlemen, please? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, please join in. Yeah. All the feedback forms are collected? Yeah, thank you. I would request Dr. Jagmohan Doshi to give us the closing address for this wonderful summit conducted here. Okay, before that, quickly we'll do the lucky draw. Yes. All right, so beginning with, yes, let's have, gentlemen, we want you all to pick up all the panelists, please stay on stage, and Mr. Jagmohan, yes, sir. Dr. Jagmohan, sir, yeah. All right, who would like to go first? Sir, we have a total of 4 lucky draw winners. Yeah, we have one more form. Okay, we have how many total? 4, right? Okay, so beginning with the 4th, yes. Anyone of you gentlemen? Yes. Do you want more shaking or vibrations? Yeah. All right. Mr. Kannan goes for the first. All right, let's see.
And the lucky person has not written the name.
Is it? Amit Kanabar from McLeod's Pharmaceuticals Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Amit Kanabar. Can we have the gift? Yeah, the prize, please. Yes, sir.
That was the first to be given. You have to skip the smallest. First, I said we start from last. Anyways, forget it. Sorry, sir, this is for the first one. Sorry, some confusion.
All right. Moving ahead. Yes, go ahead, Harsh, sir. Would you like to pick up the second one? I mean, like, rather the third lucky draw winner.
Hello. The lucky winner is Harsh Monga.
You wanted this, isn't it? Yeah.
Lucky winner is Vikram Sagar Saxena.
Vikram Sagar Saxena.
So it's mine.
Okay. We'll go for the next. If the person is not there, we'll go for the next lucky draw winner. Let's see. Oh, okay.
Okay, so the second lucky winner
Yes.
is Manoj Chawla.
Manoj Chawla. We've got 4 prizes, so that was the 4th. This is the 3rd. We are going backwards, yeah? 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Mr. Chawla. Can we have the prize, please? Yeah. And can we have the photograph also? Yeah. Congratulations, Mr. Chawla, and thank you for attending the Pharma L&D Summit. And thanks for your wonderful feedback as well. Moving ahead, that was the 3rd lucky draw winner. Second, yes, Mr. Anandya Bhattacharya, can you do us the honors? Thank you. It's a blank form. I think Mr. Moga put that. Smita Kulkarni, congratulations. Thank you so much for your wonderful feedback and for attending the Pharma L&D Summit. Thank you, Smita ji. Yes, Mr. Anandya, please hand over the prize. All right. Thank you so much. And the winner, the winner of our lucky draw. Yes, we have with us Mr. Ashish Jha, co-founder and CEO of Vani Coach, who's the lucky gentleman or the lucky lady? Chandrakant Joshi. Let's give him a huge round of applause. The person who's seated last has come first. Let's give him a huge round of applause for that. Mr. Joshi. Let's have a group photograph with this particular gentleman. He's the winner of this lucky draw, the first winner. Thank you so much. I would now request the the closing address to be given by Dr. Jagmohan Rishi, Vice President, Global Head, L&D WOCAD. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you very much. Congrats to the winners. And tell me frankly, did you stay back for the award or for the speakers? Award. Sorry? Vote of thanks. Okay. Thank you very much. Friends, I think it's a great, meeting all of you. And I really think that everybody was looking forward to such kind of meeting. Thank you very much, Bluetech, for organizing this. It was much needed. And I would like to say thanks to all the great speakers, Ajit Pal, Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit, Ashish Jha from Vani, Sushil, Sachin, Janardhan, Suresh Amin, Vishal, Chinmay, Rituraj, Ravi from Softcell, Santosh Dayal, Amit Garg, Manisha, Team Smart Winner, Harsha, and Anindya. And of course, most importantly, the Bluetech team and Ashish Chauhan and his team. Kudos to you for making this happen. Please give a big hand to Ashish. And most importantly, all of you for staying back so long. I mean, normally, people leave after lunch, but I think there was an internal need, irrespective of the award or the design of the program, but there was an internal need, a hunger to learn, right? Do you agree with this or not?
Yes.
Yeah. And for me, the hunger was to meet my friends. After a pandemic, I was dying to meet many of you in physical format, of course, rather than meeting on Zoom or on WhatsApp. So thank you very much once again. And I had one question, but I will not ask because a lot of learning has taken place. But just in case you would like to share one or two persons, what is one take home from this session, today's meeting? If somebody could like one word or two words. Anybody? One take home message. Yep.
Culture of learning.
Culture of learning. Good. Anybody else? One more? L&D 2.0. Thank you. So thank you very much once again. Please have a nice evening and keep learning till we meet again.
Thank you so much. We'd also like to thank our presenting partners, Vani, also powered by our partners, Softcell, Gold Partner, Sales Trip, Smart Winner, our nutrition partner, Urban Leaf, our media partners, Pharma Utility, and Ijora. Thank you so much, friends. Hope you had a wonderful day and wish you all a wonderful weekend ahead. This is Leanne, your anchor, MC host, signing on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kanu. Thank you.